A Regressor's Tale of Cultivation. Audiobook by the Nut Lord. All text belongs to the original author. Please support them online. This fan project is non-profit. Join the Discord for more audiobooks, and comment any mispronunciations so I can fix them. Chapter 0, Prologue. I am an Earthling from a civilized society. This was the mantra I repeated whenever I had a moment. I am from a civilized society, cough cough. If I hadn't kept reminding myself of that, I might have gone mad. Oh dear, Mr. Sayo. My mother sent this for you. Thank you. Not at all. Please get well soon and make some more soap. The daughter of the Jew family next door places a basket of boiled potatoes beside me and hurries back to her house. 50 years. It's been 50 years since I fell into this cursed world. Cough. Cough. I lie down, coughing. Yes, it was the day we were going to a company workshop. I was on my way to the workshop with Director Kim and other company employees. We were swept away in a landslide, and when we came to our senses, we found ourselves in a strange world. A fox as big as a house with 3 tails. A large red-scaled snake with 2 heads. And beings wielding swords, flying through the sky. It was a world like the martial arts novels I occasionally read. Although it was a strange world, we adapted well. Most of my colleagues probably did quite well. Except for me. Director Kim, Chief O, Section Chief Jian, Deputy Manager Kang, Deputy Manager O, and Manager Kim, who were in the same car. Within 3 days of arriving in this martial world, Section Chief Jian, Deputy Manager Kang, and Chief O caught the eye of the seniors of Cultivation sects and became their disciples. Deputy Manager O was taken away by a man from a mysterious background on the 4th day, claiming her as his kin. And Manager Kim was taken away by an old man riding a giant mechanical puppet on the evening of the 4th day, after he noticed Manager Kim's unique abilities. Eventually, everyone except for Director Kim and me were chosen by some cultivation sect or cultivators. But for some reason, Director Kim had a natural talent for martial arts. He didn't learn cultivation methods, but after working menial jobs with me for 6 months, he bought a third-rate martial arts technique from a street vendor, and with his tremendous talent, he became a top-notch master and left for the martial world. 10 years later, I heard he had become one of the top 10 martial artists in the world. 20 years later, he was known as one of the top 3 masters in the martial world. And after 30 years, he became the number 1 in the world, established the Wulin Alliance, and became its first leader, then disappeared after stabilizing the martial world for 10 years. Rumors say he ascended to a higher realm. Just like that. 3 of the 7 who fell into this world of martial arts became disciples of famous cultivation sects. 1 became the kin of a strange man. 1 was recognized for her talent by a monster. And 1 unleashed his martial arts talent. Everyone had a happy ending. Except for me. Cough. 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 I have no talents, qualities, or special abilities. Section Chief Jian. He was born with a special constitution called Heavenly Golden Thunder Body. Deputy Manager Kang also awakened a special root called Ghostly Yin Transforming Immortal Root. And Chief O had a body known as Unique Holy Body. And on the 4th day, Deputy Manager O awakened a strange ability to summon the rain and clouds. After Deputy Manager O left with the man with mysterious origins, Manager Kim also awakened a unique ability to see everything within a 10-mile radius even with her eyes closed. Director Kim and I were amazed by these fateful encounters and special privileges from another world. We too were left behind, hoping that something similar would happen to us. But neither Director Kim nor I gained any special roots or unique abilities. In the end, without knowing anything about the situation in this world of martial arts, the 2 of us worked menial jobs in the marketplace for 6 months. And on the 6th month, Director Kim couldn't stand living like that anymore, spent all his savings on a third-rate martial art skill for physical strength, and learned it. In 3 months, he mastered the martial art and became a martial artist. After becoming a martial artist, Director Kim worked at a courier service, learning more advanced martial arts, and quickly became a powerful warrior, leaving for the martial world. Leaving me behind. I, too, hoped that maybe I would have some fateful encounter. Discover hidden talents. Awaken a unique ability, or develop a special spiritual root. I lived in this world with that small hope. But 10 years passed. 20 years passed. 30 years passed. Nothing happened to me. 40 years passed. 50 years passed. Cough. Cough. I am just an old man dying of a cold. I am Earth, Earth. Now, just so I don't forget that I'm an earthling. I babble to the air. A noisy old man I've become. Huff. Huff. Why did we come to this world? Why did they all awaken unique bloodlines, roots, abilities, and talents? Why didn't I? Did I gain nothing after all? For 50 years in this world, I learned the language. Learned to read and write, worked as a laborer, and barely managed to settle down. Made a living by making soap from lye. The soap was useful for the people of this world, which wasn't much different from medieval China, but after some thieves stole the method of making my soap and started producing their own, my soap barely sold anymore. So, in addition to making soap, I had to forage for medicinal herbs, brew liquor, and take on all sorts of odd jobs to survive in this world. I was overwhelmed. For some reason, I can't stop the tears from flowing. Why, me? Was it simply because I wasn't chosen? No, it wasn't that. Even though I wasn't chosen. Even though I wasn't a special human being. I used everything I could and lived my life to the fullest. My past life briefly flashes before my eyes. The difficulty of learning the language of this world. The struggle to learn to read and write. The hardship of earning money to buy a small piece of land. The difficulty of building a house on that land. Settling down in the village and getting to know the villagers. Applying my knowledge from Earth to make and sell soap. Even setting up a small soap shop. But after a few third-rate martial artists stole my soap-making technique and opened similar shops. No one but a few regulars came to my shop anymore. After that, life got harder, and I had to gather herbs and chop wood. Just when life was stabilizing, bandits raided the village and took all my money. I spent my days doing all sorts of odd jobs, barely scraping by. Why did I, who worked so hard, have to be robbed? In this world, I did my best. But this world denied all my efforts. What do you want from me? I shed tears of injustice, sniffling softly on my bed. It's winter today. I'm sick with a cold. My body is as weak as it can be. My eyes are closing. If only I had more opportunities, even just a little. In the cold winter, I lie in bed, sick with a cold, ending my persistent life of 50 years. That was my first return, regression. Cough. Huff. I open my eyes and hastily get up. I can clearly feel it. The moment I closed my eyes and lay on the bed, slipping into darkness. The moment when the life in my body grew cold and passed away. I had died. But why am I alive? Startled. Even as I speak, I'm surprised for a moment. This voice. I slowly look down at my body. It isn't a hand full of wrinkles and lines. It's a young hand, full of vitality and life. I'm wearing something clearly different from the clothes of this world. The blue shirt and sweatpants I had worn on Earth. I look around, trying to grasp the situation. Oh my, do ya? What's happening? War am I? Director Kim, Chief O, Section Chief Jian, Deputy Manager Kang, Deputy Manager O, Manager Kim. I realize. I've returned, regressed. And at the same time, I know. Shiver. I hadn't come to this world without any abilities. I have awakened the ability to regress, return. Chapter 1, Regressors' First Day. What's happening? We were just on our way to a workshop. Director Kim, with half his hair scraped off, looks around and stands up. I try to recall my memories, figuring out where we were in time. The first day. It's the first day we landed in this bizarre world. I remember how we ended up here. We were in an SUV, going to the workshop, then a landslide. We got caught in a landslide, and then something flashed suddenly. It's a 50-year-old memory, so it's a bit hazy. I can't remember clearly. Hey, Deputy Manager Seo. Now that I've regressed, how should I live? Deputy Manager Seo. Usually, in regression novels, people live well using their future knowledge. But all I know about the future is trivial stuff like Mr. Ju's daughter being born 30 years later. Seo Yoonhyun, Deputy Manager. Section Chief Jian. Sorry, I was a bit startled. I snap out of my daydream at Section Chief Jian Myong-hoon shouting. Deputy Manager. It's a title I haven't heard of in so long. I couldn't help but be startled. Then, I remember the face I haven't seen in a long time. Section Chief Jian Myong-hoon. Jian Myong-hoon. The nephew of Jian Myong-cheol, the executive director of the company I worked for, SJD Company. He's 32, 3 years older than me, but had already snagged the section chief position through nepotism. I remember disliking him quite a bit 50 years ago. But thinking of it as a face I haven't seen in 50 years, I'm actually quite happy to see him. After all, isn't he a fellow countryman from my homeland that I'm seeing again after 50 whole years? It's time to get along well, I thought. Swish! Suddenly, Section Chief Gian slaps me across the face. Deputy Manager Seo. You bastard, didn't you drive the car properly? Ah. I stand there dazed, having been slapped, and quickly erase the thought of him as a fellow countryman. I had forgotten. This guy is a bastard. You bastard, it's because of you that we're in this mess. Stranded. This bastard. It's when Jian Myong-hoon is about to charge at me in anger that Chief O stands up and stops him. Look here, that's enough. That landslide wasn't something Deputy Manager Seo could have done anything about. I remember that incident from 50 years ago. Yes, I was definitely assigned the role of driving the company SUV. Aren't you angry, Chief? Because of this jerk Deputy Manager Seo, we're in this disaster. Where are we now, and where did our SUV go? We're stranded here because of this guy. And then, I remember. I definitely dozed off while driving. But, the reason I was dozing off was Jian Myong-hoon. That guy dumped work on me the day before the workshop. Work he had been putting off, forcing me to stay up all night. If you were going to doze off, you should have handed the wheel to someone else. What kind of mess is this? Thinking about it again. Wasn't Jian Myong-hoon originally the one in charge of driving? That's right. Originally, Jian Myong-hoon was supposed to drive. But he, wanting to hit on the female employees in the back seat, forcibly put me in the driver's seat. This stupid bastard. We're stranded because of him. Ah. The memories from 50 years ago are coming back clearly. Back then, I was so flustered and didn't understand what was happening. So, unwittingly, I apologized to Jian Myong-hoon. I even thought it was my fault. But looking back on that memory from 50 years ago, has Jian Myong-hoon never felt anything like conscience or shame? I definitely asked Jian Myong-hoon and the female employees a few times to take the wheel for a while. But Jian Myong-hoon, who refused to drive, also prevented the female employees from driving, even though he knew I was sleepy due to overnight work. As the deputy manager, I couldn't ask the chief and director to drive. I had to drive for 4 hours without rest despite being sleepy because of Jian Myong-hoon. So, Section Chief Jian, I have something to say. Look at him, acting all high and mighty. Yeah, since we're stranded because of Deputy Manager Seo, if you have any conscience, you should apologize. I was extremely sleepy, yes. But to my recollection, I drove the car correctly until the end, even fueling myself with coffee. When the landslide happened, I tried to avoid it. But it was too big to evade, and our car was swept away as it was. I definitely tried to stop and reverse the car when I saw dirt falling in front of us. But the side of the mountain next to us almost completely collapsed. It was a disaster I couldn't have avoided no matter how much I tried. Section Chief Jian, I understand you're angry, but it doesn't seem like the time to blame someone. This guy, giving lectures in front of who? You don't even know what you did wrong. Sigh. I take a deep breath. In the life where I didn't know about regression. For 50 years, I learned how to endure while living tenaciously. Learning to endure when strong bandits trampled over me and took my money. Learning to endure when vicious martial artists insulted me. Learning to endure when local officials took everything I had, even things I didn't have, to collect taxes. Yes. In front of those I couldn't handle, enduring was the truth. But, hey. What? Hey? Seo Yoon-hyun, you bastard, what now? Bowing down unnecessarily in front of those I can handle. Is not what a man does. I learned that too. I said it wasn't my fault. Enough is enough. Chief, let go of me. This guy is really. Thud. Jian Myong-hoon charges at me and strikes my face. But as soon as he attacks me, I step forward and headbutt him. Boom. Ah. In my past life. How many times have I been beaten by martial artists? How many times have I been beaten while gathering herbs in the mountains and encountering bandits? How many times have I been beaten when a band of robbers invaded during a famine? Beaten, and beaten again. During that senseless violence, I learned something that Jian Myong-hoon and others didn't have. Violence. Boom. Thump. Boom. As soon as the first headbutt connects, I charge and mercilessly pummel Ji and Myung-hoon. Wait. You bastard, I said. It wasn't me. When beating someone, when you hit someone in the face, the person being hit feels an immense sense of fear. The sight obscured by a fist, and the pain that follows in that moment. The terror of the merciless attacker. I punch around the eyes of Ji and Myung-hoon to obscure his vision. If you don't know what you did wrong, at least keep your mouth shut. With every punch, the grudges I have against Ji and Myung-hoon without even realizing it seem to be refreshingly resolved. Even though 50 years have passed, the vicious bullying Ji and Myung-hoon inflicted on me in the company was still unforgettable. I did something wrong. Sigh. By the time an apology came out of the arrogant Ji and Myung-hoon's mouth, I stopped beating him and looked around. Director Kim, Chief O, Deputy Manager Kang, Deputy Manager O, Manager Kim. Everyone is looking at me with fearful eyes. Among them, Director Kim speaks to me with a trembling voice. Deputy Manager Seo, no matter what, beating a fellow colleague to that extent. Yes, you're right. I'm sorry. But I was so angry at the moment. I apologize for startling everyone. And after all, I was the driver, so I apologize for not doing more at that time. I bow neatly to Director Kim and the other employees and apologize. In fact, except for Director Kim, I will see none of the other people again. But, Director Kim, I will stay together with. Director Kim, if you learn martial arts, you will reach the pinnacle of the world. Of course, only in the world of martial arts. Even though I have returned to the past, I gave up on the idea of joining a cultivation sect. What cultivation sect? I don't have that ability. The ability, also known as spiritual roots or spiritual nature. Without it, it's impossible to learn the methods of immortal practitioners or even to sense the spiritual energy they cultivate. If there is something I wish for in this life, I hope I get even a little more opportunity to work harder than in my previous life. In the previous life, after Director Kim learned martial arts and left, he would come to drink with me occasionally. Even that stopped completely after he reached the peak of his skills. But this life is different. If I actively support Director Kim, maybe some benefits will fall to me. To do so, I need to be good to him from now on. Right, everyone is in a confusing situation, and Section Chief Jian pushed too hard. Of course, Deputy Manager Seo also reacted too harshly. Apologize. Yes, Director. You are right. After bowing to Director Kim again, I help Section Chief Jian up and say, I'm sorry, Section Chief Jian. I was too harsh. I truly apologize. You son of a. As I show humility again, Ji and Myung-hoon, who seems to have regained his spirit, glares at me. But as my eyes turn fiercely cold, he eventually avoids my gaze and shuts his mouth. Anyway, it looks like a forest for now. How about we walk out and find a nearby village? Director Kim looks around and suggests. The sky is dyed crimson, looking like the sun would set soon, and the wind is getting colder. Logically, Director Kim's words make sense. But, in this place, conventional wisdom must be discarded. In a world where cultivators become immortals and fly around, and martial artists fight for wealth and honor. That is this world. And, the forest we have fallen into. I recall the memories from 50 years ago and think of the name of the forest. Ascension Path, ascending to immortality. It's said to be the best place for many demons and cultivators to ascend to immortality. A place where the spiritual energy of heaven and earth gathers the most. There are no villages, cities, or states near Ascension Path. Therefore, what Director Kim is trying to do is meaningless. What's more important right now is, night is coming. We need to start a fire. I finish my thoughts and speak to Director Kim. Director, do you have signal? It seems the signal is dead. I think if the signal is dead, it will be hard to get rescued, and hard to find our location. Since it's getting dark, instead of looking for a village we don't know the location of, it might be better to prepare to stay here tonight. Hearing my words, Section Chief Jian, who had been quiet, refutes softly. What are you talking about? Deputy Manager Seo. On the contrary, it's more dangerous at night, so we need to find a village. In my opinion, it's more dangerous to move recklessly. How about this? I point to a tall tree nearby. Why don't you go up that tree and see if there's a village or even a road nearby? If there's nothing around, how about we do as I say? Go up that tree? Who's going to climb it? You, Deputy Manager Seo. Well, if no one else knows how to climb a tree, then I'll do it. I nod easily and grab the trunk of the tallest nearby tree, slowly climbing up. I once encountered a wild boar while picking herbs in the mountains. At that time, I climbed a sturdy tree nearby in a life or death situation. Modern people don't usually climb trees, but having experienced all sorts of hardships in my previous life before returning, I easily climbed to the top of the big tree. What do you see? Deputy Manager Seo. Below, Director Kim shouts. As expected, the vicinity is an endless forest. There are no roads or villages, let alone any traces of humans. Rather, monsters and demons are probably swarming among those trees. Instead of shouting back from the tree, I pretend to look around for a while and then climb back down. Deputy Manager Seo. You're really good at climbing trees. That tree looked about 11 meters high. By the way, what kind of tree is this? It looks unfamiliar, like it's not from around here. Director Kim pats me on the shoulder, and Manager O looks curiously at the tree I had climbed. I dust off my hands and tell them what I saw. There are no roads or villages nearby. That's strange. Even if we were swept away by a landslide, there should be a highway nearby. Director Kim strokes his chin as if it's strange, and Section Chief Jian looks at me suspiciously. Deputy Manager Seo. Did you really see properly? Are you sure you're not just saying there's nothing there, on purpose? Why would I lie about that? I'd rather sleep in a house than camp in the forest. If you don't believe me, Section Chief Jian, you can climb up and look for yourself. Section Chief Jian backs off with a face like he had eaten something bitter. I think even if we explore the surroundings, we should first set up a base and light a fire, since it's getting dark. That makes sense. Then, let's look for our SUV too. We were swept away by a landslide in the car, but logically, our car should be nearby. Director Kim claps his hands and says, but this is a place where common sense doesn't apply. Our SUV is gone. It won't be anywhere. How about looking for the car and sleeping in it? There are a lot of supplies in the car since we were going on a workshop. This workshop was practically a picnic. So, there were lots of camping tools and food loaded in the SUV. However, the car is gone. Of course, I know because I returned to the past, but they wouldn't believe me if I said the car is gone. Instead of draining my energy trying to convince them, it's better to just let them look. Then let's split into teams. One team will look for a place to stay, and another team will look for the car. Let's meet back here before the sun completely sets. I suggest dividing into teams. I, Deputy Manager O, and Manager Kim are in the team looking for a place to stay. Director Kim, Section Chief Jian, Chief O, and Deputy Manager Kang are in the team looking for the car. We split up and look around. Deputy Manager Seo. You said to look for a place to stay, but how do you usually find such a place? Deputy Manager O cautiously asks. She seems a bit awkward because I beat up Ji and Myung-hoon. Sleeping in the mountains or forests is dangerous. Wild animals and beasts could attack, and if you light a fire just anywhere, it could cause a forest fire. The best thing would probably be a small cave. Like that place over there. Oh my, a cave. You found it right away? You're lucky. Of course, the cave I had naturally led them to was one I had visited 50 years ago. In my past life, it was a refuge I had barely found after wandering 4 hours. To Deputy Manager O and Manager Kim, it seems like good luck, but in reality, it's not a coincidence but an inevitability. Even in my past life, it was the perfect place to stay without any danger inside. I look at the cave and gather twigs and leaves from nearby. Wow. Mr. Seo, you're really skilled. Did you do something like Boy Scouts? Well, something like that. Although it isn't Boy Scouts, but rather a 50 years experience in Old Scouts. We can light the fire later with Director Kim's lighter. Shall we gather some firewood for the bonfire? Oh my, it feels like when I went to a training camp as a kid. Right. It feels just like that time. The two female employees chatter happily as they join me in collecting dry sticks and branches for firewood. Later, as the sun is setting. Now, let's slowly head back to the clearing we were at earlier. The others will be gathering there too. All right, Tilda. Yes, Tilda. I head back to the clearing with the two female employees. Soon after, we are reunited with Director Kim, Chief O, Section Chief Jian, and Deputy Manager Kang. Did you find the SUV? Director Kim shakes his head with a gloomy expression. Chief O and Section Chief Jian also have worried looks on their faces. Deputy Manager Kang Min-hee also speaks with a tense face. There's no sign of it anywhere. We circled around looking for it, but it's like it vanished into thin air. Logically, if the car was swept away by a landslide, why are we out of it and the car gone? She looks around with a worried expression, as if the forest itself is frightening. There's nothing we can do now. We found a place to spend the night, let's stay there. We'll continue the detailed search tomorrow. Okay. The 6 of them follow me to the cave with somber faces. Oh my, what's this? Mr. Seo made it. Seo Yoonhyun is really capable. Did he live in the wild or something? Deputy Manager Kang Min-hee is surprised by the windbreak and cave door I made. Chief Oh Hyun-seok quietly expresses his admiration and praises me. Director Kim also nods in satisfaction, and Jian Myung-hoon. He seems unsatisfied but, too tired to say anything, just enters. Director, the lighter please. Oh, right. Director Kim takes out a lighter from his pocket and lights the dry sticks I had gathered. We sit around the fire inside the cave. The smoke perfectly escapes through the hole I had made in the windbreak. Wow, what a situation we're in. This is hardly logical. Everyone sits with gloomy expressions, seemingly worried. That's when it happened. Gurgling. The sound came from Manager Kim Yeon's stomach. Her face turns red with embarrassment. Oh, that's. It's okay. We all miss dinner. I grin and take out berries I had picked while gathering branches. Everyone must be hungry. Try these. I picked them earlier. Are these safe to eat? They are not poisonous, are they? Jian Myung-hoon, his tension easing, casually asks me. I smile and eat one of the berries. I learned about herbs when I was young. I know what's safe to eat and what's not. Although saying when I was young is a bit of a stretch, I had indeed learned it in the past. Seeing me eat the berries without hesitation, Kim Yeon also cautiously tries one. Wow, these taste like raw chestnuts. They are crunchy, right? I picked plenty, so everyone can have some. Watching this, Director Kim and Deputy Manager Oh start eating the berries I had picked. Deputy Manager Kang and Chief Oh also happily ate them. Only Jian Myung-hoon looks at the berries with displeasure and lies down first, claiming he's tired. This is something. We should be serious, but thanks to Deputy Manager Seo, we're having a good time. I always knew from the company how diligent he is. I heard he was tired from driving because he worked the night shift the day before. Our Deputy Manager is really diligent tilde. Thanks to Deputy Manager Seo, it feels like we're camping. Indeed. We all spend the night in a lively and friendly atmosphere. I too laugh heartily, chatting with my colleagues. It's a night to laugh and chat because it might be our last. The next morning. As soon as I smell the dawn air, I wake up earlier than anyone else. Memories from 50 years ago begin to come back vividly. The first day, after wandering through the forest all night, we barely found the cave and collapsed. The next morning, it came. Despite 50 years passing, the fear, shock, and pain from that time is still vividly terrifying. I open the windbreak outside the cave and start heading out. It's just before dawn. I wander nearby, gathering herbs good for stopping pain and bleeding. The herbs are in incredible condition, thanks to the forest full with energy from the heaven and earth spiritual energy. These are more like spiritual herbs than just medicinal ones. And after a while, the owner of this territory arrives. With a leap. A creature as big as a house. With 3 tails and eyes burning with blue fire, it's a white-furred fox. Shiver. The intimidation of the forest's owner, and the events from 50 years ago, make my body tremble with fear. However, having experienced the future is an enormous advantage in itself. Greetings to the owner of the forest. I stutter, biting my trembling lips, and slowly bow to the fox. Once, twice, 3 times. It's the triple bow required when meeting the owner of the forest. The fox, as large as a 2-story house, looks at me with its fiery blue eyes and speaks. A unique scent from a human. In my thousands of years, I've never encountered a human with such a scent. Click, clack, click. I tremble in anticipation of what this monstrous fox might do. That's when it happened. The fox's presence wakes the others. Director Kim, Chief O, Deputy Manager Kang, Section Chief Jian, Manager Kim, and Deputy Manager O emerge from the cave in turn. What follows is inevitable. A monster. It's a monster. At that, the monstrous fox rolls its large eyes in displeasure. You humans always seem to possess pitiful intelligence and terrible rudeness. Normally, I would tear off one limb from each of you. Shiver. But since one of you knows how to respect the owner of the forest, I will forgive you. The monstrous fox's gaze fas on me, who had knelt and respectfully bowed. Everyone. Show respect to the owner of the forest. Don't just stand there, kneel down. As I shout, the others blankly stand there and then awkwardly kneel down like me. The fox's eyes meet mine. A human who knows respect. I will not punish you hastily, but your scent is too unique. Drip, drip. From the corner of the fox's mouth, a sticky liquid flows. Saliva. One of your limbs. Let me taste just one. Then I will allow you to stay in my territory for a while. Chapter 2 Scattering Destiny 1. Deputy Manager Seo, what is this? What is that? Director Kim and Deputy Manager Kang each whisper. But I'm more focused on the drool of the fox falling in front of my eyes than on that. A wise human among the pack, I shall not harm recklessly. However, if you wish to stay in my territory, a price must be paid. One of you must offer me a limb to temporarily acknowledge your residence. Who will sacrifice their limb? Right. Since it has come to this, I will offer it. Trembling, I stretch out my left arm. In my past life, when I knew nothing, everyone screamed at the sight of the fox. And everyone was left dying with their arms and legs torn apart, eaten by the fox in its fury. Surviving that was a miracle in itself. But now, I know the etiquette of the forest and have gained the fox's favor. Not everyone's limbs. Not all limbs. Just one person's limb. Only one of them needs to be offered. Even that will be healed by the cultivators who will arrive in 2 days. A wise human indeed. I acknowledge your sacrifice, so I shall taste it as painlessly as possible. The fox opens its wide mouth and bites into my arm. Ah! Arg! Argh! My flesh is torn apart by its large teeth. Bones crushed, blood vessels ruptured. Crunch, crunch, crunch. Snap. Rip. After chewing on my arm for a while, the fox violently tears it off my body. Ah! Arg! Ah! I writhe in pain, half out of my mind, and grab a handful of pain relief herbs I had prepared in advance. I put them in my mouth, roots and all, and swallow them. The dirt and sand in the roots get stuck in my teeth, but that's the least of my concerns. The pain is unbearable. After consuming the herbs for a while, the pain starts to subside as their effects kick in. Crunch, crunch, munch. Later, the fox that swallowed my entire arm licks its lips with its tongue. I thought it might taste different because of its unique scent. Turns out, it's not much different from ordinary humans. There's a lot of impurities in the blood vessels, making it rough and leaving a bad aftertaste. I offer this humble tribute. I accept your tribute and permit you to stay in my territory for 7 nights. My divine power has infused you, so you shall not die from this wound. After saying so, the fox leaps away and disappears into the forest. Hoo, ha. Ha, ha. I chew on a hemostatic herb, apply its juice to where my arm has been torn off, and the bleeding stops, the pain gradually subsiding. Gr. Ah. Deputy Manager Seo. Deputy Manager Seo Yoonhyun. Director Kim and Deputy Manager Kang hurry over to help me. What is all this? What was that just now? First, let's go inside. I'll explain. Supported by the two, I return to the cave. Then, I mix truth and lies to tell them what happened. This morning, I met the fox when I went out early. It told me, they will find out in a few days anyway. I pretend the knowledge I already have was what the fox had taught me. This is not the world we used to live in but a completely different one, inhabited by immortals, cultivators, and martial artists. Martial world, ha! This is thrilling. He never thought I'd experience something like this. Director Kim and Chief O make jokes about the martial world, trying to lighten the mood despite their disbelief. Ha ha, Deputy Manager Seo. If it's about the martial world, I'm an expert. So, you see. Director Kim's voice trembles, revealing his attempt to hide his emotions. Don't die. If you die, it isn't excitement about the martial world, but a forced attempt to divert attention from my pain. Director Kim and Chief O are trying to lighten the mood because they are the oldest here. It's okay. I won't die. The fox said so, with its divine power, I won't die from this wound. In my past life, when we didn't perform the ritual, everyone's limbs were torn apart. Despite the pain that made us wish for death, none of us actually died. No, we couldn't die. But what about immortals and cultivators? At that moment, when Chief O is puzzled by my mention of immortals and cultivators, Section Chief Jian steps forward. There are novels called xianxia, not just martial arts fiction. Jian Mionghoon explains the concept of xianxia to Director Kim and Chief O. I see. Section Chief Jian, you know some interesting things. I've been interested and have looked into it. I guess he spent his work hours reading xianxia novels instead of working. So that's why he dumped his work on me. I almost explode in anger but quickly let it go and continue speaking. Anyway, the owner of this forest demanded a tribute to allow us to stay here temporarily, so I offered my arm. This should keep us safe in the forest for a week. A week? What happens after a week? We'll have to offer another tribute. At this, everyone's gaze turns towards my shoulder. Their faces are all pale as death. By the way, could you bring me some pain relief herbs? It hurts a lot. Ah, sure. This one. Thank you. I chew on another root of the pain relief herbs I had dug up earlier. I'm going to sleep for a bit. Please understand. Perhaps due to the shock, I naturally fell asleep as the tension released. After suppressing the pain with the herbs, I fall into a sweet sleep. It's said that hearing is the last sense to go. Perhaps that's why, as I regain consciousness, I could hear the voices of others. What? A tribute? That's absurd. After a week, we have to offer another tribute like that. We should think about leaving this place within a week. How can we let Deputy Manager Seo suffer like this? Deputy Manager Seo was the first to encounter that thing and almost got eaten. Rather, is the first to sacrifice. In a half-asleep state, I continue to listen to the ongoing conversation. But what if we can't leave the forest after a week? Jian Mionghoon asks in a cold voice. No one answers. Then who will have their limb torn off next? Silence hung in the deeper part of the cave. In 3 days, the immortals will appear and kidnap them, so it doesn't really matter. There's no need to mention anything about my regression. That's when it happened. A rather annoying sound came to my ears. Is Deputy Manager Seo sleeping well? Yes. He's completely knocked out. Deputy Manager Seo, if you're awake, I have something to tell you. Please wake up. I keep my eyes closed and pretend to sleep. Jian Mionghoon checks that I'm asleep and then stands up. Come to the entrance for a moment. Huh? Can't we just talk here? No, come outside. Eventually, Jian Mionghoon leads the others to the cave entrance. A while later, I hear whispers from the entrance. Simultaneously, there are voices criticizing Jian Mionghoon. Section Chief Jian. How can you think of something like that? Deputy Manager Seo sacrificed his arm like that. Section Chief Jian. I really can't approve of that. Outside the cave, Jian Mionghoon raises his voice. Well, who will offer their arm or leg to the monster fox after a week? Even so. Chief O, what do you think? I think it's reasonable. I don't know. And Deputy Manager Seo is capable. He knows a lot about herbs and food. Then let's learn as much as we can from Seo Yunhian for a week. Though I couldn't hear clearly from outside the cave. I can roughly guess. So they are thinking, since I've become disabled, let's cut off my limbs and offer them to the fox every week. It's not going to happen, but it still feels disgusting. Very, very much so. Should I kill him? Even with one arm, the violence I have learned over the 50 years in my past life is considerable. I could easily kill someone like Jian Mionghoon, who hasn't fully escaped modern civilization. No, that's not it. The immortals who will find us in 2 days didn't come for us. They came because they found talented beings. Chief Oh Hyun-siak, Deputy Manager Kang Min-hee, and Section Chief Jian Mionghoon. They were surprised by the qualities of these 3. If even one of them is missing, I can't be sure if they'll come. Should I beat him to the brink of death? Make him disabled? Anyway, the immortals came to us in the past even when their limbs were severed. It's likely that they would come even if this guy's limbs are broken. However, I soon stop thinking and shake my head. Everyone must be paralyzed in their head with emotions due to fear. They are all originally good people. It's just that the situation is too sudden and nonsensical. And if I want to rely on Director Kim later, it wouldn't be good to show too cruel a face right now. It's better to be seen as a subject of protection or sympathy. Also, if Director Kim joins in this plot, he will take more care of me in the future due to guilt. It's rather good. Everything will be resolved on the third day anyway. In 2 days, Jian Myung-hoon, Oh Hyun-seok, and Kang Min-hee will be people I never see again. 3 days later, Oh Hae-seo and Kim Yeon will be separated as well, and director Kim Young-hoon and I can leave Ascension Path with the help of a monster. I quietly continued to pretend to sleep on the floor. After a while, people with dark expressions, as if they had reached some dirty agreement, enter the cave. Hey, Deputy Manager Seo. Are you okay? Try getting up. Jian Myung-hoon deliberately wakes me up. Ha, Deputy Manager Seo. Sorry about that. I didn't know you were such a self-sacrificing person. From now on, I'm counting on you. Jian Myung-hoon looks at me with a smile I have never seen before and pats my back. I look around at the people nearby. Everyone's expression is dark. This garbage, I see how he persuaded everyone with his silver tongue. For a moment, annoyance surged, and I even considered strangling and killing the guy who hugged me. Endure. Phew, just hold on. Yes, we all need to survive together in a difficult situation. Ha, right. So, about the fruit you picked yesterday. Do you know where to find it? This bastard, so he woke me up for this. I can teach you. Actually, I was planning to teach you, Section Chief Jian, in particular. Ha, really? Thanks. Thank you. Don't worry about surviving in the forest. I'll teach you everything. I give him a sly smile. Yeah, I'll teach you all this knowledge. After all, it's knowledge you won't need for the rest of your life once you join a cultivation sect. Jian Myung-hoon. How many times have I told you it's not that fruit? You're not focusing on my words, are you? No, but surely. The one with the split top is a different fruit. Eating this fruit will kill you. Do you understand? While teaching Jian Myung-hoon about herbs and edible fruits, I no longer called him Section Chief. He's learning about herbs while grinning, even though I'm scolding him. I wonder how frustrating it will be when he realizes these are low-grade herbs useless for a sect disciple. No, Jian Myung-hoon. Can't you understand? I've explained several times. You have a problem with concentration. I get it. Jian Myung-hoon's face turns as red as raspberries. Jian Myung-hoon is being tormented in the same way he used to torment me when I first joined the company. He must be enduring it with the thought of extracting as much knowledge as possible in a week. Sorry, but we won't see each other again in 2 days. Look here. This is called green-leafed ear, and it emits a unique fragrance when chewed. It can be used for brushing teeth and repelling insects. Green-leafed ear, green-leafed ear. But I've never heard of these in Korea. Deputy Oh Hyun-seok tilts his head, looking a bit confused. They are somewhat specialized plants, and since they are not native species, you may not be familiar with them. Of course, they don't exist on Earth. I'm using the knowledge of herbs I learned in this world. But Deputy Oh Hyun-seok, not being an expert, seemed to believe it roughly. That's right. Please continue. This is called blue baby's hand vein, also known as blood-purifying grass. Jian Myung-hoon. You're not listening to me now, are you? Sorry, right. I continue giving Jian Myung-hoon noticeable looks while persisting with the herbal medicine class. The day passes by just like that. And the next day, we have to confront a huge red snake with 2 heads staring at us in front of the cave. Hi, Yik. Ha. The others tremble in fear, holding things like branches inside the cave, and I cautiously speak to the snake. What brings you here? The snake replies. The master of this territory has tasted a human with a unique scent. Though not as much as the fox, this snake is quite fearsome to me. Of course, compared to the fox, it isn't really traumatic. Of course, since you've offered sacrifices to the master of the territory and received permission to stay for 7 nights and days. I will not bother you during that time. However, the snake licks its lips with its 2 heads. If you allow me to taste even a little of your blood, I won't bother you even after 7 nights and days. Unlike the fox that tore off my arm, the snake is quite moderate. Even in my past life, when I wasn't recognized by the fox, this 2-headed snake just came, bit into Chief O's body, sucked his blood, and left. But now, it's even asking for our permission to take some blood. It should be fine. Our bodies, being modern people, are full of cholesterol and fat. Thanks to that, in my past life, the snake left after tasting Chief O's blood, saying it's tasteless. How much blood do you want? A handful. Just a handful of blood. Then, I'll leave. I smile and look at Ji and Myung-hoon. Mr. Ji and Myung-hoon. Could you give this gentleman some blood? What? It's not like I'm asking you to sacrifice an arm, just a handful of blood. That should clot quickly. Mr. Ji and Myung-hoon. Don't you need knowledge of herbs? All right. With a flush face, Ji and Myung-hoon cuts his hand with a sharp stone knife he had made. Drip, drip. The snake joyfully consumes Ji and Myung-hoon's blood. A little later. There are many impurities in the blood. Even poison. A terrible taste. The worst I've tasted compared to any human's blood. The snake shakes its two heads and retreats. The blood of a 21st century office worker, laden with cholesterol and nicotine, is not tasty. Anyway, since you let me taste the blood, I'll leave. After the snake left, I applied hemostatic herbs to Ji and Myung-hoon's wound. Ji and Myung-hoon was quite annoyed, probably feeling dirty from being licked by the snake. Mr. Seo Yoon-hyun. I know I bullied you a lot in your early days at work, but isn't that a bit too much? What can I do? It's hard to ask the ladies or older executives like the chief and the director to give blood. A handful of blood should have been enough for you. I just had an arm severed yesterday, and I'm a bit short on blood. Even a handful is a lot for me. Kook. Ji and Myung-hoon bites his lip and takes a breath. Funny guy. He plans to sell me to the fox in a week. He's just resentful because I sacrificed him. Anyway, he can't do anything to me. Well, I won't see him after tomorrow. I think I should take advantage while I can and start to hassle Ji and Myung-hoon more. Thus, 3 days pass since we fell into this forest. Whoosh, whoosh. The wind has been strong since dawn today. Zap, zap. At the same time, the air feels turbulent. I smile and wake up Ji and Myung-hoon early in the morning. Mr. Ji and Myung-hoon, let's go pick some herbs in the morning. Right from the morning. Hurry up. All right. I take Ji and Myung-hoon around, searching for herbs. And a little later. Oh, I found it. Is this a good herb? Yes, it is. It does look like ginseng. Ji and Myung-hoon swallows his saliva looking at the plant resembling wild ginseng in front of him. The plant is a type of ginseng called yellow bamboo root. It isn't particularly rare. But what matters is the size of the ginseng. Perhaps because it absorbs spiritual energy, the yellow bamboo root, normally the size of a pinky, is now as thick as my forearm. Oh, this is incredible. Is it really okay to dig up so much wild ginseng like this? Ji and Myung-hoon seems to feel exhilarated, but I'm chuckling to myself. After all, you won't have the chance to eat such things in the future. Even the yellow bamboo roots that Ji and Myung-hoon digs up with his own hands, he won't be able to eat. For cultivators, yellow bamboo root is just a low-grade medicinal herb for mortals. Of course, it's used by martial artists for internal energy enhancement. I should give it to Director Kim later. You can try the ginseng later. First, put them here. I hand over a pouch I made from tearing my clothes. Ji and Myung-hoon carefully puts the ginseng into the pouch. Let's return now. It's about time to head back. We went back to the cave, had Ji and Myung-hoon start a fire, and sat down. And it was when I was quietly sitting and looking up at the sky. Quagwang. Quagwang. Suddenly, there's a flash, and something collides in the sky. It seems like a collision of black, golden, and pure white lights. And then, at that moment, Kuhuk. Kyuk. Suddenly, Ji and Myung-hoon spots blood and collapses. Aik. Deputy Manager Kang Min-hee also screams and collapses. Her screams echo around like a ghostly wail. Additionally, Chief Oh Hyun-seok also collapses, clutching his heart. It's time. A little while later. Part. Above the cave we were in, 3 orbs of light fly down. Wow, amazing. To think I'd find such gems while bumping into those annoying folks. Who's talking? Get lost, Byuko. These guys are all mine. Such shameless talk. Hyo Guak. From within the orbs of light, a middle-aged man in a golden robe, a figure in black robes that made it unclear whether they are male or female, and a giant in blue armor steal out. Yo, you are, who? Director Kim asks them with a fearful voice. However, they glance at Director Kim and ignore him. No spiritual roots. Just ordinary mortals. They are irrelevant to my treasures. Their gaze sweeps over each of us in turn. Do these 3 have spiritual roots? But it's amazing. How did these untrained mortals end up in Ascension Path? It seems like that fox tricked one of them. From the injury, it seems they offered themselves willingly. Impressive spirit for a mere mortal. Kuong. The giant in blue armor stomps his foot, and a faint turquoise light ripples outwards. At the same time, when the light touches my body, something amazing happens. My arm, enveloped in a sky blue light, regrows. Thank you. I bow deeply to the giant, overwhelmed with gratitude. The giant laughs heartily and speaks. No need to be so formal. For a cultivator, restoring a mortal's blood essence is quite easy. Anyway. Click. The giant in blue armor flicks his hand towards the air. At the same time, my body is pushed back, and Jian Myung-hoon, Chief O, and Deputy Manager Kang's bodies are pulled forward. These three have spiritual roots. Shall we see who's worth it? The middle-aged man in the golden robe steps forward and extends his hand. A golden sword then floated above his hand. Woorung. Pajajik. Simultaneously, golden lightning roars in the sky, and Jian Myung-hoon collapses again, spitting blood. As expected. Amazing. A body of heavenly golden thunder. Move, it's my turn. The figure in black robes, ambiguous in gender, pushes the man in the golden robe aside and takes out a black paipa. Tung. As the paipa string is plucked, Deputy Manager Kang Min-hee clutches her head and screams. Arak. Her screams once again echo like ghostly wails. The figure in black robes show a slight smile. Ghostly yin transforming immortal root. To think it actually exists. I also believe what I felt was not a lie. The giant in blue armor walks past the figure in black robes and approaches Chief O Hyunseok. What is it? Chief O seems fearful, but the blue-armored giant surprisingly checks his pulse, holding his wrist calmly. And after a while, a unique holy body. Can such a body really exist? Impossible. A little while later, the three, seemingly shocked, calm their hearts and then ask the three, would you like to consider the path of cultivation? The middle-aged man in the golden robe speaks to Jian Myung-hoon with a gentle expression. Each of you has the talent to turn the world upside down. It's unthinkable to waste such talent. The figure in black robes looks at Deputy Manager Kang Min-hee with a lingering gaze. Immortality. The power to turn heaven and earth upside down. Immense wealth and honor. Don't you want it all? I assure you, if you follow me, you will obtain everything within 100 years. The giant in blue armor openly approaches Chief O Hyunseok and speaks, massaging his body. I am the Grand Master of the Golden Divine Heavenly Thunder Sect, Jin Byuko. How about all three of you join my Golden Divine Heavenly Thunder Sect? Humph, so greedy. In our Black Ghost Valley, there's no such thing as a missing elemental method. I am the Grand Elder of the Black Ghost Valley's Elder Council, the Whitebone Ghost Devil. If all of you join our valley, you can achieve maximum growth. Well, I don't really need those two. Just you, come along, unique holy body. I am the 4th generation sect leader of the Heaven Creation Sect, Lee Chang-ho. If you wish, I'm even willing to pass on the sect to you. Oh, the other two can come if they wish. Though different in direction, you both have tremendous talent, so I'll take you as direct disciples. While the three cultivators seem to be giving them a choice, in reality, it's no different from a forced threat. The giant in blue armor, known as Chang-ho, is practically crushing Chief O Hyunseok's shoulder. The gender-ambiguous figure in black robes, the white-bone ghost devil, is doing something suspicious while making eye contact with Deputy Manager Kang Min-hee. Deputy Manager Kang Min-hee's eyes are gradually becoming dull. And Jin Byuko seems to be pressuring Jian Myung-hoon with an invisible force, as if threatening to kill him if he doesn't choose him. After a while, Jian Myung-hoon, Chief O Hyunseok, and Deputy Manager Kang Min-hee are forced to join the three cultivation sects. Welcome to the sect, ha. The elders of the valley will take good care of you. Come, my disciple, let's go. The three cultivators are about to take off with the three people. Just then, Director Kim, who is watching the situation in a daze, suddenly regains his senses and runs out. Wait a moment. Excuse me. Can you possibly help us out of this forest? If we stay here, we're all going to die. Are you so worried because you're mortals? Worried about that fox? Don't worry. The giant in the blue armor, Chang-ho, laughs and speaks. We've already beaten all the demons and monsters in Ascension Path on our way here. Now we're going to catch that fox too, and for the next 10 years, Ascension Path will be safe. No. Look here. Section Chief Jian. Chief O. Deputy Manager Kang. Say something. We don't even know how to get out of here. In reality, Jian Myung-hoon is already captured by Jin Byuk-ho in a golden bottle like a Pokemon. Deputy Manager Kang Min-hee is completely entranced by Whitebone Ghost Devil. Chang-ho just laughs off whatever Chief Oh Hyun-seok says, seemingly uninterested. It was like this 50 years ago. Those three were irresponsible and out of their minds. No matter how loudly we shouted, they didn't pay any attention to us, as if we were just insects, and went on their way. Instead of calling out hoarsely to the three cultivators, I touch my arm that has been restored. Well, at least they restored my arm. I sigh and thank Sir Chang-ho inwardly. Director Kim shouts till his throat is hoarse as he watches the three orbs of light disappear, but there's no response. Ah, damn it. Eventually, Director Kim just collapses. What are we supposed to do, in this forest? Now only 4 of us are left. Me, Director Kim Young-hoon, Deputy Manager Oh Hae-seo, and Manager Kim Yeon. Tomorrow, Deputy Manager Oh and Manager Kim will probably be kidnapped too. My time alone with Director Kim is coming shortly. Director Kim is momentarily disheartened but is overjoyed and congratulates me upon seeing my arm had been restored. It's really a relief, truly a relief. Exactly. Moreover, that Chang-ho said he'd catch the fox too. If we only aim to survive, it seems we can make it. I see. When Deputy Manager Seo's arm was torn off, I thought I was going to lose my mind. But even now, it's really, really shocking to see 3 of our colleagues disappear like that. Deputy Manager, it's truly fortunate. We, who had lost our colleagues yet had our lives assured in this strange situation, sat there, unable to cry or laugh. And then, a little later, like a meteor passing through the sky, a pure white light streaks across the sky. Oh, what? It isn't just that. After the white light, several dozens of lights fly across the sky like a meteor shower. All are headed in the direction where Jin Byuk-ho, the Whitebone Ghost Devil, and Sir Chang-ho had flown. What is this? Is there something in that direction? Director Kim looks in that direction in confusion, and I start to gather fruits to eat for the day, lighting a fire to roast them. Tomorrow, it will be time to part ways with Deputy Manager Oh and Manager Kim. SSSSSSS. The next day came. This day is unusual as it rained. Dark clouds fill the sky, and thunder rumbles. With this weather, it'll be hard to go out for fruits. What should we do? Manager Kim looks at us with a worried expression. Especially since Deputy Manager Oh isn't in good condition. It's true. Deputy Manager Oh Hae-seo is lying down with a high fever, looking at the sky with a vacant expression and muttering to herself. Let's wait a bit longer. I speak, looking up at the sky. Who knows, maybe another miracle like yesterday will happen today. Is that really a miracle? Oh, of course, your arm coming back is really like a miracle, but I chuckle and say to Manager Kim. Who knows? Someone might appear and cure Deputy Manager Oh's illness completely. I look up at the sky with Manager Kim and Director Kim. It's lunchtime. Kororung. Thunder roars. Cough. Cough. Deputy Manager Oh's cough and fever worsens. Blood flows from her nose. Deputy Manager Seo. Is there any herb we can use for this? What should we do? Let's try giving her some fever-reducing herbs for now. That's when it happened. Thud, thud. Someone enters the cave. He's a handsome middle-aged man dressed in blue robes. The middle-aged man, with a top-knot hairstyle, has a pair of small deer-like horns on his head. Mortals in ascension path. It's like ants getting crushed between the competition of true dragons. Who are you? Director Kim, vigilant, guards against this new figure. The man in blue robes smiles wryly and introduces himself leisurely. I am the Sea Dragon King, Seo Wheel. I came following the source of the sudden and unnatural stormy weather. That woman over there is using the spell of the storm. The man introduced as Seo Wheel points to Deputy Manager Oh. Well, it's not exactly a spell, but yes. She wields the power of the storm. It's a strain on her human body to cause such massive events. St. Storm. Yes, the storm. It's quite unusual. A human, and a mortal at that, without even spiritual roots, wielding such immense power. She's not even doing it consciously. Truly peculiar. Peculiar, indeed. Curious, I asked Seo Wheel a question that had been on my mind. In fact, we've experienced more peculiar events. Yesterday, 3 incredible cultivators took away members of our group who were perfectly suited as their disciples. And today, you came to take a look at Deputy Manager O. Why do people as great as you come to us so specifically? To my question, Seo Wheel looks puzzled for a moment, then bursts into laughter. Ha ha ha, it is so. I'm not sure of the details, but there were mortals among your group with exceptional qualities. Masters fitting those qualities took your colleagues away. And today, I appeared, specifically suited for that woman. Is that peculiar? Seo Wheel asks me as if amused. Look here, mortal friend. Do you know where this place is? From what I've heard, it seems to be called Ascension Path. Ascension Path. Also known as the Path to Ascension, a gateway leading to the upper realm. And in a few months, near Ascension Path, a space rift called the Gateway to Heaven, the Ascension Gate, will open. It's a once-in-a-thousand-years event. During this time, the surrounding space becomes unstable, and many cultivators and demons flock to the vicinity of Ascension Path. All to ascend to the upper realm. All high-level cultivators existing in this realm would have gathered. So, it's not impossible that masters specifically suited for you appeared. The same is likely for that woman. If not me, other high-level cultivators or demons would have found her. Is that so? I thought that some entity that sent us to this world intended to scatter us quickly. But it seems, in reality, it's just a matter of probability. But the cultivators took my colleagues away. Director Kim, seeing me initiate conversation with Seo Wheel, seems to relax and also asks a question. They talked about joining their sects and inheriting their methods, but if you ascend to that upper realm, how do they get people to join their sects? As an ordinary mortal, you might not understand cultivators. Among the skills of cultivators, there is one to shrink large objects for storage. Hearing Seo Wheel's response, I am astonished. Perhaps all of them have stored their sects in their storage devices. Their ambition is to ascend to the upper realm with their entire sect when the Ascension Gate opens. In fact, I have also placed one of my Sea Dragon tribe's castles in my storage device. There are about 1,800 of my Sea Dragon tribe members sleeping inside it. Stunned by his incredible words, both Director Kim and I are at a loss for words. Swoosh. Then, Seo Wheel approaches Deputy Manager O and strokes her forehead. Her condition, previously feverish and gasping for air, quickly stabilizes. Intriguing, really intriguing. If she becomes a member of my Sea Dragon tribe, she might become an extraordinary being. Swoosh. While talking, Seo Wheel picks up Deputy Manager O. Director Kim, flustered, tries to stop him but is repelled by an invisible force. This lady will receive my blood and become part of my tribe. That will probably be good for both of us. Since many formidable cultivators will pass through Ascension Path, I say this out of concern. Flash. Seo Wheel's pupils slit vertically. Cough. Choke. Arg. Gar. Both Director Kim and I, who previously asked Seo Wheel questions, collapse under the overwhelming pressure, finding it hard even to breathe. Do not carelessly question high-level cultivators. I am good-natured and answered your questions, but some cultivators with foul temperaments will explode you like bugs just for questioning them. After speaking, Seo Wheel leaves the cave. Flash. Boom. With a flash, a thunderous roar echoes, and shortly after, we see a blue dragon flying in the sky. SSSSSSS. The rain still does not stop. Manager Kim looks up at the sky with a hollow look and mutters. Everyone's been taken away. Now I don't even know what's what. Suddenly a landslide, suddenly another world, cultivators, dragons kidnapping my colleagues. Ha ha ha. She covers her face, looking like she might cry. Director Kim Young-hoon also sighs deeply with a gloomy expression. I don't know what to do. We should try to find a place with people, but I don't even know where to go. These cultivators and dragons just spout incomprehensible things and, damn it. I pat both their shoulders quietly. Then, suddenly, Manager Kim Yon grabs my arm. Deputy Manager Seo, you're not going to suddenly disappear too, right? You can't be kidnapped too, Deputy Manager. If you're taken away too, I won't have the confidence to survive in this forest. I give a bitter smile. Tonight. Lastly, Manager Kim Yon will be kidnapped by a strange being. Chapter 3, Scattering Destiny 2. Drip, drip, drip. The endless downpour gradually subsided after Deputy Manager O disappeared. After a while, the sky began to clear. Regardless of what happens next, I'll go gather some food. I stood up, leaving the two who had become despondent behind. Wait, Deputy Manager Seo. Let's go together. Yeah. What if some weird creatures kidnap us while we're separated? Well, yes. And I said with a bitter smile. Strictly speaking, since they were taken away as disciples or blood relatives, it's more like recruitment than kidnapping. That's kidnapping. What? Did those strange creatures actually get proper consent before taking them? Director Kim spoke with a grimace. Indeed, it was actually a kidnapping. We stayed close to each other as we gathered herbs and fruits together. Try chewing on this herb. It will warm your body. After the rain, I gave warming herbs to Director Kim and Manager Kim, who were shivering in the cold air. Thank you, Deputy Manager Seo. Really, if it weren't for you, we would have been starving from the first day until now. Why didn't the company recognize someone as capable as you? I chuckled bitterly. The only thing I know how to do is survive in the woods for a few days, but I have no other abilities or talents. Don't be modest. It's because of you that we are still alive. You are, in essence, our lifesaver. That's right, Deputy Manager. The two encouraged me with trembling voices. Moved by their sincere words, I could only smile bitterly inside. This is all I can do for you. Right now, I'm like a merchant trying to buy Director Kim's favor with my future knowledge. I am neither a capable person, a good person, nor someone who can be a savior to others. I'm just paying the maximum price I currently can to buy favor. That's why you should also try this. It'll clear your mind. This herb helps with blood circulation. This fruit is said to be effective for beauty. I wandered around the forest, feeding Director Kim and Manager Kim numerous medicinal herbs and fruits. I've dug up a few more yellow bamboo roots. I've also gathered many precious herbs from my past life. And I made sure they both ate their fill. Thank you, Deputy Manager Seo. Feeling full makes the gloominess fade a bit. Deputy Manager. You really can't go anywhere. Of course. I won't be kidnapped. As I wandered the forest, gathering herbs and fruits, evening approached. Now, it's about time. I took off my shirt and lit it on fire with Director Kim's lighter. Good heavens. Deputy Manager Seo. What are you doing? The Deputy Manager. The clothes, having dried after the rain and being worn while wandering outside, caught fire easily. I threw the freshly picked fruits into the fire made from my burning clothes. Times we couldn't gather firewood because of the rain. It'll be night soon, we need the fire. But, your clothes. I'm fine. Didn't I bring a lot of warming herbs? A farewell gift for Manager Kim. I left the two in a panic and, after a while, retrieved the fruits from the fire using a branch. Manager Kim, try this. Director Kim, you too. Thank you, Deputy Manager Seo. Really, thank you. The sun had set. We sat in the cave, watching the sunset, eating roasted fruits. This would probably be the last meal with Manager Kim. While eating the fruits, we chatted to hide the sadness of parting with Chief O, Section Chief Jian, Deputy Manager Kang, and Deputy Manager O. Sometimes laughing heartily. Sometimes snickering quietly. Sometimes feigning disinterest at Director Kim's jokes. That way, we spent a long time laughing and talking. As the sky turned from red to purple at sunset, the sun almost completely set below the horizon. In the distance, in the direction where numerous cultivators and the Sea Dragon King had headed, towards the Ascension Gate. Manager Kim suddenly turned her head. Manager Kim, what's wrong? Director Kim asked Manager Kim Yon. Seeing her trembling lips, I guessed that the time had come. She had awakened her abilities. It's strange. Suddenly, I can feel everything around me. My senses are reaching out for several kilometers. Manager Kim Yon, suddenly able to sense her surroundings for several kilometers, clutched her head in pain, moaning. Grr. Deputy Manager Seo. What should we do? Is there any herb good for headaches? There is one for headaches here, but I doubted it would be useful. 50 years ago. In my past life, it was around this time that she was taken. She screamed softly in the direction of the Ascension Gate. It's coming. It's coming. Something is coming. From the direction of the Ascension Gate, where the cultivators had headed, a small dot became visible. Soon after, the dot rapidly grew and swiftly approached us. Whoosh! Arriving above our cave at an unbelievable speed, it was a giant puppet-like beast. Sitting on top of the sinister-looking puppet beast was an old man with a hunchback holding a cane. What's this? Mortals? How did mortals without spiritual roots reach the outskirts of the path to ascension? Ah, I see. It's the time when the ascension gate opens, and the nearby space becomes unstable. It's likely that ordinary mortals got caught in a spatial storm. Kaikihai, as expected, I'm a genius. To figure out such a puzzle in an instant. The self-praising hunchbacked old man chuckled for a while and then asked us. By the way, ordinary folks. Who was it just now that unleashed such an immense consciousness? I was startled, thinking a high-level immortal from the upper realm had descended. Ah, is it that one? Leap. The old man jumped down from the puppet and approached Manager Kim Yon, who was suffering from the headache. Who are you? Manager Kim is our colleague. Director Kim bravely blocked the old man's path. But with a flick of the old man's chin, Director Kim was helplessly thrown aside. I ran to catch Director Kim, and although my back scraped, I managed to safely catch him. Deputy Manager Seo, thank you. Huff. Are you okay? You're back. I'm fine. While we were busy, the hunchbacked old man approached Manager Kim Yon. Interesting, indeed interesting. An ordinary mortal's consciousness should not extend beyond their own brain. But this girl's consciousness stretches out like threads in all directions. It's so vast that I mistook it for the presence of an immortal from the upper realm. The hunchbacked old man lifted Manager Kim Yon's chin, grinning. Child, I will take you under my wing. You may lack spiritual roots, but with my abilities, I can fully awaken them. I'm curious to see what results will emerge if such a peculiar consciousness evolves into a cultivator's divine consciousness. Manager Kim Yon's eyes trembled, and she turned to us. Director. Deputy Manager. I said I would take you, yet you still cling to these worldly connections? Hua. Tears the size of beans began to fall from her eyes. She had worried about being separated from us, after her colleagues were kidnapped just a few days after arriving in this world. The thought of being separated from us again frightened her. Seeing her like this, the hunchbacked old man's face distorted grotesquely and pointed at us. Kug. Kuaf. Arg. Director Kim and I groaned loudly and collapsed on the spot. An overwhelming pressure that made it difficult to breathe squeezed us. Then, I shall personally sever your worldly connections. Now. No, please. I'll do anything you ask. Please just spare them. Manager Kim Yon, tears streaming, clung to the old man's feet. Seeing this, the hunchbacked old man wrinkled his brow and withdrew his hand from us. The crushing pressure that felt like it would burst our hearts finally subsided. Fine, if you say so. But remember, you are now mine, and you must forget all worldly connections. Understand? I understand. Well, since it has come to this, I will send these two to a nearby mortal's nation through a spatial rift. I'll send them randomly, so even I will not know where they'll end up. You will never meet them again. Forget these meaningless worldly connections. Just a moment. Whoosh. Crack. A dark rift opened behind Director Kim and me. Startled, Director Kim tried to run in the other direction, and I hurriedly gathered the herbs and medicinal plants I had placed at the cave entrance. Stop right there. As the hunchbacked old man gestured, we began to be sucked towards the rift. Yoonhyun. Director Young-hoon. No. As Manager Kim Yon reached out to us with a desperate look, we lost consciousness on the other side of the rift. Blink. I came to my senses and got up. Where is this? I looked around, recalling memories from 50 years ago. The musty smell. The noisy sounds coming from afar. What? Rubbing my eyes, I looked around. It was different from my memory. This place was different from where Director Kim and I had landed in my past life. I found myself in an alleyway, with people passing by on the other side. Why is it different from last time? Then I remembered the hunchbacked old man saying he would randomly connect the spatial rifts. It was random. Even a tiny difference could have changed the probabilities due to the butterfly effect, sending me to a different place than in my past life. I looked back. Behind me were Director Kim and the herbs I had brought, scattered on the ground. Let's go outside for a while. I arranged the herbs and pushed them into a corner of the alley, covering them with a burlap sack. Then I stepped out onto the streets. A cacophony of sounds hit my ears. The best silk in Yangguo. Today's goods are scriptures from Xinjiang country. If you talk about our pharmacy, it was a bustling area. Fortunately, it was a language I was familiar with. I was startled for a moment. I thought I had fallen into a completely different country where I had to learn a new language. Luckily, it seemed I had landed in Yangguo, where I had lived in my past life. Excuse me, I'm a bit confused. What's the name of this place? I've just come up from the village and am a bit mixed up about the name here. I stopped a passerby to ask the name of this place. In my past life, Director Kim and I had landed in Yangguo's Lianshan city, a small city located on the border of Yangguo. The passerby, looking at me as if I were insane, brushed off my hand and said, "Are you out of your mind? Asking where this is right in the middle of the capital, bad luck. Meeting a crazy person in broad daylight. The capital." I smiled as I learned the name of this place. Xiaoqiang City. In this life, I had arrived in the capital of Yangguo. Chapter 4 Director Kim is a martial genius. 1. After confirming my location, I approached Director Kim, who was still unconscious, and shook him awake. Director Kim. Director Kim slowly got up and looked around. Deputy Manager Seo. Where are we now? Here. I briefly explained the situation to the director. After the hunchbacked old man had thrust us through the spatial rift, we found ourselves in this place. It seemed to be a world resembling medieval China, where martial artists really exist. So many things have happened, I can't even tell what's what anymore. Indeed. I wish someone would tell me this is all just a dream. Director Kim's face seemed to have aged 10 years in an instant. I'm not sure if it's fortunate or not having any abilities or talents. I wonder if it's good that we weren't taken by those monstrous beings, or if we were just abandoned. I had no answer for him either. In my past life, I was just an ignorant herb collector who knew nothing. Even though I had survived comfortably for 3 days with others in this life, it was all thanks to my regression. As a person, I'm not that remarkable. First, we can't stay in this alley forever. Let's go out. Okay. Director Kim and I went out to the bustling streets of Xiaoqiang City. Xiaoqiang City's bustling area, teeming with all kinds of people, was as crowded as a modern-day shopping district. I can't understand what they are saying. It all sounds like Chinese, and why are people glancing at us? Probably because of the clothes we're wearing. I had burned the shirt I was originally wearing at Manager Kim's farewell meal to use as fuel, so now I only had an undershirt left. Director Kim was conspicuously dressed in completely out-of-place hiking gear. This is trouble. By the way, Deputy Manager Seo, do you happen to speak Chinese? Yes, fortunately, I've had Chinese language training. Listening to them, it sounds similar to a southern Chinese dialect. I think communication should be possible to some extent. Wow. That's incredibly lucky. Of course, that was a lie. The language of this world, starting from Oracle Bone script, was entirely different from Chinese. Whether it's traditional, simplified, or any regional dialects of China, they won't work here. In my past life, I had to beg and cling to nearby beggars for 2 months just to learn basic communication. I wouldn't need to do that now. But since these clothes will attract attention, let's buy new ones. How are we going to buy clothes? I doubt our money will work here. I smiled wryly and replied. Money might not work, but wherever people live, medicine is needed. I entered a nearby pharmacy and sold various herbs like hemostatic herbs, warming herbs, and fever-reducing herbs. These were the most common and low-grade herbs I had gathered in Ascension Path. Of course, these herbs, having absorbed a lot of spiritual energy and not been touched by human hands for a long time in the forest, were 3 to 4 times larger than ordinary herbs, and I received a considerable amount of money from the pharmacy. Deputy Manager Seo. As expected, your abilities work even here. Did you receive a lot? It seems so. Still, I frowned upon seeing the money given by the pharmacy owner. They've really undercut the price. It was because of our suspicious appearance. The herbs were large and abundant, so we received this much, but we might not have gotten anything if they were less. Of course, this amount was enough to buy new clothes. I immediately went to the most shabby-looking fabric store nearby and bought 2 sets of worn clothes. We changed into these plain-looking clothes and stepped outside. The cost of living here is immense. It seemed to be 3 to 4 times more expensive than in Lianshan City. As a result, we had to spend all the money we had. So, what now? Deputy Manager Seo. Just wait a moment, Director. It seems I will need to sell more herbs. I went to another pharmacy and again sold herbs. This time, they didn't cut the price because of our suspicious appearance, but still significantly undercut the price. I once again went back to the fabric store and bought slightly better clothes, then went to another pharmacy and sold herbs again. This time, the owner of the pharmacy, seeing my clothes, bought the herbs at a proper price. For the last time, I went back to the fabric store and this time bought a silk outfit. Dressed in the new clothes, I wandered around the bustling streets of Seokyung City and entered a considerably large pharmacy to sell the yellow bamboo roots. Ah, my lord! To sell such a precious elixir to our pharmacy. The owner of the pharmacy reverently took the yellow bamboo roots from me, who was dressed in silk. In my opinion, this yellow bamboo root must be at least 800 years old. At the very least, it should fetch 10 pieces of horse-shaped silver. Of course. In fact, it should be worth 15 pieces for such quality. Right, it should be. Bring them quickly. I received the owner's gratitude and left the pharmacy with 15 pieces of horse-shaped silver. Hair. Incredible. Deputy Manager Seo. Is this all? Yes, well. There were still a few more roots of yellow bamboo left. Moreover, the one I sold was the smallest. After buying a silk outfit for Director Kim, I went to the government office, gave a bribe to an official, and obtained a residence permit. Then, after buying a small house and land on the outskirts of Seokyung City, I was left with only one piece of horse-shaped silver. Let's live here from today onwards. We've secured basic housing, and I'll teach you how to read and write, Director. Thank you, Deputy Manager Seo. No, that's not right. He seemed a bit embarrassed as he spoke. Now that we're not colleagues, it doesn't seem right to call you Deputy Manager. What should I call you? Just call me by my name. Thank you, Seo Yoonhyun. We decided on the form of address and discussed our future plans. The reason we could gather such an amount of money so quickly is because we sold the herbs we gathered in the forest. If we run out of herbs, we'll have problems with food and shelter, so we need to find a way to make a living. How should we continue to make a living? How about doing business by selling herbs and buying silver? Certainly. With the substantial initial funds we now have, Director Kim Young-hoon, who was a mid-level executive in a fairly large company, should be able to do business well enough to make ends meet. But that's not enough. Since I've regressed, shouldn't I aim a little higher? Director Kim Young-hoon is a martial arts genius. He became a powerful warrior by mastering third-rate martial arts sold on the streets in just a few months. He gradually learned advanced martial arts to eventually become the #1 in the martial arts world of Yangguo. What if I taught him advanced martial arts from the beginning? I could advance the birth of the greatest swordsman by 30 years. And I would benefit as much as possible from his success. Director, this place actually has a world of martial arts and martial skills. Innocently doing business in such a place, we could end up being swept by the competition between martial sects at any time. Wouldn't it be better to learn at least some self-defense martial skills? That makes sense. He asked me, his face lighting up with excitement. But martial arts are usually not taught to outsiders, right? How can we easily learn them? Hearing about learning martial arts, Director Kim used a term from martial arts novels and his eyes sparkled. I just received 15 pieces of silver for one herb. Isn't there nothing that can't be solved with money? Of course, before that, you'll need to learn the language and characters. For the next 3 months, I taught Director Kim the language and characters while living off the money from selling one more herb. He seemed to relieve his depression from being separated from his colleagues in this strange world by learning with all his might. At the same time, I taught him a breathing technique called Shinji, Heaven-Earth, Heart Method, a third-rate internal martial art, as a health exercise. And after 3 months. Lately, I've been feeling a tingling sensation in my lower abdomen. Even though I just sit at home, I feel bursts of energy. Amazing. I could confirm Director Kim's incredible progress. Shinji Heart Method, literally a basic internal martial art, focuses not on accumulating internal energy but on feeling it by establishing the foundation in the danshan. It took Director Kim only 3 months to feel the chi inside his body, which usually takes ordinary people 8 months with the Shinji Heart Method. He has mastered the Shinji Heart Method. At the same time, I felt a bit of self-deprecation. I took about 13 months to feel chi using the Shinji Heart Method. This means I'm considerably slower than an average person. When it's only third-rate martial arts, the difference is only 4 times, but as we progress to higher-level martial arts, the gap between his talent and mine will become strikingly apparent. Well, since you seem to be getting the hang of the language and characters, let's look for a sect to join. Let's do that. Haha, are we going to learn martial arts now? While I spent 3 months teaching Director Kim letters and language, I researched the martial arts sects of Seokyung City in Yangwo. Demon Slaying Sect, Self-Binding Temple, Surpassing Bird House, Seven Mysteries Gate, Wolf Fang Gang, Dark Knight Association, and Dragon Fighting Stronghold are considered the 7 major sects of Seokyung City. I explained each of the sects to him. Demon Slaying Sect, Self-Binding Template, Surpassing Bird House, and Seven Mysteries Gate were classified as righteous sects. Wolf Fang Gang, Dark Knight Association, and Dragon Fighting Stronghold were famous unorthodox forces in Seokyung City. The 4 righteous sects and 3 evil sects were collectively referred to as 4 stars 3 demons in Seokyung City. The demon-slaying sect mainly practiced sword and blade techniques. Self-Binding Temple was a religious sect of Buddhism. Surpassing Bird House was an information organization like How Moon, Korean Murim organization that consists of thieves, pickpockets, prostitutes, etc., and Seven Mysteries Gate had a long history and encompassed various martial arts. Wolf Fang Gang specialized in strong and practical fighting techniques. Dark Knight Association developed stealth and movement techniques through illegal activities in Seokyung City, and Dragon Fighting Stronghold primarily focused on unarmed fighting techniques. Director, which sect appeals to you the most? Regardless of the sect, Director Kim's talent would ensure his success. Without any hesitation, Director Kim made his choice. Demon Slaying. Let's go with the Demon Slaying sect. After swordsmanship for a heroic warrior, blade techniques for a man, is it not? Just like in his past life, he chooses the same path as his first martial art. A good choice indeed. The second coming of the greatest swordsman from my previous life. Together, Director Kim and I headed towards the Demon Slaying sect. The Demon Slaying sect's main branch was located in the eastern part of Seokyung City. Inside the large compound of the sect, loud shouts of energy could be heard. At the entrance, 2 warriors wearing swords and blades guarded the gate. Halt, what brings you to our sect? The guard warriors cautiously inquired, noticing the silk clothes we were wearing. This gentleman here is my elder brother. He has come to learn the martial arts of demon slaying, having heard of its reputation. The gatekeeper's eyes turned towards Director Kim. A middle-aged man with half-balding hair and a plump belly. I apologize, but at that age, it won't be easy to learn martial arts. Ha. Still, let us talk to the higher-ups. Even basic self-defense martial arts would be fine. I gently smiled and replied. Although I mentioned self-defense martial arts, within a few months, they will be pleading with Director Kim to learn advanced martial arts on their own. The gatekeepers exchanged looks, sighed, and then opened the gate for us. Shortly after, Director Kim and I were facing the hall master of the Demon Slaying Hall, named Hyo Baek. So, you wish to learn self-defense martial arts? Yes, if possible, the best self-defense martial arts. I handed over a prepared silk case to Hyo Baek. It contained 15 of the 20 silver ingots I had acquired from selling all the yellow bamboo roots. Hyo Baek opened the case, checked the silver ingots, coughed, and said, HM. I will admit him as an outer disciple of the Demon Slaying sect. If he wants, I can also teach a couple of our inner disciple martial arts. However, he will be treated as an outer disciple. There are no privileges for those who enter through donations. Also, we will only accept one of you as an outer disciple. Director Kim, surprised by the stingy offer, started to rise. I gently pressed his shoulder, stopping him, and replied to Hallmaster Hyo Baek. Thank you for the honor, Hallmaster. That will be sufficient. As an outer disciple, my elder brother here will join. Then come to the Hall of External Disciples, shortly. Hyo Baek left us with a dismissive gesture and went away. Kim Young-hoon, looking confused, said to me, Yoon-hyun, what's the point if I'm the only one learning martial arts? If I knew it would be this expensive, we could have just gone to another sect. No, it might be better for you to learn martial arts. No, you, being younger, would be more suitable for learning martial arts. I've always been bad at physical activities. I'll support you, Mr. Kim, with the remaining silver ingots through business. That's my job and my role. You just need to fulfill your role. But, after showing a slightly apologetic face, Kim Young-hoon decisively said, All right. If you say so, I too will do my best to learn martial arts and help you. It will be lucky if this old body can even learn the basics. Believe in yourself. Thank you. Thus, Kim Young-hoon became an outer disciple of the demon-slaying sect, learning a few outer disciple and 3 inner disciple martial arts as a privilege for his substantial donation. 7 months later, the demon-slaying sect was in an uproar. Chapter 5, Director Kim is a martial genius. 2. Audiobook by the Nut Lord. All text belongs to the original author. Please support them online. This fan project is non-profit. Join the Discord for more audiobooks, and comment any mispronunciations so I can fix them. Achieving mastery in martial arts means fully embodying the true essence of those arts. Depending on a martial artist's skill, applying the essence of martial arts in real combat earns them recognition as a formidable warrior. Even if it's a third-rate martial art from the streets, understanding and embodying its essence can elevate one to the status of a second-rate martial artist. Naturally, as one practices higher-level martial arts, the essence embedded in each move requires the enlightenment equivalent to several third-rate arts, making it a hallmark of first- or second-rate martial arts. The demon-slaying sect was one of those sects with high-level martial arts, a well-established sect in the city of Seokyang. And someone had mastered their martial arts in just 7 months. Swoosh, swoosh. Kim Young-hoon's blade sliced through the air. Absolute dragon saber technique of the demon-slaying sect. A blade technique reputed to even cut down flying dragons. It was a foundation martial art for inner disciples of the demon-slaying sect. Of course, being a foundation art for inner disciples meant it was on a different level than common third-rate martial arts, equivalent to second-rate martial arts. Despite being called second-rate, these martial arts were far from weak. As a fundamental art taught to the inner disciples of a large sect, its ferocity was formidable. Mastering its true essence meant his reached first-rate. Kim Young-hoon had just managed to achieve the status of a first-rate warrior. I was astonished, watching him perform the blade technique. First-rate. The significance of that title was immense. In any field, those labeled as first-rate signify the masters of that industry. Even within the martial world, a first-rate warrior holds positions like an elder or even hall master of a large sect. For a small to mid-sized sect, they might even be the sect leader. To become first-rate in just half a year. Many warriors train rigorously and achieve enlightenment to barely reach this level. But Kim Young-hoon, defying all norms, had boldly reached first-rate in just half a year. No wonder the demon-slaying sect is upside down. Rumor had it that the sect was in chaos because an outer disciple had achieved the skill level of an elder in just 7 months, leading to suspicions of him being a spy from another sect. Eventually, due to this, Kim Young-hoon, along with another suspected spy, me, was confined to our residence. I don't even know martial arts, why am I suspected of being a spy? But, of course, it made sense. A middle-aged man with a bulging belly comes to learn martial arts, and after being taught, he becomes a first-rate expert in just half a year. It's understandably suspicious since it defies all logic. Mr. Kim, aren't you worried? What do you mean? If they suspect us of being spies, aren't they likely to block our meridians or destroy our danchan? It's not uncommon in these kinds of martial arts settings. That is true. Buzz. He swung his sword one last time and wiped off his sweat. But somehow, I feel like I can see the next barrier. If I overcome it, I believe I'll reach the next level. He's a monster. How long has it been since you've become a first-class warrior, and you're already feeling the next level? After first class is a peak master. From peak master, one can be the sect leader of a major sect, or a grand elder level strength. In Yangguo, this level is also called the pinnacle realm, and just being a peak master puts one in the fearsome position of being within the top 1,000 in Yangguo. In fact, within the martial arts world, there is hardly any discussion about a level beyond the peak. Thus, it's essentially the final reach a martial artist can attain through their martial arts training. To think, just mastering some high-level martial arts and in 7 months, a peak master. My expectations were wrong. With this momentum, the return of the world's greatest swordsman could be accelerated by not 30 years, but 50 years. No, 50 years might be too much, let's say 40 years. Such was the insane level of growth of Director Kim. If you're a first-class warrior, you might be treated as a spy, but once you surpass the wall into the peak, even if you're suspicious, they have to accept you. Besides, Seo Yoon-hyun still has a ginseng root from what he dug up, right? He continued practicing his swordsmanship while talking. Indeed, I had left a root of the yellow bamboo that I had dug up in Ascension Path. The yellow bamboo root was prepared for when Director Kim grew enough to increase his inner energy. It won't be long before I give it to him. By then, Director Kim's inner energy would also match that of a peak master. But Director, your sword technique seems completely different from just before. Ha, it's Hall Master Heo-Bake's sword technique. Was it the true demon-slaying sword technique? I saw it once, unfolded it, and learned it. Now, I'm trying to adapt it into my swordsmanship. Truly a heavenly martial talent. It was truly terrifying. Come to think of it, from the beginning, Director Kim had an unusual stamina for hiking and incredibly fast footwork when playing foot volleyball. Whenever he did something physical at work, he always came in first, which was suspicious. Was this talent always there? Then, maybe our qualities and abilities weren't awakened in this world but were already present from our original world. Then, my regression ability too. It was a conjecture. I shook my head, dispelling the thoughts that had risen in my mind. Soon, 7 days and nights passed. Pate. Director Kim had become a peak master. The wall has been overcome. I handed Director Kim the last 900-year-old yellow bamboo root, astonished. You have an unexpectedly incredible talent. I'm surprised myself. I never knew I had such a talent for martial arts. Maybe it was for this reason that I liked martial arts since I was young. While exchanging such trivial jokes, Director Kim chewed and swallowed the yellow bamboo root I handed him, then began internal energy cultivation in a sitting posture. Kyuyu. Shortly after, 3 flowers of chi formed above Director Kim's head and scattered into his nose and mouth. That's 3 flowers gather at the summit. Swa. Director Kim's eyes sparkled. He stood up with a confident expression. Now, even the Hall Master is not so scary. By the way, when will this house arrest be lifted? He approached one of the elders who was supervising our house. Excuse me, when will this house arrest be lifted? Until your suspicion of being a spy is cleared. All right then. 3 more days passed. People from the sect came. Hear this. The Hall Master of the Demon-Slaying Hall orders to sever ties with Yoon Young-hoon Yoon because there is no Kim surname Yangguo, a spy from another sect trying to steal our martial arts, and cut the meridians of his limbs. 3 elders from the Demon-Slaying Hall surrounded Director Kim, and a second-class warrior, a law enforcer, approached me. Didn't I say I'm really not a spy? I'm just. Shut up. Tie him up. Who? What happened wasn't clear. Just that Director Kim Young-hoon unsheathed his sword at a fast speed. Shuck. One elder's wrist was slightly cut. That elder won't be able to use that hand for life. Director Kim held the sword with a gloomy face. Unlike 7 months ago, his body, now lean and filled with muscles, naturally assumed the posture of the sword stance he had practiced thousands, if not millions, of times. It was my first martial arts school. What on earth? The 2 startled elders rushed at him, but again, Kim's sword moved too fast for the eye to see, lightly slicing the wrists of the elders. Oh. Thud. The guardian who was approaching me also panicked. As Kim quickly approached and delivered a wrist strike, the guardian collapsed unconscious. Damn. He's a peak master. Run away. Inform the sect leader. Several disciples of the demon-slaying sect, who had come with their elders, panicked and ran away. Kim Young-hoon, with a stern face, spoke to me. Yoon-hyun, I'm thinking of going to the dragon fighting stronghold. What do you think? Dragon fighting stronghold, while being a faction of the unorthodox sect, isn't one known for great misdeeds. It's just a faction known for its strong martial spirit, so it doesn't seem bad. Ha, good. Then, you go ahead to the dragon fighting stronghold. I'll follow after dealing with the elders of the demon-slaying sect and the sect leader. Kim Young-hoon and I left the house, going in opposite directions. I hurriedly headed to the southern part of Seokyung City, where the dragon fighting stronghold was located, and only reached there by evening. Seo Yoon-hyun, why are you so late? Ha. You are just too fast, Director. Kim Young-hoon had already arrived at the dragon fighting stronghold faster than me. I sighed softly as I looked at the blood stains on his sword. Director Kim, who used to be shocked by my violence, now carried a sword stained with blood. Although it's for survival in this world, it is inevitable that we are changed by this world. How nice it would be if we could return. to our ordinary lives on Earth, not this martial world. Suddenly, I felt the ability to return to the past was a rather useless gift. If I had to return, why not send me back to that time on Earth? It can't be helped since it's come to this. Anyway, we have to live. I smiled at Director Kim, his sword stained with blood. I'm glad you're safe, Director. 10 years passed. Kim Young-hoon, who had been betrayed by the demon-slaying sect, devoted himself to the dragon-fighting stronghold, and was appointed as an official elder of dragon-fighting stronghold. Becoming an official elder, he collected even more advanced martial arts, and soon became a powerful warrior, surpassing even peak masters. Now, he had earned the seat of one of the 3 great swordsmen of the world in just 10 years. However, in reality, he always concealed more than 40% of his abilities. If he fully revealed his strength, he would become the unrivaled number 1 in the world, the foremost person in Yangguo, and I had no doubt about that. Ignoring our age difference, I decided to address him as Hyung Nim. He created a martial arts technique that suited me perfectly and taught it to me. This is the Severing Mountain swordsmanship. It's named for its intent of slicing even the giant mountain. If you master it, you too can become a peak master. Along with the sword technique, he also created Dragon Vein Chi method, an advanced internal energy method. It was a first-class martial art, different from the simple third or second-class ones. The problem was, but Yoon Hyeon, you are really a bit dull. My terrible martial talent. Even though he, the greatest martial artist, personally created a technique suited for me and taught it in detail, I was still barely hanging on to third class even after a year. I can't help it. Everyone has talents in different fields. Over the past 10 years, Kim Young-hoon practiced martial arts, and I studied medicine. I studied acupuncture points, acupuncture methods, and medical treatments in addition to the herbal medicine I had learned earlier. Thanks to this, I was able to set up an official medical hall and act as a doctor. Maybe it was due to the herbal knowledge I had previously learned, I was able to progress much faster in the field of medicine than in martial arts. By the way, aren't you going to marry? Well, I have to wait for the opportunity. The rough atmosphere of dragon fighting stronghold made marriage an undesirable option. There were even young ladies who ran away pale-faced when they heard I worked in the medical hall of dragon fighting stronghold. Ha ha ha, I might have to leave dragon fighting stronghold for the sake of my brother's marriage. Are you really leaving because of me? Just joking. Rather, dragon fighting stronghold feels too cramped. Indeed. Having achieved the title of one of the 3 great swordsmen of the world within 10 years and possessing the hidden strength of the number 1 in the world, his words made sense. I'm thinking of leaving dragon fighting stronghold to establish a new organization. What do you think? A new organization? Yes, the Wu Lin Alliance. A group that will unite the many factions of Yangguo and mediate the complicated political situations. What do you think? Will you join me? Of course, I will. We are from the same hometown. That's right, people from the same hometown. We shouldn't part ways. Thus, Kim Young-hoon and I, having been in this world for 10 years, left Dragon Fighting Stronghold to establish the Wu Lin Alliance. Kim Young-hoon left Dragon Fighting Stronghold and for 2 years, he traveled around Yangguo, challenging and breaking the signboards of major factions in each area. In the 3rd year, he finally succeeded in taking down the signboards of all the factions. He truly earned the title of the number 1 person in the world and established the Wu Lin Alliance with the fame of number 1, uniting the factions of the martial world. Naturally, he was the first leader of the Wu Lin Alliance, and I assisted him as the chief strategist. 7 years passed after the establishment of the Wu Lin Alliance. It had been 20 years since we landed in this world. My martial arts skill had progressed from barely hanging on to 3rd class to comfortably being at that level. Although I had first-class inner energy due to consuming many medicinal herbs in my position as strategist, my actual skill was still just at the fringe of 3rd class. However, Kim Young-hoon was different. Kyuura. In the dark secret room. I stood as Kim Young-hoon's protector, waiting for him to finish his energy circulation. That's when it happened. Woo-woo. A light shone, and above his head, 5 circles of energy gathered. After a while, the 5 spheres of energy were inhaled through his nose and mouth. The realm of 5 energies converging to the origin. Tuck, voo-duck tuck tuck. Soon after, his body began to twist significantly, and his bones and flesh started to contort. That is, voo-duck duck duck. His body transformed into an ideal form. A complete transformation. Part 8. For a moment, there's a bright light, and then a completely different person stood before me. All wrinkles and white hair were gone, and the bald head had grown lush hair. The owner of that vibrant body, brimming with vitality, was completely different from the person I knew. Hyung-nim. Ha, ha, ha. Ha 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 ha. Kim Young-hoon, having undergone a complete transformation, seemed to have successfully rejuvenated. Now, he looked much younger than even me. Truly the best. Look at you, brother. You seem to be brimming with vitality. It feels like you can do anything. Ha ha, you'll probably get married before me, Hyung-nim. That was true. Ever since I was appointed as a chief strategist in the Wulin Alliance, I had been insanely busy, not even having the time for dating, let alone marriage. Hey, what are you talking about? Me, get married? But it seemed like he had no thoughts about marriage either. I'd been married on Earth, and the first 3 years were good, but after that, it was really. No, I better not talk about it. Kim Young-hoon was a married man who had been a director on Earth. It seemed he had no intention of ever marrying again, even after becoming the #1 person in the world, given his past experiences with his wife. But Hyung-nim, the world will be shocked to know you've undergone a complete transformation. Ha ha, indeed. But now, it's time to gradually pass on the leadership of the Wulin Alliance to the next leader. There's no one who meets your standards, Hyung-nim. To be the leader of the Wulin Alliance, one must have a certain level of martial arts, but there isn't a single person who understands the way of martial arts. You're just too much of a genius, Hyung-nim. It's not that other people are stupid. Still, 1 year after Kim Young-hoon's complete transformation, Hyung-nim passed on the position of the leader of the Wulin Alliance to the next generation. I too wanted to retire with Hyung-nim, but since the second leader of the Wulin Alliance was facing difficulties in managing the alliance, I ended up being forced to continue to sit as the chief strategist. And so, another 10 years passed. It has been 30 years since I arrived in this world. My age was now approaching 60. As for my martial arts skills, while my internal strength was abundant, my actual skill level had barely reached the very end of the third rate. The Wulin Alliance went through the second leader and reached the time of the third leader, and I finally managed to retire after frantically training a successor and passing the position to the second strategist. After Kim Young-hoon retired from his position as the leader of the Wulin Alliance and traveled around Yangguo, often disappearing for months. Because of this, he did not even attend my retirement ceremony. I saw Kim Young-hoon's face again a year after retiring as a strategist. I bought a manor in Seokyung City and was leisurely reading medical books there. Trudge, trudge. What's this? Who's there? Ah. Hyung-nim. Why do you look like a beggar? And why didn't you come to my retirement ceremony? Were you enjoying your travels around the world so much? Hyung-nim. The man I saw after a long time was in a beggar's appearance, pale-faced, and had lost all his overwhelming self-confidence. What happened, Hyung-nim? Thump. He lay down on the floor of my manor, looking up at the sky, and spoke. Yoon-hyun, I thought I was truly blessed with the talents of martial arts. But you are a genius, aren't you? Yes, I'm definitely a martial arts genius. There probably isn't a single person in Yangguo, no, among ordinary mortals, who can match my martial talents. Ordinary mortals? How is Hyung-nim an ordinary mortal? You are the #1 in the world. I encountered cultivators. Don't you remember? 30 years ago. Those monsters who flew in the sky and kidnapped our companions. I fell silent. The cultivators. Working as the chief strategist of the Wulin Alliance, I had met them a few times. They were lurking in Yangguo's political and even royal circles, manipulating the entire country of Yangguo. After the establishment of the Wulin Alliance to control the martial world, they wanted to get their hands on the Wulin Alliance as well. Unwilling to oppose them, knowing that it would mean fighting the entire country of Yangguo, I agreed to join hands with them. With their indirect support, we were able to significantly expand the power of the Wulin Alliance. However, they demanded that martial artists should not be able to harm cultivators, and because of this decree, members of the Wulin Alliance never had the chance to confront them. And, after stepping down as the leader of the Wulin Alliance, Kim Young-hoon went in search of cultivators. Those cultivators are really hard to find. Even if I do manage to find one and try to engage them in combat, they use annoying techniques like illusions or flying to escape, preventing a proper fight. But this time, I finally succeeded in facing them head-on. So, did you win? I won. If you had said that during your time as the leader of the Wulin Alliance, I would have grabbed the back of my neck in disbelief. Kim Young-hoon chuckled bitterly, sticking out his tongue. In a life-or-death struggle against a cultivator who had reached the stage of chi building, I barely managed to inflict a scratch on his fingertip. He said that even a mere touch on his body would count as my victory, so I guess it was a win, in a way. Was this cultivator one of the 10 greatest masters among the cultivators? No. He got up and looked dejected. He said that the chi building stage is considered the second lowest level in the cultivation world. For a martial artist, it's equivalent to a second-tier fighter. What? That's unbelievable. In both my past and present lives, I knew that cultivators were formidable beings. Above the martial artists, there existed these incredibly powerful cultivators. But having seen his martial prowess for 30 years, I knew his martial arts truly reached the heavens. Not just as a figure of speech. Kim Young-hoon could literally perform martial arts in the sky using levitation. He could slice through solid iron as if it were tofu. Yet, such a martial arts genius. He only managed to scratch a cultivator who was at the second lowest level in their hierarchy. I knew this world was like a Xianxia novel. I knew about the genre of Xianxia. But I only knew it as a genre, not the details. I called this world a Xianxia-like world because of the existence of cultivators. But I hadn't thought much about how strong they really were. The monsters who kidnapped our colleagues 30 years ago, I had considered them as divine beings rather than cultivators. It's unbelievable that a human can be strong enough to toy with you, Hyungnim. I thought so too. But I was just a frog in the well. The cultivators we've seen lurking around in Yangguo are the lowest in the cultivation hierarchy. Those at the very bottom, ironically, meddle with the mundane world. He sighed deeply. I will continue to confront these cultivators and I will create a martial art that can face them. I must. I have the talent of a heavenly martial artist like no other in this world, after all. With that, Kim Young-hoon left, his eyes blazing with determination. I was so shocked by his words that I didn't step outside for a while. And from that day on, I began to investigate these cultivators with all my might. Using my connections, I met with cultivators lurking within the Wulin Alliance, in politics, business, and even the royal family. Learning about their world and their ways. The more I learned about cultivators, the more I realized that the extent of their realm was beyond my imagination. Cultivators. Unlike martial artists who focus on physical prowess and internal energy, their goal is to become immortals through cultivation. Even the lowest cultivators were as strong as peak martial artists, meddling in various affairs. As their cultivation level increased, they could control weather, natural disasters, and gradually become almost godlike. Learning about these terrifying beings, I continued my martial arts training out of fear. The dragon-like beings we saw 30 years ago. They were not divine beings but humans who achieved such states through cultivation. Even more unbelievable was that these beings are still struggling to ascend to higher realms, where even more terrifying beings exist. However, I was a witness to such unbelievable tales myself, so I couldn't simply dismiss it as a joke. I knew my colleagues had become formidable beings, but I hadn't realized the extent. They were becoming truly terrifying entities. Ha ha. The more I learned about cultivators, the more I realized how insignificant the power we had acquired was. No matter how high our martial arts become, cultivators were monsters who could move mountains and alter landscapes. No matter how many times I undergo regression, I could never reach the level of a cultivator. Cultivators require a spiritual route to begin their journey, something those without it can never achieve. Regression might not end with this life, but I don't know. I just thought of it as another chance at life and lived my best. Even if there's another life after this, we can never stand against cultivators. The more I interacted with cultivators and delved into ancient texts about them, the more powerless I felt. Amidst the feelings of powerlessness and pressure, I continued to train in martial arts. Swinging a sword with my aging body somehow cleared my mind a bit. Thus, another 10 years passed. Sigh. As I performed the severing mountain swordsmanship and regulated my breath, I had barely managed to reach the level of a second-tier martial artist. Around that time, I encountered my changed brother again. Hyungnim. The man I met after a long time looked like a wild hermit, with long, unkempt hair and a bushy beard. It's been a while, Yoonhyun. Yes, it's been years since we last saw each other. We've only been in touch through letters. Did the information I sent about the cultivation world help you? It did, somewhat. Were you able to develop a martial art to defeat the cultivators? I've completed the martial art I had been conceptualizing. Wow! I gasped in awe. If a martial arts genius like him said so, it meant his martial arts could definitely confront cultivators. Surely, your martial arts must have transcended the heavens. No. His face, however, bore an unusually somber look. My martial arts can only go this far. What do you mean? I've come to bid you farewell today. He him. His face, once filled with pride and hope, was now completely shrouded in darkness. Today, I'm going to join a cultivation sect as a disciple. Probably starting from the very bottom. Ha ha. No, what do you mean? For the past 10 years, using information about cultivators, I sought them out, fought them, and developed martial arts to counter them. And then, I met a being known as a core formation cultivator. His story continued. After fighting him and unleashing all my insights, I managed to sever the core formation cultivator's left hand. But he simply attached a talisman, and his hand regrew. Right after that, I was completely toyed with by him. He said that he admired my will and would accept me into his cultivation sect. After losing to him, I realized this is the limit of what martial arts can reach. Martial arts cannot take you any higher. Whether you practice for 100 or 1,000 years, it's all the same. So now, I've decided to become a cultivator and walk a new path. Hearing his words, I felt my lips trembling. There was so much I wanted to say, but nothing I could say. Then, a rather foolish question escaped my lips. Isn't it impossible to become a cultivator without a spiritual root? The core formation cultivator said. To my foolish question, came a shocking reply. The stage of 5 energies converging to the origin that martial artists achieve corresponds to the 5-element spiritual root that cultivators are born with. Precisely, when a mortal achieves the 5 energies converging to the origin through martial arts, they awaken the spiritual root. Qualities that cultivators are born with, mortals can only awaken through a lifetime of martial arts exploration. He looked up at the sky with a bleak expression. I was a genius of martial arts, but only of martial arts. After staring at the sky for a while, he got up. I must go now. To pursue a higher realm. Having finished speaking, Young Hoon, my brother, vanished using a movement technique. A book was left in his place. I picked up the book he left behind with a dazed expression. The title was Record of Transcending Cultivation and Exhausting Martial Arts. It was the martial art he developed while seeking out cultivators for the past decade. As I read each page of his insights, frankly, to me, barely hanging on as a second-tier martial artist, it seemed like grasping at straws. Yet, I could feel his emotions as he left this martial art, and his resolve to give up this path and become a cultivator. The preface of the book contained his request to me. Junior brother Seo Yoonhyun, please pass on this martial art to future generations, making it a lifeline for them to survive in front of the natural disasters known as cultivators. I read and reread his insights, engraving them in my mind. Though I couldn't understand it no matter how many times I read it. I did it to feel his last will. Nim. You left me behind, where are you going? At first, he was just my boss. But over 40 years. He had become my true brother. From that day on, I continued my training even more diligently, desperately trying to understand even a bit of the knowledge he had left behind. However, my aging body gradually became weaker. Over the years, I managed to reach the level of a second-tier martial artist, no longer just clinging to this rank by a thread. But from that point on, my body rapidly declined due to inevitable aging. Coughing on my ornate bed, I thought, how ironic. It's been nearly 50 years since I came to this world. Similar to my past life, here I am lying in bed, dying of a similar illness. The only difference is the bed and the size of the house. It seems one's destiny cannot be changed. I'm going to die on the same day, from the same cause. As death draws near, I can feel it. This is fate. No matter how hard a human being tries, they cannot escape their destiny. They can only comply. Frantic struggles can make life a bit better, a bit more enjoyable. But one's innate fortune and destiny cannot be changed. If being human means floundering between luck and destiny, then we can only gain something within that space. Anything beyond that is unattainable. But was it really so? As I feel my life draining away, I slowly close my eyes. I didn't want to feel the regrets of my past life. In this given time, I lived as hard as I could. But in retrospect, could I really not go beyond my destiny? Sometimes, I wonder. Maybe if I had struggled a little more, pushed a little harder, I could have reached further. I spent a lifetime with Young Hoon Hyung Nim, reaching the position of the chief strategist of the Wulin Alliance. I grasped all the wealth and honor one could feel in the human world. Now, all that's left is my impending death. Do I regret it? This life was not regrettable. In fact, it was more than fulfilling. If there was one thing I regret, it's regrettable that I couldn't do anything when someone trying to leap to greater heights faced an even greater wall. I am utterly ordinary, except for having undergone one cycle of return. In terms of martial arts, I'm rather untalented. An ordinary person like me, next to someone blessed with heavenly talent, couldn't witness him surpassing the heavens. Yes. Not seeing what lies beyond the heavens was my only regret. On a cold but not too chilly winter day, I lay in bed, wrapping up a persistent life where I did everything I could for 50 years. That was my second return. Chapter 6, Second Cycle's First Day. Blink. Blink. I can breathe again. It's not the body that was losing life force anymore. Life force is overflowing throughout my body. This is the familiar forest. I knew what had happened. I had regressed again. So regression wasn't just a one-time thing. Up until now, I had treated regression as a miraculous opportunity given to me, living faithfully. Although I had acquired the ability to regress, I didn't know the principles behind it, nor did I know how many times it could happen. But now I've undergone regression twice. Regression is not the end. Then there's a high probability that this won't be the end either. Infinite regression. While I was lost in thought, Section Chief Jian Myong-hoon, in his usual manner, was angrily charging at me. Deputy Manager Seo, you bastard. Swoosh. Whish. I easily dodged Jian Myong-hoon's attempt to hit my cheek as he rushed towards me. He dodged. Swish. Swoosh. Jian Myong-hoon, enraged, charged at me again, but I continued to dodge his attacks easily while lost in my thoughts. Why did I regress? I looked blankly at Jian Myong-hoon, who was charging at me. In the last life, I had lived really hard. Really faithfully. I lived a satisfying life and died peacefully. There might have been a bit of regret, but I never wanted more than that. Why did I regress? A body brimming with vitality. A new opportunity I had gained. Surely it was something good. But what about everything I achieved over 50 years? Now, it's nowhere to be found. Unrecoverable. That's right. By regressing, everything I had built up over 50 years was gone, vanished. This Deputy Manager Seo, you bastard. What are you doing? How dare you keep dodging? Jian Myong-hoon, in his audacious manner, yelled and charged at me. I stepped aside easily, dodging his punch and continued to ponder. But it feels familiar. What is this familiar feeling? Ah, I see. Right, I might have been unconsciously afraid of a day like today. Regression. Certainly, it was a miraculous opportunity, a second chance. But, paradoxically, I feared losing that time period through another regression. That familiar feeling. It was because the fear I had was now realized in front of me. Even if I was given another chance, was it right to erase that time period? I lived my life with no shame. But everything I lived for was erased by regression. That's right. Maybe. In my last life too, I was unconsciously afraid of this power. No, I'm sure I was scared of it. Realizing that this regression ability was not a one-time thing, my fear only grew. Or should I say, it became certain. This power, it negates my entire life. If this regression was the end, I could go in peace. But what if it's not? What if my regression continues forever? My entire life will be negated, and those I knew will be forever trapped in the cycle of time. That's right. I had found the true source of my regret. No, my fear. It stemmed from the very power of regression itself. Then, how should I overcome this power of regression? I have to eliminate the regression ability. This power shouldn't exist. I set a long-term goal for this life, and for the countless lives to come. I'll eliminate my regression ability, or ensure it never activates again. That's the long-term goal I will pursue. For that, first, I need to find out the origin of this regression ability. Back on Earth, none of us had any special constitution or power. All 7 of us developed such abilities only after coming to this world, so it's likely they originated here. I used to think these powers could have existed on Earth as well, but now I'm sure they didn't. It doesn't make sense. If there were innate superpowers like calling rain and wind, and sensing things kilometers away, then Deputy Manager O and Manager Kim wouldn't have needed to work at our company. Then, the greatest possibility to eliminate the regression ability might be returning to our original world. I further specified my goal within my long-term objective. First, let's aim to return home. But how do we return home? First of all, my current abilities won't do. With my mere mortal abilities, I can't attempt anything. I need to grow stronger. Being a second-tier warrior isn't enough. I must become a cultivator. I need to become a cultivator. Yes. Become a cultivator to gain long life and power. I must investigate the ascension gate that leads to the higher realms. When the ascension gate opens, the space in this ascension path region becomes unstable. Then our falling into this world might also be related to it. Maybe through the ascension gate, I could return to my original world. Become a cultivator, then head to the ascension gate. Thus, I was able to further specify my goal. But to become a cultivator, one needs a spiritual root. Without it, a common mortal can never become a cultivator. However, I have once touched the threshold of a spiritual root. In my past life, Young Hoon Hyung Nim had told me, the state of 5 energies converging to the origin, achievable through martial arts by a mortal, corresponds to the 5-element spiritual root inherent in a cultivator at birth. Reaching 5 energies converging to the origin, even a common mortal can awaken their spiritual root. Right, my long-term goal is to become a cultivator, reach the ascension gate, find a way back home, and eliminate my regression ability. Hugh. Huff. How? How can he be so fast? This bastard. And for a short-term goal, to gain a spiritual root necessary to become a cultivator, I have to practice martial arts to reach the state of 5 energies converging to the origin. I guess. I sighed. It's a tremendously difficult condition. Already lacking talent in martial arts, who knows how long it will take me to reach 5 energies converging to the origin. Ironically, I have to rely on my regression ability to eliminate it. I don't feel desperate as long as I have the regression ability. I have infinite opportunities. No matter how long it takes, I will definitely reach 5 energies converging to the origin. I firmly resolved, setting the direction for my future. Finally snapping out of my thoughts, I looked at Jian Myong-hoon, who was gasping and sitting in front of me. Section Chief Jian, calm down. What's the use of getting angry in this situation? You bastard. You don't even know what you did wrong. Certainly, Section Chief Jian dumped all your work on me the day before, forcing me to stay up all night before the workshop. You were also supposed to drive, weren't you? Even though you knew I was sleepy, you stopped me from asking others to drive. More so, during the landslide, I did everything I could. It just happened so fast that I couldn't do anything more. Don't try to shift the blame onto me with your irrational logic and think about what to do next. I let it all out like a waterfall and then walked past Jian Myong-hoon towards Young Hoon Hyung Nim. Hyung Nim. No, Director Kim Young-hoon. Sorry to bother you, but may I borrow your lighter? All right. Thanks. It looks like it'll be night soon, so I'll find a place to stay for the night. As for the others, either find a car or a way out of this forest. I'll light a fire over there, so come find me by the light when it gets dark. No. After my rapid-fire speech, I headed to the cave where I had stayed last time. Then I collected branches to make a windbreak and a door and gathered firewood for a bonfire, preparing for the night. I also gathered fruits and herbs from nearby to cook over the fire. Sizzling sounds filled the air. I tore my underwear to make a pouch for collecting herbs and gathered herbs like hemostatic, pain-relieving, and paralyzing herbs around the base, preparing for the fox that might come to bite my arm tomorrow. The fruits are ripe. I took the roasted fruits from under the fire, cooled them down, peeled them, and started eating. Not bad. After filling my stomach, I picked a suitable branch and held it like a sword. Severing mountain swordsmanship. My last life. My first regression. The martial art perfectly suited to my body, created by Young Hoon Hyung Nim with his overflowing talent. Whoosh, whoosh. I held the sword and swung, practicing the 1st to 12th forms of severing mountain swordsmanship in sequence. I've lost some touch. In my last life, just before death, I couldn't even lift a sword properly to practice swordsmanship. Consequently, my swordsmanship regressed to barely clinging to second rate. Still, if I focus on training for about a month, I should be able to regain the feel for it. My internal energy should also be sufficient, considering the spiritual medicine scattered throughout Ascension path. How far can I grow in this life? This time, I've decided not to participate in ridiculous ventures like the Wulin Alliance. It consumes too much of my personal time. I was so consumed by work that I couldn't even visit brothels, let alone meet women. This life, I'll focus on martial arts. To become a cultivator, I first need to reach 5 energies converging to the origin and awaken a spiritual root. But with my limited talent in martial arts, reaching that state seems far off. My immediate goal is to maximize my martial arts ability. After practicing severing mountain swordsmanship, I started activating the danshan of my untrained body by breathing according to the Shinji heart method. Using the breathing technique made me feel purified and cleared my mind. Wait a minute. I suddenly recalled the martial art completed by Young-hoon Hyung-nim in my last life. Record of surpassing cultivation and exhausting martial arts. The martial art created to confront cultivators with a mortal body. Young-hoon Hyung-nim devoted his entire life to creating this martial art. It was a martial art created after he became a supreme master. What if he learned this martial art right from the beginning? In my last life, I advanced Young-hoon Hyung-nim's birth as the strongest under the heavens by 40 years by teaching him advanced martial arts. Then, what if he learns the martial art he spent his life contemplating right from the beginning? I remembered the final time I saw Young-hoon Hyung-nim. Although I've set a goal to learn martial arts to obtain a spiritual route to become a cultivator, perhaps he could present another possibility to me. Thud, thud. Outside the cave, I heard footsteps of others who had seen the fire I lit and came to find it. Hehe, Deputy Manager Seo. You're quite capable. When did you make this? Young-hoon Hyung-nim. Director Kim Young-hoon was the first to enter the cave. I approached him, returned the lighter, and asked casually, Director, I know some health exercises and breathing techniques. With the tension in this situation, would you mind practicing with me? Chapter 7, Heaven Sent Talent 1. In this situation, I'm not interested in that. Ah, yes. Young-hoon Hyung-nim seemed more concerned about our current situation than my breathing and health exercises and didn't show much interest in them. It can't be helped. There's plenty of time. The next day, I encountered the fox, and as it happened, it bit off one of my arms. The pain was still similar, but this time, with increased mental strength and the medical knowledge accumulated in my past life, I managed to stop the bleeding and pain by pressing on the acupoints and applying chewed herbs to the wound. We were granted the right to reside on the land by the fox. Jian Myung-hoon, as in the previous life, schemed and, after learning everything from me, proposed to offer me to the fox. Like my previous life, I made Jian Myung-hoon work hard, and the next day, I made him offer blood to the snake, tormenting him diligently. On the third day, the same people as last time came and kidnapped Section Chief Oh Hyun-seok, Deputy Manager Kang Min-hee, and Section Chief Jian Myung-hoon. On the fourth day, I will take this lady with me. Sea Dragon King Seo Wheel arrived and picked up Deputy Manager Oh. May I ask a question to Sea Dragon King? What is it? Seo Wheel looked at me with interest and asked. It seems that you are taking our Deputy Manager Oh with you. However, she is a mortal without a spiritual root and cannot live more than 100 years. How do you intend to use her? Haha, you are quite knowledgeable about immortal cultivation for a mortal. But no worries. I shall give her my blood, transforming her into a member of the Sea Dragon clan. Once she accepts the blood of my clan, she will awaken a suitable spiritual quality. Then she too can walk the path of immortality. Spiritual quality. Another term for spiritual root. In other words, by accepting Sea Dragon King's blood, one could become a cultivator instantly. Perhaps, could you also give us a chance? She is from the same homeland as us. Maybe we too have unique abilities. Haha, your words have merit. Suddenly, at my suggestion, Seo Wheel's eyes narrowed like those of a reptile. The Ascension Gate will open soon, and many high-level cultivators will pass through this Dangxian Hyang region. Just a word of caution. Boom, boom, boom. Arg. Ah. I collapsed, clutching my chest. It's best not to express your opinions carelessly before a high-level being like me. We live for hundreds and thousands of years, seeing things you cannot imagine, knowing things you cannot understand, and gaining wisdom you cannot achieve. I am lenient, but others with a temper might find even your mere gaze offensive and crush you like insects. You, huff. My intention to take this lady is because I believe her abilities will be enormously beneficial to my clan. You lack spiritual roots and unique abilities, and even if not, they won't be as helpful as hers. Besides, carrying more people through the Ascension Gate increases its difficulty, so I won't take you. Know that it's a significant burden for me. Having finished speaking, he walked towards the cave entrance. Crash! Boom! With a thunderous noise and flash of lightning, he disappeared from the entrance. Above the sky, a blue dragon pierced through the stormy clouds and flew leisurely. What just happened? Young Hoon Hyung Nim and Manager Kim stared at the sky in dismay. That evening, I picked some special mushrooms, roasted them over the fire, and enjoyed a last meal with Manager Kim. Then, after she awakened her abilities, a ghastly figure arrived on a cloud, just like in my previous life. As before, the figure decided to take Manager Kim with him. I prostrate before the figure and asked, "Respected cultivator, our colleague Manager Kim is a mortal without a spiritual root. How can she become a disciple of a cultivator like you?" The old man with a hunchback chuckled and replied, "While rare in the secular world, there are spiritual medicines and artifacts that can open the spiritual channel for a mortal. Even an ordinary mortal can embark on the path of immortality if they get hold of such an opportunity." Shocked by the revelation, I trembled. There's another way to become a cultivator. Well. Additionally, the martial arts practiced by you mortals can indeed awaken the five-element spiritual root if refined to the extreme, but that path takes too much time. Even if you awaken your spiritual roots through this method, the result is not always satisfactory. So, I will seek a spiritual elixir to feed my disciple. You understand, don't you? Follow me, and you will become a cultivator. As he spoke, he naturally turned his gaze to Manager Kim, trying to entice her. However, being unaware of what a cultivator, spiritual root, or spiritual channel meant, she just stared blankly at him. After a brief altercation, the hunchbacked old man pointed towards us. Whoosh! A dark rift opened in the space behind us, and it started pulling me and Young Hoon Hyung Nim in. I gathered herbs, while Young Hoon Hyung Nim, attempting to escape, was eventually caught by the power of the ghastly figure and thrown beyond. As the spatial rift closed, the last thing I saw was Manager Kim reaching out to us, before I lost consciousness, just like in my previous life. When I became conscious, I was in a dark cave. This place is. It was the same as before. Due to the ghastly figure's random teleportation, a minor butterfly effect had dropped us somewhere completely different. I slowly walked towards the light at the end of the cave. It's a forest. Indeed, this time, we had landed in a dense forest. But without the peculiar feeling of Dangxian Hyang, I could tell we were definitely outside of it. Sigh. I sat down and practiced the Shinji Heart method I had used for the past 3 days. Shinji Heart method is a fundamental method to activate the Danshan, and feel and control Qi. It's a basic practice that most martial artists learn before starting serious martial arts training. I don't know where this place is. It could be a completely different place, not Yangguo, and it might take days or even weeks to find a populated area. Chew, chew, chew. I chewed and swallowed an 800-year-old yellow bamboo root I had dug up in Dangxian Hyang. Whoosh! Powerful energy surged through my Danshan. In my past life, even though I had these roots, I couldn't consume them because the only internal energy method I knew was the Shinji Heart method. But now, it's different. I have learned many useful internal energy methods as the chief strategist of the Wulin Alliance 4 decades. I practiced the internal energy method tailored for me by Young Hoon Hyung Nim in my past life, perfectly complementing the Severing Mountain swordsmanship. Dragon Vein Qi method. A majestic energy melded with my inner energy. Controlling the powerful energy was challenging due to its intensity. But I had practiced the same method for over 40 years. I recreated the pathways of the Dragon Vein Qi method, which I had used for more than 40 years, through the meridians and acupoints. Boom, boom, boom. I cleared the block channels, and the energy circulated through my body. Although I had purified my body to some extent with the Shinji Heart method for over 2 days, my current body, tainted with instant food and nicotine, struggled to clear the channels. Sigh. After a moderate circulation, I broke off a suitable branch nearby and started sharpening it with a sharp rock infused with my internal energy. As I infused the branch internal energy and executed the Severing Mountain swordsmanship, it penetrated an old tree, cutting it in half. This should be enough to survive in the mountains for a few days. In a world not infested with monsters and spirits like Dangxian Hyang, my swordsmanship, barely clinging to the second level, was enough for survival. Then, Young Hoon Hyung Nim, or rather, Director Kim Young Hoon, approached me in a panic. "Seo, Deputy Manager Seo. What was that just now? What happened? How did you cut the tree with a wooden sword? And that strength?" About that. After a moment's thought, I gave him a plausible explanation. "It's a stroke of fate." Fate? Yes, inside that cave. I found a mysterious book. When I picked it up, it burned, and its contents and energy merged with me. It seems to be a strange object created by a martial artist using the power of a cultivator to pass on his martial arts to his successors. Thanks to that, I have become the successor of that martial art. Wow. Though it was an unbelievable tale. He seemed to accept it, having experienced too many unbelievable things in the last 4 days. In this situation, where we've fallen into another world, faced a fox as big as a house, been attacked by flying ghastly figures, and even fallen into a dark spatial rift, what's not to believe? I inwardly chuckled and explained the situation to Director Kim Young Hoon. We were randomly transported by the hunchbacked old man to an entirely different place. Since there were no houses nearby, we had to keep moving until we found a village. "There seems to be martial arts in this world, so I'll teach you, etc." Director Kim Young Hoon didn't look too despairing, especially after hearing, "I'll teach you martial arts." I taught him the Shinji Heart method, basic vocabulary of this world, primary acupoints, and left the forest together. By observing the constellations in the night sky, I deduced our location and managed to reach a nearby city. It's Yangguo again. I arrived at one of Yangguo's cities, Yongil City, feeling a strange sensation. The ghastly figure randomly throws us around. But the randomness seems to be confined to Yangguo. There are many neighboring countries like Shangzi Kingdom, Biokra Country, etc. It didn't seem like the hunchbacked figure particularly cared about us. So why keep dropping us only within Yangguo? Is there a reason for this? Or is it just chance? If this is just a coincidence, fate. I somehow felt more inclined to believe in the word fate than any specific reason. In my last life, I died on the exact same day and time as before my regression. Does that make sense? I had lived a completely different life, with completely different medical and nutritional standards. Yet, I died at the exact same moment as before my regression. Was that my allotted lifespan? Maybe my fate was set to that point. Fate. It's a metaphysical concept, something I'd rather not think about. But maybe, the concept of fate truly exists, driving all beings. For now, it's not something I can know. I shook my head and entered the city with Director Kim Young Hoon. I sold the herbs at a nearby pharmacy, used the money to buy identification plaques, clothes, and a house. Now that I've settled the basics, it's time to set short-term goals again. Initially, I aimed for the 5 energies converging to the origin as a short-term goal. Reaching that state is necessary to awaken the 5-element spiritual root and learn cultivation methods to become a cultivator. But I might not reach that state in this life. In my past life, even though I had followed Young Hoon Hyung Nim and somewhat distorted my sense of power, reaching the peak stage was not easy. The same was true for 3 flowers gather at the summit and 5 energies converging to the origin. It's challenging to cross each stage even within the peak, and that was the general opinion of typical peak experts. Moreover, I lack talent in martial arts. Even with considerable effort, it might be difficult to reach even the first-rate expert level in this lifetime. So, the best course of action is, I watched Director Kim Young Hoon in the backyard of our new house, practicing a version of the Severing Mountain swordsmanship he had modified into a sword dance. If practiced correctly, the Severing Mountain swordsmanship could reach the peak level within 6 months, according to Young Hoon Hyung Nim in my past life. Raise Kim Young Hoon Hyung Nim, no, Director Kim, to the peak level as quickly as possible. And then learn from him. That was the fastest way for me to reach the peak. Chapter 8, Heaven Sent Talent 2. 4 months later, Director Kim Young Hoon smoothly reached the pinnacle realm. Chew, chew, chew. After consuming the yellow bamboo root I gave him, he sat cross-legged and began circulating his chi. Whoosh! As he did so, the phenomenon of 3 flowers gather at the summit occurred above his head, marking his attainment of peak expert status. Ha ha, the world looks completely different now. Your talent is truly remarkable, every time I see it. Originally, it would take director Kim Young-hoon around 6 to 7 months to reach the peak. However, learning the Severing Mountain swordsmanship, a first-rate martial art from the beginning, seemed to lower the difficulty of reaching the peak. He achieved it 2 months earlier than I expected. Moreover, while practicing the Severing Mountain swordsmanship, he even developed a new martial art named Severing Vein Saber method, modifying all the sword forms of the original method into saber techniques. Anyone would be astounded by his martial prowess. That's right. Even I find myself quite extraordinary. I have something to give to you, director. Admiring his incredible talent, I took out a book from my possession and handed it to him. Record of Transcending Cultivation and Exhausting Martial Arts. It was a martial art against cultivators, created by director Kim Young-hoon in my past life after reaching 5 energies converging to the origin, dedicating his remaining life to it. I had reorganized it into book form during these 4 months he was training to reach the peak. I found this martial art book in a bookstore. The owner claimed it was an incredible martial arts manual, but I couldn't understand a single word. Thinking I was scammed, I came to you for advice. Let's see. I handed him the record of Transcending Cultivation and Exhausting Martial Arts. After a while, his eyes widened. I could feel him trembling. What is this? What kind of martial art is this? I don't know. I see. That makes sense. Director Kim Young-hoon pressed his head hard, explaining to me. This is a martial arts manual that can only be understood by those who have reached the peak. No, those who have attained 3 flowers gather at the summit beyond the pinnacle. It's terrifying. I never knew such a martial philosophy existed. Anyone who can master this art can surely become the greatest under the heavens. You've brought another incredible stroke of fate. I thought I was scammed because it sounded too fantastical. But about 3 flowers gather at the summit, isn't that the same level as the pinnacle realm? A martial arts manual that only those who have reached beyond the pinnacle can understand? Seeing me reach the pinnacle realm must have confused you. But even I know I'm an exceptional case. There are stages in the peak, early, middle, and late. 3 flowers gather at the summit is a state that only those who have reached the late stage of the pinnacle realm can realize. I see. This was news to me. Oddly, even though I had risen to the position of chief strategist in the Wulin Alliance in my past life, I never had access to information above first class. According to martial standards, the levels of martial artists were classified as first, second, and third. Anyone who begins learning martial arts is considered third-rate. Those who have learned at least one martial technique or internal energy method and can utilize them in combat are early third-rate. Those who have learned both martial techniques and internal energy are mid-third-rate. Those who have mastered both and can use them simultaneously are late third-rate. Using both martial techniques and internal energy simultaneously is incredibly challenging. Mismanaging internal energy can lead to immense pain or mental derangement. There's no room for error. I remember it felt like splitting my head in 2 when I first learned martial arts. Those who overcome these difficulties and become skilled in martial arts are considered early second-rate. Those who can use both martial techniques and internal energy in combat without awkwardness are mid-second-rate. Those who can do so without conscious thought, having these abilities ingrained, are late second-rate. Over the past few months, I managed to reclaim the mid-second-rate prowess I had in my previous life. I'm about to reach late second-rate soon. Crossing the threshold of martial arts proficiency and achieving completion marks the first-rate stage. When martial techniques and internal energy become fully integrated into one's body, achieving freedom within martial arts, that's early first-rate. Reaching a level where the essence of martial arts is realized, refining chi usage and being able to project sword energy, is mid-first-rate. When one's martial prowess and intent fully merge, achieving the pinnacle of swordsmanship known as the unity of sword and body, shortening both the time to manifest and prepare sword energy, is referred to as the late first-rate. Such information, spanning from early third-rate to late first-rate, was all gathered in my past life when I served as a strategist in the Martial Alliance. However, information regarding the pinnacle realm was tightly guarded. Even Young-hoon, a close associate, would awkwardly smile and evade the question when I inquired. Is it because it's impossible to comprehend and less experienced? Even those who reach the extreme of late first-rate would occasionally hint at it, but no martial artist at the pinnacle realm ever disclosed detailed information about the pinnacle realm. By the way, Director Kim, could you possibly explain what the Pinnacle Realm is like? Curious, I asked Kim Young-hoon about the Pinnacle Realm, but he just awkwardly laughed, giving the same response as in my previous life. Sorry, but you wouldn't understand even if I told you. I'm not making fun of you. Having premature knowledge of the peak could lead to dangerous delusions and madness. The world we see is entirely different from yours. He apologized and shifted the conversation. Now that I've reached the peak, I think I'll go around challenging sects to gauge my skills. Will you join me? Sure, why not? A month later, Kim Young-hoon had taken down the signboards of every small and mid-sized martial arts school in Yongyil City. In my previous life, the capital, Seokyeong, had 7 large factions, the 4 stars 3 demons. However, most cities had 1 or at most 2 large factions. Yongyil City had 1 large faction, Chia River Sect. Since Kim Young-hoon had already taken down the signboards of all the smaller schools, Chia River Sect was tense even before our challenge. It's an honor to meet the famous warrior Young. Arriving at Chia River Sect, the sect leader personally greeted us. 53 small schools, 32 mid-sized schools, 11 mid-sized sects, a total of 96 signboards taken by a Grand Master like you, it's an honor. I did not intend to challenge so many schools. Kim Young-hoon modestly spoke to the sect master. If there had been even one worthy opponent, a draw, or a defeat, I would have stopped. Not a single one was a match for you. Indeed, after reaching the peak with the severing vein saber method and awakening his latent talent, Kim Young-hoon mastered record of transcending cultivation and exhausting martial arts. None of the 96 sects in Yongyil City could withstand even 3 moves from him. I hope the Chia River sect will be different. Haha, surely. Our faction is filled with remarkable masters, fitting for warrior Young's level. Following the sect leader, we headed to Chia River Sect's arena. The challenge was a 3-round match. 3 of Chia River Sect's best would face Kim Young-hoon, and if he defeated all 3, he'd take Chia River Sect signboard. A daunting challenge format for Kim Young-hoon. Ha ha ha, no matter. Confidence filled Kim Young-hoon's eyes. With record of transcending cultivation and exhausting martial arts, I'm invincible. Since learning it, I've become an adult, and others mere toddlers. Why should I fear 3 toddlers coming at me? The 3-round challenge at Chia River Sect began. The first challenger was Chia River sect leader. I didn't expect you to come out first. Chia River sect leader, Mun Yeak, replied with a wry smile. No one among our elders or the best of Yongyil City's mid-tier schools can withstand you for 3 moves. Surely, you're a top master even among those at the peak. Chia River Sect's Elders Council will face you. The gong for the start of the match sounded. Mun Yeak, Chia River sect leader, was a renowned peak master in the city. Even the top masters from 11 mid-tier sects who were quickly defeated by Kim Young-hoon were considered inferior to Mun Yeak. I watched the duel between the 2 masters, curious about the outcome. Swish! Kim Young-hoon drew his saber. Mun Yeak also unsheathed his flexible sword. Attack! Kim Young-hoon charged first, straight at the sect leader. As Mun Yeak swung his flexible sword, it seemed to encircle Kim Young-hoon from all sides. Wham! But then, Kim Young-hoon's body split into 7 shadows, each darting towards the weakest points of Mun Yeak's sword barrier. Determined not to let the shadows escape, sect leader Mun Yeak chased after the illusions with his soft sword, like a snake pursuing its prey. Whoosh! 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 His soft sword split into thousands of strands, seemingly slicing through the illusions. However, not one of the illusions was the real body, and in the enclosure created by the soft sword, the shadows of Kim Young-hoon vanished completely. Then it happened. Whoosh! From the sky, Director Kim Young-hoon leaped down, rotating in the air and charging towards the sect leader. Leaving 7 illusions below, his real body had leapt up into the air. Gasp! Swoosh! The blade of his saber touched the throat of Mun Yeak. Ding! It was a victory for Director Kim Young-hoon. The move he used to win only took 2 seconds. Will the challenger continue the consecutive battles? The elder conducting the martial arts contest asked with a stern face. Director Kim Young-hoon, without even stepping down from the arena, nodded his head. The next opponent was a bald old man with a white beard. I am Ikshan Bae, a Grand Elder of Chia River Sect, currently a member of the Elders Council. He introduced himself briefly and took his stance. Ding! The bell rang again, and this time, it was Elder Ikshan Bae who charged towards Director Kim Young-hoon. Chatter. He too wielded a soft sword as his weapon. But, ding! He too could not last more than 10 seconds before having to kneel before Director Kim Young-hoon. He lasted over 3 seconds. It was a testament to his immense strength that he managed to withstand Director Kim Young-hoon, who had mastered the record of transcending cultivation and exhausting martial arts, for over 3 seconds. Yet, Director Kim Young-hoon looked slightly disappointed. Shall we continue the consecutive battles? The elder running the contest now had a face resembling sour grapes. Let's continue. The final opponent in the series of 3 battles was an old man in plain martial clothes, with a long beard and white hair. I am Paljik Tae, the Supreme Elder of Chia River Sect, and the current head of the Elders' Council. I see you've made it past the 3rd. Only then did Director Kim Young-hoon's eyes light up with interest at the sight of the old man known as the Supreme Elder of Chia River Sect. A master of 3 flowers gather at the summit, This is the first time I've seen someone of this level in this city. It's rare for people to reach the 3rd. The vast majority live their lives only in red and blue. It's been a long time since I've met a master like you. How many other masters of 3 flowers have you met? Mostly 1 per major faction's Elders' Council. There are 1 or 2 in the wilderness too. If you're curious, travel around the cities of Yangguo and visit the major factions. I hear you've been challenging the mid-level factions. Keep in mind that those little fish won't help you much at our level. I appreciate the advice, senior. 3rd? Red and blue. I pondered over the hints dropped by the old man. Why is 3 flowers referred to as the 3rd? What are red and blue? Looking around, the other disciples and elders of Chia River Sect seemed just as puzzled by the situation, staring blankly at the arena. But the sect leader and elders who had been defeated by Kim Young-hoon and stepped down from the arena looked on in astonishment. It seems impossible to understand unless one is a peak master. Then it happened. Gasping for breath, Paljik Tae suddenly exclaimed, sweating profusely. What kind of martial art have you mastered? This martial art is called Record of Transcending Cultivation and Exhausting Martial Arts. Record of Transcending Cultivation and Exhausting Martial Arts. I've never seen such a monstrous martial art in my life. Is it really meant for fighting humans? What's going on? There was no clash, was there? Director Kim Young-hoon smiled wryly and said, I will let you take the lead. I am envious. To be able to learn such a terrifying martial art that can overturn Chia River Sect's 300 years of history in one go. Finishing his words, Paljik Tae adjusted his stance. Whoosh! Paljik Tae swung his soft sword, launching an attack. The soft sword whistled through the air, surrounding Director Kim Young-hoon on all sides. It appeared to be the same technique used by Mun Yeok at first. However, Director Kim Young-hoon didn't create illusions this time. Instead, he focused on the only open space, the sky above, and leaped into the air with his saber. Swoosh! Just then, the tip of Paljik Tae's soft sword shot towards the sky like an arrow. Whoosh! Clang! Director Kim Young-hoon twisted his body in midair, deflecting the tip of the soft sword and escaping its enclosure. The next moment, he charged at Paljik Tae like a bolt of lightning, swinging his saber. Boom! A massive explosion split the ground of the martial arts field. Their weapons collided in midair, sparking flames. For a moment, I lost sight of both of them. Bang, bang, bang. With explosive sounds, Director Kim Young-hoon's figure briefly appeared. It seemed like he was thrusting his saber, but Paljik Tae, almost imperceptible to the eye, dodged all the thrusts and exchanged blows with Kim Young-hoon. Boom! Paljik Tae's soft sword explosion blew up a corner of the martial arts field. Clang! Director Kim Young-hoon's flurry of saber energy shattered the bell beside the arena. The elder judging the contest gasped in horror and rolled away to dodge the energy. Boom! Director Kim Young-hoon stepped forward 3 times, charging at Paljik Tae. In those 3 steps, his stance seemed to change over 10 times. But the transitions were so fast it was hard to follow with the eyes. It felt more like a video screen stuttering. Damn, peak masters are indeed monsters. It was the same in my past life. As a close aide to the Wu Lin Alliance leader, I had the opportunity to see peak masters fight a few times. I couldn't understand a thing back then, either. Fortunately, having seen many fights then, I could at least follow with my eyes now. but other disciples, instructors, and guardians of Chia River sect who seemed to be at a similar level to me were simply staring blankly at the arena, their eyes glazed. None of them could follow the movements of the two masters. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Pal Jicte's soft sword cut through the air, undergoing 3 changes in the sky. Yet, curiously, with every shift he made, Pal Jicte's body sustained slashes, and marks from the saber emerged. With each of his 3 changes packed into one technique, Director Kim Young-hoon struck 3 times. And finally, swoosh, clang. Director Kim Young-hoon's saber cut through Pal Jicte's soft sword. The soft sword fell outside the arena, severed. Swoosh. Director Kim Young-hoon's saber touched Pal Jicte's neck, who sighed in defeat. I accept my defeat. I'll remove the signboard of Chia River sect. Our faction will close its doors for 3 years. I have witnessed that no martial art in Yongyil City can match that of Chia River sect. It was a duel from which I too learned much. The 2 martial artists respectfully bowed to each other and stepped down from the arena. Let's go back, Seo Yoonhyun. Have you grasped how far your skills extend? It's not my skill. Director Kim Young-hoon's expression seemed somewhat gloomy. Record of transcending cultivation and exhausting martial arts. I merely adopted the forms of this martial art as instructed. I haven't fully mastered this martial art, haven't gained freedom within it, nor grasped the intent. This martial art, whoever created it, I don't know. But I haven't surpassed the intentions of its creator. The deeper I delve into and execute this martial art, the more I feel how much of a novice I am compared to its creator. I was at a loss for words, watching him be self-critical and gloomy about his own martial art. Today's battle showed me how insignificant my skills are. As the senior advised, I will travel to various cities and seek out peak masters for duels. Will you join me? Of course. I had already decided to dedicate this life solely to the martial path. I will follow you, Hyungnim, in my quest to become a peak master. Ha, I look forward to it. But Hyungnim, you say? I'm a bit embarrassed. There's not much age difference between us. Ha. Isn't it better for people from the same hometown to address each other as brothers? In this life, I will surely become a peak master. Chapter 9, Heaven Sent Talent 3. For Young-hoon Hyungnim to become the best in the world, it was truly a matter of moments. It's even faster than the last life. In just 5 years, he traveled all over Yangguo, visiting major factions in each province and city, competing against peak masters, and defeating them all. In 3 years, he secured the seat of one of the 3 great swordsmen of the world, and within 2 more years, he overcame the remaining 2 to earn the title of Yangguo's #1 warrior. Then, admiring his realm, leaders of the 4 stars 3 demons of Seokyung City who reached the 3 flowers, joined forces to attack him. Fighting against them 7-1, he emerged victorious, solidifying his position as the undisputed best in the world. It feels a bit empty. You're talking from a place of being full privilege, Hyungnim. I replied while practicing the Severing Mountain swordsmanship in front of him. Thanks to Young-hoon Hyungnim's consistent guidance over the past 5 years when we weren't engaged in martial contests, my martial arts skills had improved from mid-second rate to late second rate. Now, my techniques were fully embodied, allowing me to use martial techniques and unleash internal energy effortlessly. Being full? I'm rather envious of you, Yoonhyun. You're in the late second stage, with many opponents to test and refine yourself against. But for me, everyone's just weaker. Who am I supposed to face? You'd have the heads of the 4 stars 3 demons bursting if they heard you say that. It's a bit of an unfortunate truth. The record of transcending cultivation and exhausting martial arts is just an extraordinarily unconventional martial arts system. It seems no martial artist can overcome it. He looked up at the sky with a somewhat indifferent expression. Even the next stage, 5 energies converging to the origin, which follows 3 flowers gather at the summit, seems attainable soon enough with this martial record. Once I reach that stage, even the strongest masters of Yangguo, who were somewhat challenging in joint attacks, will be easy to defeat. In Young-hoon Hyungnim's eyes, a sense of listlessness had settled. What should I do next? I sensed an ominous feeling. No. If Young-hoon Hyungnim's thoughts turned towards the Wulin alliance. This life, too, would be bound to hard labor like a cow, just as in the last life. Having held a high position in my past life, and with my skills having reached late second rate this time, I could probably manage better. But that also means I'd be exploited even more. I needed to quickly think of something else to divert his thoughts. How about traveling? Traveling the martial world? I've done plenty of that traveling around Yangguo for the past 5 years. No, not in Yangguo. What about neighboring countries like Xinjiang or Bayakra? They have their own martial worlds. Visiting the martial worlds of neighboring countries. Yes, there you might find masters who match Youngnim's tastes. Though it seems unlikely anyone could reach the level of record of transcending cultivation and exhausting martial arts. After pondering for a while, he nodded in agreement. All right. A martial world tour of the neighboring countries isn't a bad idea. So, young Hoon Hyungnim and I spent 6 months learning the languages and scripts of Shengzi and Bayakra, touring their martial worlds. 2 more years passed. Young Hoon Hyungnim defeated 12 Three Flowers Peak Masters in Bayakra, achieving enlightenment and reaching the 5 Energies realm. Now, he has rejuvenated, becoming even younger than me. He had earned the title of the best in all 3 countries, Yangguo, Bayakra and Shengzi. However, his face didn't seem happy at all. Yoonhyun, what should I do now? An overwhelming sense of listlessness. The feeling of listlessness that no martial artist could match him anymore. With the satisfaction of advancing towards the peak of record of transcending cultivation and exhausting martial arts. It seemed he had lost interest in the affairs of the martial world. Why don't you establish a martial faction, Hyungnim? I suggested another task to him. A martial faction? Yes, gather talents from all over the country, teach them, and turn them into masters capable of facing Hyungnim. Even if I train talents, when they take 1 step forward, I will have already moved 10 steps ahead. That's true, unfortunately. As arrogant as it may sound, his martial arts talent was indeed at a mind-boggling level. Still, you need to compare in order to see what is short and what is long, meaning the true nature of things can only be judged when verified yourself. Furthermore, if we have the power and wealth equivalent to a martial faction, we can invite those reclusive masters for you, Hyungnim. This was indeed true. Of course, these reclusive masters were not martial artists but rather the cultivators I learned about in my past life, who secretly operated throughout the martial world. These cultivators hardly interfere in personal matters. Whether the world's #1 martial artist is born or whatever, they don't care. But they always intervened in organizations that could cause disturbances in the martial world. That's why we never had the chance to encounter any cultivators while traveling across the 3 countries. Well, all right. Then let's create a faction under my fame. Thus, a faction was established in the name of Young Hoon, the world's #1 martial artist. The faction was named Palace of Martial Extremity, following the name of record of transcending cultivation and exhausting martial arts. Exhausting martial arts can also be read as extreme martial arts. Under the fame of the world's #1 martial artist, countless martial artists joined the faction, including 7 who had reached the pinnacle of 3 flowers. Palace of Martial Extremity quickly became the #1 faction in Yangguo, and as its vice leader, I spent 3 years stabilizing it. After 3 years, the Palace of Martial Extremity became a massive faction well known across Yangguo. Once the palace's influence reached a level that could affect the entire martial world, they came. Cultivators. Young Hoon Hyungnim asked upon seeing the guests who had suddenly visited us one day. What are these cultivators? I can tell they are quite uniquely spirited. They all wore robes of different colors, covering their bodies completely, and wore hats and veils that concealed their faces. The only aspect that could possibly identify them was their voice, but even that seemed to be altered by some strange spell, making their voices sound similar. One day, as young Hoon Hyungnim and I suddenly faced these visitors, he was intrigued. So, you want our Palace of Martial Extremity to pledge loyalty to your organization of cultivators? Indeed. His eyes were shining. Looking at them with never-before-seen spirit, his eyes, free from listlessness, were filled with competitive spirit, sparkling brilliantly. That is correct. We are originally a clan of cultivators who cultivate the way of immortality. We do not interfere in worldly affairs, but we felt the need for minimal guidance and control over the secular world. Thus, we have been operating in secret across royal families, financial circles, political circles, and the martial world, supporting them, endorsing them, and helping their power continue. The return for that is not much. You just have to swear loyalty to our clan for generations and help us when we occasionally intervene in worldly matters. How fascinating. I had no idea such a world existed. Young Hoon Hyeon-nim chuckled, looking at the 3 cultivators who had come to us. What happens if I refuse? At his reply, a faint murderous intent seemed to emanate from the 3 cultivators. We will leave today, but your faction will be shunned by all other factions. No merchant groups or family clans will seek to be your disciples. The government and the royal family will also try to bring you down by any means. If that's all, it doesn't seem very scary. Young Hoon Hyeon-nim smirked and crossed his arms. Not scared to fight against the entire Yangwo, truly outrageous. How dare this mortal show such arrogance in front of cultivators? The cultivator standing behind the one speaking showed his killing intent and raised his hand. Whoosh! Suddenly, starlight seemed to flash, and starlight poured from the cultivator's hand. At the same time, Young Hoon Hyeon-nim's saber flashed like lightning from his waist. Boom! The side of the hall where we were talking exploded. Stay close to me, Yoon Hyun. You'll be safe behind me. I know. I smiled wryly in the dust cloud, seeing the 3 cultivators showing their rage. It seems they have a slightly different idea. How dare a mortal draw a saber against cultivators? You were the ones who attacked first. Quiet. We don't need a barking dog like you, just kill and turn into a puppet. Talking about immortality and such, but your thoughts are no different from those of demons. The 3 cultivators mumbled incantations and formed hand seals. The foremost cultivator began to cast another spell. Whoosh! However, before the spell could fully unfold, it was sliced away by Young Hoon Hyeon-nim's saber. What is this? Before they could react, Young Hoon Hyeon-nim dashed into their blind spot and kicked all 3 in the stomach. Ah! Arg! Ah! The 3 seemed to fall below the hall but slowed their descent with a strange spell midway. Their clothes were covered in dust, and the areas where Young Hoon Hyeon-nim had kicked them were completely torn. Listen, cultivators! Young Hoon Hyeon-nim roared with internal energy in his voice, resonating like a lion's roar. I will not pledge loyalty to the likes of you. Make me a public enemy of the martial world or the enemy of Yangwo if you can. I am not afraid of the likes of you coming at me. Boom, boom, boom. Simultaneously, the finger snaps he emitted hit the ground beside the cultivators with a massive sound. No one dares to stand above me. The 3 cultivators seethed and then used a strange spell to flee. I cautiously approached him and asked, Hyang, can you handle the aftermath? Ha ha ha, aftermath, you say? His eyes were filled with an undeniable thrill. It was almost akin to madness. What aftermath? I've realized it, Yoon Hyun. What do you mean? The thirst that wasn't quenched no matter how many martial artists I faced with record of transcending cultivation and exhausting martial arts. The satisfaction that never came no matter how much I fought. Yes, that was the thirst I felt because I used a martial art not meant for mortals against mortals. His face was filled with excitement as he clenched his fist. Cultivators. Yes, surely this martial record is a martial art meant for defeating those cultivator scoundrels. Finally, I've found the purpose of my martial art. I've discovered the intent of my martial art, and you're talking about the aftermath. This martial art is for fighting cultivators. So, to grow further, I need to fight cultivators. Ha ha ha. Finally, the path to mastering the record of transcending cultivation and exhausting martial arts has become clear. I thought I had fully grasped his nature after spending a long time with him. But humans are indeed creatures that show different aspects every time. Gather the martial enforcers and elders of the faction. From today, excluding you, I will expel all the mediocre ones from the faction. If those cultivator bastards are going to make a fuss, there's no leisure to peacefully teach disciples. Immediately, he assembled all the disciples of the faction and sent home all those second-rate and below. He even sent away those in the first rank who had not yet mastered sword energy. Thus, only about 310 people remained in the Palace of Martial Extremity, including 5 elders who had reached 3 flowers, 303 disciples of the first rank and above, and me, a vice leader of the late second rank. From that day, Young Hoon Hyeon-nim taught the record of transcending cultivation and exhausting martial arts to the elders who had reached 3 flowers gather at the summit. He also taught the first-rank disciples the principles of the martial record, including sword formations and combined tactics, to hold their own against cultivators. You should focus on reaching the first rank as soon as possible. To advance from the late second rank to the first rank, it's crucial to completely embody your martial art into your body. Every day was a hellish training routine. until the martial art called severing mountain swordsmanship was completely fused into my body. After beating up and driving away the cultivators, our faction's building, which had been authorized by the government, was designated as an illegal construction, and we had to leave. Furthermore, we received an order from the government to completely dissolve our faction. But ignore it. Hyungnim simply replied and continued to instruct the elders and disciples, and me in martial arts. A month passed after defying the government's order. We discovered wanted posters with Younghoon Hyungnim's and my faces on them in the streets. The government had issued a bounty on us, branding us as traitors. We're leaving. Younghoon Hyungnim again answered succinctly, taking 5 elders and 300 disciples, wandering the wilderness. Bounty hunters lured by our bounty attacked us, but they were taken care of by the first-ranked disciples before even reaching Hyungnim. When the number of bounty hunters we had killed reached about 100, the major factions of the entire martial world issued a joint statement declaring us a public enemy of the martial world. Our palace of martial extremity was called Palace of Demons, and Younghoon Hyungnim was given the nickname Extreme Demon. Our bounty increased even more, and small and medium-sized factions from all over the country joined forces to attack us. And thus, 10 years passed. 10 years since we became enemies of the entire martial world. It has been 20 years since my regression. Younghoon Hyungnim's title had evolved from Extreme Demon to Extreme Heavenly Demon. In the martial world, we were no longer called Palace of Demons but Palace of Heavenly Demons. In these 10 years, many of the 300 disciples who experienced countless real battles had reached the peak. This was partly due to their practical experience and continuous practice of the principles of the record of transcending cultivation and exhausting martial arts, including sword formations and united tactics. Those who hadn't reached the pinnacle realm were at the very top of first-rate martial artists, and they were known as the direct forces of the Palace of Heavenly Demons, gaining fame. Meanwhile, as the Palace of Heavenly Demons remained undefeated for 10 years, various unorthodox sects and demonic groups, and occasionally righteous factions admiring the extreme heavenly demon Younghoon, joined us. The Palace of Heavenly Demons had grown enormously compared to 10 years ago. Precisely, excluding the official 310 members of the palace, the rest were merely followers attracted by our fame. From the outside, the palace now looked like a religious faction, a vast power filled with fanaticism for the extreme heavenly demon. Everything had changed tremendously compared to 10 years ago. The only things unchanged were Younghoon Hyungnim and me. How are you still barely hanging on to first rate after 10 years of practical experience, internal energy development, and continuous sword practice? Yes. Hyungnim must be pleased that you improved the record of transcending cultivation and exhausting martial arts to the point of evolving it. I still lacked talent. And he was still overflowing with it. I grumbled and continued practicing my swordsmanship. 10 years. After 10 years of diligent training, I had just managed to gain freedom in my swordsmanship, barely stepping into early first rate. But how can the vice leader of the Palace of Heavenly Demons still not use sword energy, Yoonhyun? Do you know what your nickname is? What is my nickname? You don't have one. Since you, barely hanging on early first rate, can't do anything in important battles, no one pays attention to you, and that's why you don't have a nickname. But I'm not a direct combatant, what do you expect me to do? That's right. I hadn't participated in battles for 10 years due to my lack of talent in martial arts. Instead, I learned disguise, infiltration, instigation, mechanical traps, and espionage to assist the palace. It wasn't that I didn't want to improve my martial arts. No matter how much I train, I just can't advance. Those in the late first class are on the verge of reaching the peak for 10 years. Those in the mid-first class had been honing their skills to reach the peak for 10 years. I was the only one who barely managed to hang on to the early first class from the late second class. Of course, being first rate was equivalent to a large faction elder or a small faction sect leader, which was respectable. If I had joined a large sect, I could have secured an elder position. But in the Palace of Heavenly Demons, which had seen the principles of record of transcending cultivation and exhausting marital arts and received teachings from the best martial artist for 10 years, numerous disciples were on the verge of reaching the peak. While they were just on the verge, the gap between the peak and first class was like heaven and earth. First-class martial artists could never beat those at the peak. The only way a first-class martial artist could win against a peak martial artist was if more than 50 first-class martial artists used swarm tactics to exhaust the peak master's physical and mental strength. In the palace of heavenly demons, where many were on the verge of the pinnacle realm, I was treated as the weakest link. However, why are you the only one complaining about me, Hyungnim? Even the elders who learn directly from you recognize my contributions. Knowing my weakness, I strive to be helpful in other areas. Using my past life experience as the chief strategist of the Wulin Alliance, I gathered intelligence, infiltrated, disguised, and brought crucial information to the palace. Hyungnim, you're the only one who's too harsh on me. Who's being harsh on you, Yoon Hyun? I've been guiding you for 10 years, but it's frustrating that you're still barely hanging on to first rate after all this time. No, is first rate some family's dog name? Ordinary people become first rate at this age. Of course, compared to those ordinary people, I was worse. If I consider all my lifetimes, I'm well over 100 years old. Having practiced martial arts for over a century and being only early first rate, my martial arts talent was truly dreadful. It's just that my regression advantage had concealed this. I've been annoyed with the information you brought and now this. He rubbed his head as if it hurt. That evening, Young-hoon Hyungnim and the elders gathered at his call. Lately, there have been suspicious movements. It seems that the government and the martial world are collaborating to attack us. At Young-hoon Hyungnim's words, the elders' faces twitched. Those worthless things, just what do they think they are? We have 6 monsters who have mastered record of transcending cultivation and exhausting martial arts here. It seems like a needless worry for extreme heavenly demon. Then, Young-hoon Hyungnim looked at me and gestured. I spread out the documents I had gathered through espionage and explained the situation. It's not simple. Recently, behind the government and the martial world, the Cultivator clan, which has been scheming, is planning to personally intervene as we have remained uncontrolled for over 10 years. Cultivators. If the vice leader brought this information, the vice leader is excellent in all aspects except martial arts, so it's believable. Was that a compliment or an insult? I coughed and explained how I got the information and the situation we were in. So, it's likely that the government and martial world will push us toward where the Cultivator clan is. What do you plan to do? I smiled and explained the strategy. Before we fall into the cultivators' hands, let's strike them first. Attack the cultivators? Yes. Though they are cultivators, they are currently scattered across the country, scheming in various places. If we defeat them while they are separated, their plans will be futile. An elder asked me a question. So, have you pinpointed the locations of these scheming cultivators? I'm confident that I know where over 90% of them are. As expected of the vice leader. Such reliable intelligence. Actually, it was information I had desperately gathered in my past life as the chief strategist of the Wulin Alliance. It was information that could never be obtained in a situation like now, where we had become enemies of the martial world. We are planning to seek out the cultivators and engage in battle, hence everyone needs to improve their skills. Especially the vice leader. I'll take responsibility and definitely make you stronger than the lowest ranks of the Palace of Heavenly Demons. Young-hoon Hyungnim patted my shoulder while laughing heartily. Ha ha. I saw the vice leader being scolded by the palace leader during training this morning. You've been continuing your training since then. You're really diligent, ha ha ha. Of course, it wouldn't do for the vice leader of the Palace of Heavenly Demons to be weaker than the lowest ranks of the force. The elders also laughed heartily, teasing me. And a few days later, we set out to individually defeat the cultivators scattered throughout Yangwo. Chapter 10, Heaven Sent Talent, 4. The Palace of Heavenly Demons had made a move. While the entire martial world tensed up again, the Palace of Heavenly Demons merely burned down a small estate in a small city called Horguk City and disappeared. People gossiped about the capricious acts of the extreme heavenly demon, but those who knew the truth were solemn. Extreme heavenly demon had slaughtered a cultivator. The top echelons of the martial world. The highest ranks of the business and political realms. And the royal family. They were the ones who knew about cultivators and understood how terrifying they were. To them, the news of the extreme heavenly demon slaughtering a cultivator was like the sky turning upside down. Yangwo is engulfed in chaos. On the surface, it seemed calm. All extreme heavenly demon Young-hoon did was burn down an estate. But those in the know were visibly shaken. Depending on Hyungnim's movements, the turmoil will likely escalate. Well, that level of turmoil doesn't matter. The one who had actually slain the cultivator was unbothered. The bizarre spells they cast are something that any peak master can counter once they get used to them. Slaughtering such beings won't help me further advance my understanding of the record of transcending cultivation and exhausting martial arts. I need to seek out more stronger ones. Don't worry about that. There are still many cultivators left. I smirked, unfolding a map of Yangguo. Based on research from my past life, the number of cultivators lurking in Yangguo was more than enough to satisfy young Hoon. I'll guide us to our next target. 6 months later, Palace of Heavenly Demons rampaged through Yangguo, slaughtering one cultivator after another. Most of the cultivators matched an ordinary peak master in strength, and it was rare to see any as powerful as those who had reached 3 flowers gather at the summit. Therefore, not even the elders, let alone Hyungnim, had to join the battles. It was only the peak masters of the Palace of Heavenly Demons who exerted their power. But this isn't all. As far as I knew, the cultivators we had encountered so far were the bottom rung in the cultivation hierarchy, merely dealing with menial tasks in the mortal world. In other words, even the lowest of the low among the cultivators were comparable to peak masters. It's about time the high-ranking cultivators start appearing. My prediction proved accurate. 3 months later, Palace of Heavenly Demons encountered a cultivator of a different caliber. Word has it that a group of mortals, ignorant of their place, are slaughtering cultivators of the clan. Is that you lot? One day, while heading to slaughter a cultivator residing in Chimgyo City, on a mountain path, a young man in blue robes blocked the way of the Palace of Heavenly Demons, smiling slyly. However, none of the Palace of Heavenly Demons members underestimated him. The tingling sensation of his aura and the pressure he exuded were signs of a powerful cultivator. According to our intelligence, it is the cultivators who plan to annihilate the Palace of Heavenly Demons in collaboration with the martial world and the government. We're just struggling to survive. If you're a messenger of the cultivator clan, convey this message: if they stop persecuting us, we will cease slaughtering cultivators. Young Hoon yelled powerfully at the young man. And then, the young man's expression changed. Ha, ha, ha. He suddenly burst into a mad laugh. Ah ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Ha ha. Really, really. Ah ha ha ha. Thud, thud. Another young boy in blue robes and a beautiful woman in blue armor walked out. All of them possessed auras similar to that of the young man. Ha ha ha. It's utterly hilarious. It seems you have a big misunderstanding. Since you made me laugh, I'll tell you one basic fact about the cultivation world. The young man spread his left hand. On it appeared the character for refining chi. In the stages of cultivation, the lowest stage is called chi refining. The cultivators you've been defeating until now, are they chi refining cultivators? No, no. Listen to the end. The chi refining phase is divided into 14 levels, from 1 star to 14 star. The higher the number, the closer to the next realm. A 14th level chi refining cultivator is highly regarded in the cultivator clan, while a first level is considered the dregs. And chuckle. The young man gave a twisted smile and showed his right hand, on which the number 1 was inscribed. The ones you've been proudly defeating were just first-level chi refining cultivators, embarrassingly low, even for cultivator standards. They were assigned to handle the petty affairs of the mortal world. I was shocked as if I had been hit on the head. I never had the chance to learn such information in my past life. I knew there were stages like chi refining, chi building, and core formation. But to think that the cultivators lurking around, each comparable to a peak master, were actually the very bottom of the chi refining phase. By the way, my friends and I have reached the 3rd level of chi refining. We are a different class compared to the trash you've been dealing with. So, even among 14 levels, you're just a lowly 3 star. Young Hoon interrupted him with a smirk. The same bottom dwellers mocking first level ones, that's hilariously pathetic. At least the ones I met fought me with the resolve to die. You just blabber away. Is that the extent of your cultivated skills? Eek. The young man's face contorted. Fine, you impudent fool. If you so desire, I'll show you my power. I'll demonstrate what it means to be a 3rd level chi refining cultivator. A powerful pressure emanated from the young man and his 2 companions. But Young Hoon merely clicked his tongue and turned away. It'll be a bit troublesome. Heavenly Demon Force. Prepare the formation. Simultaneously, the peak masters of Palace of Heavenly Demons, trained in techniques derived from record of transcending cultivation and exhausting martial arts, surrounded the 3 cultivators. Flash! The cultivators started casting spells without chanting, their techniques shining like stars. Fast! They were indeed different from those we had encountered so far. No chanting and still such powerful spells. Typically, cultivators would always chant mantras before engaging in combat. But these ones didn't, and yet their spells were more powerful than any we'd seen. But still. Yes, they were strong. But I didn't feel like we were going to lose. Because. Deploy the formation. Transcending Cultivation Formation, open. Record of transcending cultivation and exhausting martial arts was invincible. And everything derived from it was the strongest. Palace of Heavenly Demons tactics, based on the teachings of the martial record, were unsurpassed. The battle ended after an hour. Thanks to the combined techniques of the peak masters, we barely managed to kill the 3 cultivators. Stronger cultivators will come to us in the future. Those we just faced were only weak, at the 3rd level of chi refining phase. Still, the elders didn't need to step in. Those who have reached 3 flowers gather at the summit can easily handle such opponents. But I've taught the elders the martial record. Even if stronger monsters appear, it won't be a problem. Young Hoon brushed off my concerns with absolute confidence. The more I see the cultivators fight, the more I'm convinced. The record of transcending cultivation and exhausting martial arts was created to kill these creatures. No matter how strong they are, the martial record will always find their weakness. Record of transcending cultivation and exhausting martial arts. It's indeed a remarkable martial art. But I remembered my previous life. Young Hoon, the creator of the martial record. In my past life, Young Hoon Hyung Nim never intended to defeat cultivators with the record. He only described it as a lifeline to save one's life. I felt an ominous premonition about his current overconfidence and could only advise him to stay alert. Gradually, the cultivators blocking our path grew stronger. At first, we faced cultivators like the young man in blue, at the 3rd level of chi refining phase. As we swiftly cut down such foes, a 4th level cultivator came after us. A single cultivator of chi refining 4-star faced the combined techniques of 300 Palace of Heavenly Demon members and was only killed by an elder who had reached 3 flowers. Next, we encountered a 6-star cultivator. The 6-star cultivator fought evenly with an elder who had reached 3 flowers, but we barely managed to win thanks to the elder's close combat strategy. Without the martial record, I would have struggled against a cultivator just 1 level lower. An elder who had reached 3 flowers testified to the toughness of the chi refining cultivators after the battle. 2 months later, we faced a 7-star cultivator. To defeat the 7-star cultivator, 5 elders who had reached 3 flowers and learned the martial record had to join forces. Although we barely managed to kill the 7-star cultivator, the elders' faces were grim. Lord Extreme Heavenly Demon, the 7-star cultivators, even those in the mid-range were a challenge for us. If stronger ones appear, can we really defeat cultivators beyond that level? Young Hoon was unflinching in his response. Push the record of transcending cultivation and exhausting martial arts to its limits. It's a martial art designed to kill cultivators. It can find their weak points. Have confidence. Time passed. After killing the 7-star cultivator, no cultivators above the 4th level approached us for a while. During that time, we established a base in Shombayak City and rebuilt the headquarters of the Palace of Heavenly Demons. We seized control of the area around the city and re-established our sect formally. Occasionally, cultivators of the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd levels of chi refining phase attacked our headquarters, but that was all. The majority of the chi refining cultivators were caught and killed by the peak masters of 3 flowers gather at the summit. Thus, a quiet period, like the calm before a storm, lasted for several years. Woom, woom. As I practiced the Severing Mountain swordsmanship, I realized I had finally reached the realm I had been striving for. Beyond just seeking freedom in swordsmanship, I now had the leisure to try something more. In that leisure, I honed my internal energy to its extreme. The sword and my hand felt as one. Woom. Shwick. The sword sharply cut through the air. Invisible, sharp energy. A mist enveloping the sword. It was sword energy. Ha, ha, ha. Ha, 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 ha. I swung the Severing Mountain swordsmanship and tried cutting a rock the size of a person set up for practice. Shwick. The rock cleanly split in half, like tofu. Finally. Mid-level of 1st grade. Sword energy isn't just about enhancing the sword with internal energy. It's about refining one's martial art to its extreme, then releasing that energy. Thus, strengthening the specific characteristics of that martial art to their utmost. That's what sword energy is. The severing mountain swordsmanship, in this case, is a martial art with the strongest characteristic of cutting, hence this trait was significantly enhanced. With practice, the many hidden traits of the severing mountain swordsmanship could also be enhanced with sword energy and unleashed. It took 10 years. 10 years to progress from the early stages of the first grade to this point. It has been 30 years since this life began. My physical age had now reached 59. I was almost 60 years old before I reached the mid-level of the first grade. My lifespan is only about 20 years left. Can I reach the status of a peak master within that time? I managed to reach the first grade master with relentless effort and gathering information that was available to the public. But reaching the status of a peak master is said to be an unreachable realm without extreme talent, even known to the world. The peak masters of Palace of Heavenly Demons were able to reach that level because they originally had tremendous talent. Is it possible in this lifetime? I looked down at my wrinkled hands and sighed lightly. Let's not think about whether it's possible. If what I can do is wield a sword, then I will just keep swinging it. It was when I was about to practice the severing mountain swordsmanship again. Boom! One of the palace's pavilions exploded. This level of explosion. It's a cultivator. As I hurriedly looked up into the sky, a cultivator standing on a leaf-shaped magical instrument was looking down at the main branch of the palace with calm eyes. Head of Palace of Heavenly Demons, the extreme heavenly demon, come out and face your punishment. The cultivator's voice resonated throughout the main branch. Tingling, tingling. I felt an electric sensation all over my body. Dangerous. The cultivators I had encountered so far were of a completely different dimension. I heard that the extreme heavenly demon, a mortal, has killed the chi refining juniors of my clan. As a chi building investigator of my clan, I will deal with you. Young Hoon approached me and whispered. First, evacuate outside the palace. Notify others as well. Hyung Nim. A chi building investigator. Incomparable to those we've faced before. Hyung Nim, are you in danger? Ha ha ha, that's unlikely. He chuckled. Anyone who has reached the state of 5 energies converging to the origin could somewhat match him. And I have reached 5 energies and continue to practice the martial record. QQQQQ. A terrifying force emanated from him. His eyes sparkled with indescribable excitement. Don't worry. I will never lose. Boom. He leaped off the ground, stepping through the air towards the chi building cultivator floating above. Zoom. A bright light burst with a thunderous sound. Following his orders, I evacuated others and left the palace. From above the buildings, countless lights and explosions burst forth, and the figures of the chi building cultivator and Young Hoon flickered in the air. The chi building cultivator, riding a magical instrument in the air, was opposing Young Hoon, who was stepping on the air, pressing him with the martial arts of the record of transcending cultivation and exhausting martial arts. Boom! However, when the chi building cultivator took out a giant fan the size of a yard and waved it, Young Hoon started to be pushed back. The cultivator began to use a variety of strange magical instruments, and it seemed Young Hoon was being overpowered. Soon after, the cultivator's face paled as he tried to retreat. At that moment, Young Hoon vanished. Immediately after, the cultivator's head fell off. Are you all right, Hyung Nim? The elders and I, who had been watching the battle from nearby, rushed to the site. Huff! Huff! There stood Young Hoon, panting for the first time after fighting anyone. Lord! Extreme heavenly demon. Hyung Nim. As we hurriedly approached him, he suddenly thrust out his saber. Look! What should we look at? The blade, look at the blade. Blade. Ah! His blade was edgeless. Until now, he had never used special weapons like treasure swords. He simply bought a saber from the local blacksmith whenever he needed a new one. With the mindset that a craftsman does not blame his tools, he had always displayed peerless martial arts with ordinary sabers. Until now, against any martial artist or cultivator, his weapon had never lost its edge. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. Young Hoon burst into hearty laughter. All this time, with the thought that a craftsman does not blame his tools, I've been using shabby weapons. Seeing that cultivator recklessly use bizarre magical weapons made me realize, weapons too are part of a martial artist's strength. I almost couldn't cut that monstrous chi-building cultivator, I was just a little short on power. So he was that strong. The elders' faces darkened. However, Young Hoon's face was beaming more than ever. Yes, he was incredibly strong. Probably anyone who hasn't reached 5 energies converging to the origin, even if they practiced record of transcending cultivation and exorcising martial arts, can't face him. The difference in class was too big. He naturally used defensive magic on top of defensive chi arts, causing the edge of my saber to fall off. But his eyes were shining brightly. We can win. If we fully master the record of transcending cultivation and exhausting martial arts. Even those monstrous creatures can be killed. Aha. The elders too started to show signs of hope. Martial artists too can defeat cultivators. Young Hoon, holding the edgeless saber, shouted loudly. I too, feeling some kind of hope from him, felt my heart surge. We will drive out the cultivators lurking in Yangguo and make the martial world ours. Young Hoon boldly declared, raising his sword towards the sky. Everyone was compelled to agree with his ideology. He showed them hope. 2 months passed. 50 chi-building cultivators came at us. Chapter 11, Heaven Sent Talent 5. Is this a dream? Swoosh. Rain is falling. The sky is dyed in ink, and beneath it, an old man in blues is riding a cloud-shaped magical artifact, looking down at the ruined main hall of the Palace of Heavenly Demon. Around him, dozens of chi-building practitioners in blue robes look down upon the scene. Despite the rain, it seemed as if an invisible barrier surrounded them, repelling the raindrops. In the center of the palace, Hyungnim, the members of the Palace of Heavenly Demons, and the elders lay covered in blood. Coughing up blood, Hyungnim used a broken saber as a cane and barely stood up. Monster. Chi building, late stage. The old man riding the cloud-shaped artifact looked down at him and said, "You can take pride, mortal. I am not just a simple chi-building 14-star cultivator, but a chi-building at great perfection, a higher realm of cultivation. You have fought unbelievably well against a practitioner almost reaching core formation and 49 others in the chi-building. Fought well, my ass. Handling you alone was overwhelming. The rest, even if I just executed formations. Judging by your state, you seem to have reached 5 energies converging to the origin among martial artists." Correct. Coughing blood, Hyungnim knelt on one knee. Hyungnim. Trapped under the debris of the collapsed building, I could only watch him. I was pinned down by the debris, unable to move, when the building collapsed with a wave of a chi-building cultivator's hand. It's not a fatal injury. My self-diagnosis, based on my past life as a top-tier physician. With proper treatment, I could be up in 2 months. But right now, I couldn't even slightly assist Hyungnim. Even if I weren't trapped, I'd be of no help. Biting my lip, I realized my own powerlessness. The old man in the blue robe, who declared himself a great perfection chi-building cultivator, stroked his beard and spoke to my Hyungnim. Although it's abominable that you killed members of my cultivator clan and deserve death, I admire your talent. I offer you the chance to become a disciple of my clan and learn cultivation methods. Cultivation methods? Weren't those for your special, fancy folks only? If a martial artist reaches 5 energies, even mortals awaken a similar spiritual quality. Your 5 energies converging to the origin probably corresponds to our 5 energies spiritual root. If you learn cultivation methods, you'll become a valuable asset to our clan. The other cultivators seemed taken aback by his offer. Grandfather. This guy is. Before a chi-building cultivator could voice his displeasure, the old man murmured something, likely sending a telepathic message. Afterwards, the disturbed chi-building cultivators started smirking. Indeed, mortal. You have the potential to become a cultivator, so we offer you this chance. We'll even teach you our clan's highest cultivation methods. You've achieved a great feat. Becoming a cultivator will grant you incomparable power and wisdom. They were now encouraging Hyungnim to become a cultivator. I noticed from their eyes that they were mocking and ridiculing him. Trap. It was a trap. They would accept him as a cultivator, but something was left unsaid. Coughing blood and covered in wounds, Hyungnim stood up. Cultivation, right. That sounds good. Indeed, fighting you helped me reach an epiphany. Thanks to you, I was able to complete the record of transcending cultivation and exhausting martial arts. He stomped the ground powerfully. I'll show you the extreme of the marital record. With that broken saber? Your comrades are all dead, too. The dead comrades of the Palace of Heavenly Demons will also wish to strike you down. Hyungnim grasped his saber stance. That look. For a moment, I saw the overlap of Hyungnim from my past life. Suddenly, I felt like I understood the true intention behind the record of transcending cultivation and exhausting martial arts. In my past life, Hyung Nim's despairing look told me something. Whoosh! He vanished in an instant, reaching the old man's side and swung his sword. Humph, futile, ha! As the old man tried to cast a spell, my brother's broken saber sliced through the air next to him and cut through empty space. However, something invisible seemed to have been cut. The old man was greatly flustered and lost hold of Young Hoon, who slipped past him and escaped through the encirclement of chi-building cultivators. Indeed, this was the record of transcending cultivation and exhausting martial arts created by Young Hoon from my past life. A martial art born from despair and sorrow, created by the greatest martial artist upon encountering a cultivator and falling into despair. This martial art harbored a purpose. To my younger brother Seo Yoonhyun, please preserve this martial art for future generations, so they may have at least a lifeline in the face of the natural disaster known as cultivators. A secret technique to create an escape in the presence of stronger, invincible cultivators. This was the original goal pursued by the record of transcending cultivation and exhausting martial arts. Catch that audacious mortal. Whoosh! The old man in blue robe rode a cloud-shaped magical artifact and chased after Young Hoon, and the other chi-building cultivators followed suit, each riding their own flying magical artifacts. A few remaining chi-building cultivators looked down at the ruined palace of heavenly demons. Seems like there's a survivor down there. Their gaze on me was palpable. But one of the cultivators dismissively said, "Never mind. If they are not peak cultivators, let's leave the first and second-rate scraps and go after him. The rest can be handed over to the mortal authorities to issue a manhunt." Understood. The chi-building cultivators left me behind, soaring after Young Hoon. Indeed, I was of no interest to them, just first-rate scraps. Worthless, inconsequential, a mere mortal. Cough. Ah. Weak, useless, powerless. Gritting my teeth, I pushed the debris off me with all my might, summoning all my internal energy. Weak, yet surviving due to my insignificance. Happy about it? Ha! I barely crawled out of the debris and collapsed onto the rain-soaked ground. Endlessly weak, to the extent of being of no help to anyone. Despite learning various skills like disguise, medicine, stealth, and espionage to compensate for my weakness, I was helpless against real monsters. I wailed in the rain. Squelch, squelch, squelch. After some time, I regained some strength and crawled to where Young Hoon had jumped away. The bodies of the elders and the peak cultivators of the Palace of Heavenly Demons were strewn about. I searched among them for any possible survivors. Sadly, all the members of the palace were dead. Damn it. Then, something caught my eye. The spot where Young Hoon had jumped. There was something there. This is a sword mark. But it formed a shape. It was a letter. I hastily approached the sword mark and read the letters. In 15 days, at Swak Temple. Swak Temple was a deserted temple outside Shombayak City. The sword mark was so crudely made that only someone who knew his handwriting could understand it. I'll wait 15 days. After using my internal energy to recover in the rain, I rescued other survivors trapped under the debris, buried the elders and members of the palace in a suitable place, and addressed the remaining force. Vice Leader, what do we do now? If Master Young Hoon, the palace leader, is defeated by the cultivators, we are marked as criminals in the martial world. If the authorities issue a manhunt for us, I sighed, facing the desperate faces clinging to me. All that were left were those who had not reached the peak stage, only up to the late stage of first rate. All the peak experts belonging to the palace had died fighting the cultivators while deploying a battle formation. In such a situation, if the superior shows panic, it leads to great chaos. Among these people, some might rise in rebellion and capture me to offer my head to the authorities. From today on. Currently, I was nominally the superior. Unlike my past life, I was a mid-tier first-rate warrior. In a group where everyone else was only first-rate, my skills were not to be underestimated. The Palace of Heavenly Demon changes form. This wasn't just a state of confusion. With the disappearance of the extreme heavenly demon, Young Hoon, the focal point of the palace, the organization's future seemed bleak, and chaos was bound to escalate. As the last superior, I had to present at least some sort of vision. The Palace of Heavenly Demons is currently marked as a public enemy of the martial world, and the authorities have set bounties on most of us. The focal point, extreme heavenly demon, Young Hoon, is also currently in an unknown state of life or death. Upon hearing this, the remaining people's eyes started to look menacing. If the authorities or martial factions start to pursue us, we'll be annihilated. But there is a way. What is it? Yangguo is vast. Therefore, it takes time and resources for news to spread throughout Yangguo. We will exploit this gap and seize control of the martial world's information in Yangguo. What do you mean by that? There are those among you who have learned espionage, counter-espionage, stealth, disguise, and other miscellaneous skills from me. We'll use those skills to gather information from each faction and understand the trends of the martial world, transforming the direction of the Palace of Heavenly Demons into an organization that handles information. From now on, information in the martial world will pass through our hands and be manipulated by us. Since we deal with information, even the information that the Palace of Heavenly Demons was our predecessor can be manipulated by us. We will survive by circulating, supplying, and selling false information to the authorities and martial factions. It wasn't mere bravado. In my past life, when I was the chief strategist of the Wulin Alliance, all information and events of the martial world were in my hands. I was more than capable of handling information, and I even knew about many future events. My words seemed to have given some confidence to the remaining people as the threat in their eyes began to fade. The sooner the better. Let's establish a new organizational structure and search the palace building for land deeds and money. Before the night ends, we will be reborn. I quickly reorganized the remaining members and left Shombayak City with others that night. 15 days passed. I headed to Swak Temple as mentioned by Young Hoon. What's this? It's empty. I waited a long time. Until dawn the next day, I waited for Young Hoon. But again, the day turned to night. Night turned to day, and after 3 days and nights, Young Hoon did not come. Then, I rummaged through Swak Temple and finally found a trace left by Young Hoon. Phew, almost missed it. I found a sword mark on the main beam of Swak Temple. Cultivators are pursuing, so I couldn't meet you and left this letter here. I jumped up to the beam, cut it down, and dropped it. The beam had dozens of small sword marks, each forming letters. Despite the poor handwriting, I could make it out. I slowly read Young Hoon's letter. That day, I realized the true purpose of the record of transcending cultivation and exhausting martial arts. I thought it was a martial art created to kill cultivators, but I was completely wrong. It was made to escape from cultivators. That day, I deeply felt the despair of the creator of this martial art. Surely, the creator too must have met an overwhelming cultivator, despaired, and ended up creating a martial art not to confront but to escape from them. I could kill cultivators with this martial art only because their level was too low. I boasted that it was the greatest martial art, but I realized it has nothing to boast about. Hyung Nim. This letter's tone reminded me of Young Hoon from my past life. But I will continue to run away from the cultivators with my last pride. I'll see if martial arts can really not stand against cultivators, if the martial record is really only about escaping, or if I can reach beyond that. From now on, I will keep running away from cultivators, evolving the record of transcending cultivation and exhausting martial arts to its extreme as long as I can practice martial arts. It seems I won't see you for a while. Cultivators are approaching. If I survive, I'll come to you someday. That was the last sentence of the letter. I, too, will wait for you in the shadows, Hyung Nim. I left Swak Temple and returned to Guyonggik, the successor to the Palace of Heavenly Demons, now reorganized as an intelligence organization. Another 10 years passed. I successfully infiltrated Guyonggik into the shadows of Yangguo, controlling the information market throughout Yangguo. My decades of experience handling information in the Wulin Alliance and knowledge of the future were immensely helpful. Other intelligence organizations resisted us a bit, but they eventually lost in secret battles. We were, after all, successors to the Palace of Heavenly Demons. A group formed from the remnants of a faction designated as Martial World's greatest criminals, with each remnant being a first-rate master. They were of the level of large faction elders or small faction sect leaders, and abundant in our ranks. Even if others initiated secret battles, our sheer power overwhelmed them, and we easily swept away other intelligence organizations. As 4 peak masters who could challenge us, they had no reason to get involved in such secret battles, preferring to establish their own factions or join large factions as honorary elders or guests. Eventually, within 5 years, Guiyongik completely controlled Yangguo's martial world information market, erasing any information linking us to the Palace of Heavenly Demons. In the next 5 years, I stabilized Guiyongik and waited patiently for Young Hoon. 10 years after the annihilation of the palace, Guiyongik had firmly established itself as a leading information faction in Yangguo. At the same time, we deceived the cultivators into believing that the remnants of the Palace of Heavenly Demons were completely eradicated, successfully separating us from the palace. As a result, we even became the privileged class in Yangguo, supported by cultivators. In 10 years, a few of the late-stage first-rate warriors had crossed the threshold into peak masters, ensuring we were not lacking in external strength. Everything was abundant. Except for one thing. My own skills. As I remember, I have about 10 years left to live. Xiing. The sword strokes of the Severing Mountain swordsmanship sliced through the air. For 10 years, busy with work, I couldn't properly train my martial arts, so my martial arts level was just at the boundary between mid and late first rate. I'm just one step away from reaching the late first rate. But that step wouldn't cross. I must reach the late first rate stage within the next 10 years and at least grasp the clues to the pinnacle realm. How long must I remain weak? I was nearing 70, but I still felt considerably weak. I aim for at least the 5 energies converging to the origin, but I'm still not even late first rate. Why is my talent so meager? Pondering this while swinging the sword for a while, a familiar voice reached my ears. You still have a lot of distractions in your swordplay, Yoonhyun. I immediately turned my head. There he was, sitting there. It's been a long time, Hyungnim. Enough with the greetings, just wield your sword again. Following his instruction, I resumed the stance of the Severing Mountain swordsmanship. That sword technique fits you like a glove. Used properly, it can even lead you to the peak. Show me. I displayed the moves of the swordsmanship as he said. Watching, he pointed out correct irons, and I diligently followed, improving my form. This guidance continued until nightfall, and then he disappeared like a ghost. Rubbing my eyes, I looked around, but he was nowhere to be seen. The next day, he reappeared, guiding me in martial arts, and I followed his teachings without question. 7 days and nights later, a breakthrough occurred. The sword felt fused with my being. The Severing Mountain swordsmanship seemed to blend into my soul, becoming a part of me. Suddenly, it felt like I could perform the technique with a branch or even barehanded. Simultaneously, the sword energy naturally covered the sword, becoming much more stable. It seemed I could maintain the sword energy much longer than before. This is sword and body unity. The realm of sword and body unity, a symbol of the late first rate. You've crossed the barrier. Congratulations. Hyungnim, you are truly remarkable. I genuinely admired him. A boundary I couldn't cross 4 years, he helped me cross in just 7 nights. But he clicked his tongue and said, I didn't give it to you. You were almost at the boundary, so I just gave you a little push on the back. Still, it wasn't easy to overcome that barrier. I've done all I can for you. Now that you've crossed the barrier, you must sort it out yourself. Of course. And reaching the pinnacle will not be easy. Beyond it lies a completely different world. You must not think in terms of ordinary martial arts regarding the pinnacle realm. I have heard that all my life. No matter how much you listen, it won't be enough. I may have crossed the pinnacle's barrier as if it was a joke, but for someone with your lack of talent, it will take thousands, tens of thousands of times more effort just to reach that barrier. I will keep that in mind. Right. Young Hoon Hyungnim then took out a book from his robe. The title of the book was Record of Gazing Cultivation and Exceeding Martial Arts. I've supplemented some lacking parts of the record of transcending cultivation and exhausting martial arts, developed a few techniques further, and added a few more. He said a few, but the book was significantly thicker than the one I had received in my previous life. It seemed almost 3 times thicker. But still, even after gazing at cultivators, beyond ordinary martial arts, it's just a record of no significance. I never managed to surpass cultivators. I managed to somehow evade the early chi-building cultivators, and finally succeeded in cutting down a late-stage chi-building cultivator. But the core formation cultivators, they are like natural disasters. From the core formation onwards, they are akin to natural phenomena in human form. I managed to cut off one wrist of a core formation cultivator. But that was it, the wrist grew back as soon as the cultivator chanted a few spells, and I was on the verge of life and death several times. He looked up at the sky with a bitter expression. I couldn't hide my own bitter feelings. He rose to the top of the world faster than in my previous life. Even after mastering the record of transcending cultivation and exhausting martial arts, his previous cycle's legacy. It was the same result as I had heard in my past life. Probably the creator of the record of transcending cultivation and exhausting martial arts felt the same as I did. That this is the end. That martial artists cannot go beyond this. He must have felt that. He brushed his face with a look of devastation. I was highly regarded by the core formation cultivator who subdued me. I was admitted to his cultivation clan. I was the best in the martial world, but in the clan, I would be the junior. Ha ha. Since entering the cultivation clan means cutting ties with the secular world, I came to see you one last time. Then, if that's the end, why did you give this to me? I looked at the record of gazing cultivation and exceeding martial arts with a gloomy expression and asked. After all, even if you master it, you can't reach cultivators. Ha ha, that's true. But. He spoke with a sorrowful expression. For the future generation, to at least secure their minimum rights in front of cultivators. This martial art is left for that purpose. I don't even consider it a lifeline. It's just the minimum power for beings like us, mere mortals, to be recognized as entities by cultivators. He smiled sorrowfully and continued. There are many more cruel and brutal cultivators than you think. This martial art provides a brief moment of respite in front of such people. It's that kind of martial art. Swoosh. Suddenly, he disappeared completely from my sight. As if he had become a phantom, I was astonished. This is one of the miscellaneous techniques created while developing record of gazing cultivation and exceeding martial arts. This record, like the record of transcending cultivation and exhausting martial arts, requires the martial artist to reach the level of 3 flowers gather at the summit. Take it to a martial artist who has reached that level, and they will recognize its value. I also left another gift for you, so continue to diligently strive and reach the pinnacle. Whoosh. After leaving these words, young Hoon Hyung Nim never appeared in front of me again. Young Hoon Hyung Nim left something else for me. On the wall of my training ground. There, sword marks were engraved, forming a martial arts technique. It was the Severing Mountain swordsmanship. But, tailored to my level, having reached the late first rate, it was once again revised. The original swordsmanship, which consisted of 12 moves, had 12 more added, making a total of 24 forms. Fortunately, the added moves were connected to the original Severing Mountain swordsmanship, so it wasn't difficult to learn. Perhaps because I had reached the state of sword and body unity, the proficiency of the swordsmanship seemed to increase very quickly. Thank you, Hyung Nim. As I learned the revised swordsmanship, I quietly thanked young Hoon Hyung Nim. My life slowly drained away. But I wielded my sword relentlessly, even with an aging body. From the late first rate, striving to break through to the pinnacle realm. I memorized the techniques of the record of gazing cultivation and exceeding martial arts, transcribed them, and secretly distributed them to major factions around Yangguo. I hoped that the peak masters who got the record would slightly improve their realm and gain strength to oppose cultivators. My body was gradually losing vitality. It no longer obeyed me as before. But I gritted my teeth and swung my sword. I can't be weak anymore. I mustn't be weak. Repeating life doesn't mean there's no meaning in a repeated life. That's why I lived this life to the fullest. And for the life I may live again. I mustn't feel powerless in that lifetime. I cannot be weak. Years flew by quickly. On the day I died, I was still wielding my sword. Thus, I concluded my tenacious life with swordsmanship. That was my third return. Translator notes the words transcending and exceeding in record of transcending cultivation and exhausting martial arts and record of gazing cultivation and exceeding martial arts are the same word in Korean, which is phonetically wol. So phonetically, the names of the records are Wolsu Gung Murok and Josu Wol Murok respectively. However, to better show the difference between the two records, I use different words that have similar meanings and fit the context, transcending and exceeding. Chapter 12, Third Cycle's First Day. Blink. I awoke and stood up. Another regression, it seems. Maybe there won't be any more regressions. That's what I thought. Is it an endless cycle of regressions after all? But the more I regress, the more I lean towards the idea that my ability is not a single or finite regression, but an endless cycle of regressions. Damn it. I shook my head and looked around. Whoosh. Section Chief Jian's hand flew towards me. I swiftly dodged his hand and moved mine. Pape. With a speed too fast to see, I struck Section Chief Jian's pressure points. Wore it. I quickly shut his mouth as it was annoying, striking another pressure point to silence him. Due to the rapidity of my movements, not only Section Chief Jian but also the onlookers were clueless about what just happened. What's going on? Section Chief Jian. Why is he like that? I casually touched Jian Mionghun's shoulder and said. He seems to be paralyzed. Oh no, what a situation. We should quickly massage his body. Oh, I know a herb that's good for paralysis. I studied herbal medicine. I pulled up a sleeping herb with its roots and brought it to Jian Mionghun. Section Chief Jian, you are paralyzed right now. In such a situation, if you keep being paralyzed, it could be really serious. You must take this immediately. If you stay paralyzed, you might become permanently disabled. I approached Jian Mionghun, discreetly releasing the pressure point to enable him to move his mouth. Wait a moment. Get the dirt off it. No. This herb is most effective in this state, and if you don't take it now, the efficacy will drop. I'll shake off some dirt, but you must take it quickly. Otherwise, you could end up permanently disabled. I emphasized the risk of permanent disability while bringing the dirt-covered herb to his mouth. Jian Mionghun, although grimacing, eventually had to chew and swallow the herb along with the dirt. Crunch, crunch, crunch. The sound of chewing dirt was oddly satisfying. Take it as an honor, it's quite good for vitality after all. Of course, it had no effect on paralysis. It's good for vitality and has a sedative effect. Soon after, Jian Mionghun fell asleep. I released the pressure point that had paralyzed him. What a day. Weird things keep happening, and now Section Chief Jian is like this. His body must have been tense because of the strange occurrences. I made up some conversation, then looked around and said, it's strange, though. I know quite a bit about trees, and all the trees around here are species that are hard to find in Korea. Is that so? Anyway, where did our company car fall? We're stranded. I said the trees were not Korean, gradually intending to imprint that this world is not our world. It seems we are stranded, so I'll go see if there's a village or a road nearby. How will you do that? I shrugged and quickly climbed the tallest tree nearby. I have no internal energy, but climbing a tree is possible with physical strength and agility, especially since I developed the ability to climb high places while learning infiltration skills in my past life. Whoosh! I quickly climbed to the top of the tree, pretended to look around a few times, then swiftly descended. What did you do before? Wow, Deputy Manager Seo, that's amazing. Did you do some kind of sport? That's incredible. Director Kim Young-hoon, Chief O, Deputy Manager Kang, Deputy Manager O, and Manager Kim admired my athletic prowess in turn. Oh, I used to climb trees a lot as a kid. Still, your athletic sense seems very good. It's nothing. But I did see from up the tree. There are no villages or roads in sight. Heavens, you're not joking, are you? Yes, I don't want to spend the night outdoors either. There's really just forest around here. At my words, the others sighed in disappointment. It seems we're stranded. It's about to get dark, so let's divide into teams to look for the car and a place to stay nearby. All right, let's do that. Knowing they would insist on finding the SUV, I divided the teams and sent some to search for the car. I went with a few others to the cave I stayed in before. Let's stay in the cave. Oh my, there's a perfect cave. What a relief. I took Deputy Manager O and Manager Kim with me to build a windbreak to block the entrance of the cave. Then, I started a bonfire and roasted fruits and mushrooms. As evening fell and night came, the others saw the light of our bonfire and joined us. Wow, did you three make all this? No, we didn't do anything. Deputy Manager Seo did it all so swiftly. Yes, it was like we had a Boy Scout with us. Deputy Manager Seo, I didn't know you were so capable. I chuckled and handed them the roasted fruits and mushrooms. I learned a lot of things when I was younger. Please try these. It feels like we're on a camping trip. If only we hadn't gotten stranded, we would have been camping at our intended destination. There was so much meat and food in the SUV. Such a pity. But these mushrooms are really tasty, aren't they? My roasted mushrooms were a hit, and the company employees soon fell asleep after eating them. Crackle, crackle. After laying the sleeping employees down properly, I sat in front of the bonfire and took out some yellow bamboo roots I had dug up earlier. Crunch, crunch. I had already activated my Danshan with the Shinji heart method. I vividly remembered the dragon vein chi method, which had been ingrained in my meridians for 50 years in my previous life. Womb. After eating the yellow bamboo roots, I started to circulate my internal energy. Soon, a volcanic surge of energy started bubbling in my Danshan. I managed the surging energy of the ginseng using the path of the dragon vein chi method. Phew! I felt a surge of strength throughout my body. I took one of the branches I had gathered and infused it with my internal energy, beginning to carve it with my bare hands. Crack, crack. As I carved the wood with my energy-covered hand, the branch quickly transformed into a clean wooden sword. Buzz, buzz. I swung the wooden sword in the air. It wasn't perfect, but not bad for practice. Phew. In my last life, I died while swinging a sword at the peak of the first rate. I thought I would gain some special enlightenment at the moment of death. It seemed too fictional to gain enlightenment at the brink of life and death. I didn't gain any enlightenment, and my realm was still just at the high end of first rate. 100 years of wielding a sword. Yet, I still hadn't reached the pinnacle realm. So far. Not just the cultivators, but even the minimum condition to become a cultivator, the 5 energies converging to the origin, was far away. The record of gazing cultivation and exceeding martial arts, which could take me to the 5 energies realm, was beyond my comprehension as I hadn't reached the required 3 flowers gather at the summit realm. 3 flowers was still far off, and the pinnacle realm, which could bring me there, was even more distant. How much more training do I need? Every peak master I met said the same thing. From the pinnacle realm, it's a different world from the first rate. In fact, a first-rate master could never defeat a peak master in a one-on-one martial arts battle. They literally lived in different worlds. Can I enter that different world? It took me 50 years to reach the second rate from being ignorant of martial arts. Another 50 years took me from second rate to the top of first rate. The pinnacle realm, can I reach it in this lifetime? All kinds of thoughts swirled in my head. Everything I did seemed futile. I felt a profound sense of powerlessness. And when I felt powerless, I stood up. It won't disappear anyway. No matter how much I ponder, the fact that I am powerless won't change. Nor will the fact that I am a talentless dullard, a waste. But if I'm going to be useless whether I worry or not, let's be a hard-working waste. Step by step, I stepped out of the cave. The night wind was cold, but the heat surged as I circulated the dragon vein chi method. Buzz, buzz. I shook off my distractions and unfolded the Severing Mountain swordsmanship. The sword technique was refined by my young Hoon Hyung Nim in the previous life, adding 12 more moves to the original 12. I unfolded all the derived moves and auxiliary techniques from the 24 techniques of Severing Mountain swordsmanship. Sharp sounds of slicing air echoed in front of the cave. Swish! My wooden sword sliced through a falling leaf. Suddenly, as I watched the scene, a surge of determination rose in me, and I approached the floating leaf, swinging my sword again. Because I didn't infuse my internal energy into the sword, the leaf simply flew upward upon being struck by the wooden sword. More. I cleared my mind of distractions. Chasing the leaf, I continued to execute my swordsmanship. The 24 moves of Severing Mountain swordsmanship. 86 derivative techniques. Combination moves, variations. Numerous strokes extended from my hands. At some point, I realized I was constantly swinging my sword at a single leaf, enraptured in ecstasy. Just a bit more, just a little more. It felt like my body was being absorbed into the martial art. Is this enlightenment? Buzz, buzz. Seemingly within reach, yet elusive. Just like how I couldn't catch that leaf without internal energy. For how long did I swing my sword mindlessly? Suddenly, I realized dawn was breaking. I had been up all night. Just a little more, just a bit more. One more step was all it took. Dawn breaks. Slash. Swoosh. My plain wooden sword cleanly sliced through the hovering leaf. Not a withered leaf, but a fresh green one. I'm almost there, almost. Then, suddenly, I felt my left arm trembling. This is ignoring the trembling and continuing with the sword dance, or stopping for a moment. No, it can't be. Enlightenment is just around the corner. My eyes became bloodshot. But my arm trembled too much. Damn it. Eventually, I had to put down the sword. Gasp. Huff. And then, I understood why my arm trembled. Because I'm a regressor. At this time, at this moment. Knowing what's about to happen. I had involuntarily anticipated the pain of the fox soon to bite my arm and trembled in advance. Damn it. I picked up the sword again and resumed the sword dance. However, enlightenment did not come. As if it had run away the moment I dropped the sword. Damn it. What was I afraid of? What exactly? The path to the peak was right in front of me. I bit my lip hard enough to bleed. If I see the way, Tao, in the morning, dying in the evening is of no concern. I felt aggrieved. A once-in-a-lifetime enlightenment, carelessly lost due to needless fear. Ah! I screamed and deeply resolved in my heart. From today onward, even if I die in the evening, I will not give up the way I could attain in the morning. Holding the sword, I made this vow. Chapter 13, Talent Abandoned by the Heavens, 1. I gave my arm to the fox that approached me that morning, cutting it off myself. It was a symbolic act of cutting off any future hesitation. After eating my arm, the fox allowed us to stay and then left. Without paying attention to the others, I went to a quiet part of the forest and continued to swing my sword, striving to regain that enlightenment. But a day passed, then two, and on the third day, when the cultivators came and kidnapped my colleagues, even though I swung my sword relentlessly without eating, sleeping, or resting, the enlightenment did not return. I stopped only on the fourth day, right after Sea Dragon King Seo Wheel kidnapped Deputy Manager O. I prepared a feast for Manager Kim and Kim Young-hoon, who were sitting in despair, adding spices to the grilled mushrooms. The three of us ate the feast and shared our last conversation. Soon after, Manager Kim awakened her abilities and from afar, an old man riding a giant puppet appeared. The old man, after a brief struggle with Manager Kim, pushed me and Kim Young-hoon into a spatial rift and we were thrown away. I closed my eyes for the last time seeing Manager Kim reaching out to us. When I opened my eyes, I found myself on a tree. I used my agility to descend and found that Kim Young-hoon was also tangled in another tree. After helping him down, I surveyed the area. This is the southwestern part of Yangguo. In my past life, wandering through the country, managing the Palace of Heavenly Demons and Gyeonggik, I gained confidence in roughly determining my location anywhere within Yangguo. After about 100 years of wandering around Yangguo. Of course, I didn't know every nook and cranny of the country, but I could generally figure out where I was. Wake up, Director. I woke up Kim Young-hoon and explained the situation to him. He seemed panicked but accepted it reasonably after all that had happened. Together, we headed to the nearest city, while I taught him letters and the language along the way. After a few days, we reached the nearest city, Hobik City. We sold medicinal herbs and bought a manor. I taught him literacy, language, and the severing vein saber technique, a saber technique he created in his past life by modifying my severing mount in swordsmanship. After following my teachings, he became a peak master in just 3 months. It feels a bit empty. Some spend their entire lives barely reaching the top of first rate, while others reach the peak in just 3 months. And to think he's achieved 3 flowers gather at the summit. I watched him eating a yellow bamboo root and the floating 3 flowers above his head. Sigh. After he finished his cultivation, he stood up with a relaxed expression. I think I could even beat you now, Deputy Manager Seo. I watched him, energetic, and felt bittersweet inside. He was the Young-hoon Hyung-nim I knew from my past life. Now, mentally, he was much younger than me. If we go by the time we lived, I'm old enough to be Director Kim Young-hoon's great-grandfather. Watching his excitement, I thought about not accompanying him in this life. Director, I have something to tell you. Something? Oh, sure. Don't worry. I'll teach you this martial art well. Starting today, I will go my separate ways from you, Director. What? He looked at me, bewildered. Why, Deputy Manager Seo? No, Seo Yoon-hyun. Exactly as I said. I plan to travel separately from you, Director. Why? Because memories of Young-hoon Hyung-nim from my past lives flashed through my mind. The first life, where he rose to prominence as the leader of the Wu-Lin Alliance but eventually learned about the world of cultivators, fought them, despaired, and collapsed. The second life, where he established the world's best faction, rebelled against the cultivators, massacred them, but eventually gave up the path of martial arts and chose to become a cultivator himself. Probably, it would be the same in this life. This life too, he would rise to prominence, learn martial arts, fight cultivators, despair in front of them, and choose to become a cultivator. I no longer wanted to see him despair. I am. But I couldn't say that. I want to travel the world and elevate my realm. But I can teach you that too. I want to do it alone. No, you can't. How can I live without you? You'll be fine, director. I've taught you writing, language, and martial arts. You've become a peak master on your own. You don't have to worry anymore. But. He looked dejected. Am I going to be separated from my fellow countrymen again? It seemed the shock of being transported to another world and losing all his colleagues in a short time had not yet fully subsided. Then let's meet once every 2 years at this house. How about that? After persuading the gloomy Kim Young-hoon, I parted ways with him and left the city. Staying by his side, guided by the world's greatest martial expert, I could reach the pinnacle realm faster. However, I no longer wanted to see him despair. After leaving the city, I looked around the landscape. First, I should go to Seokyung City. I thought of visiting the 4 stars 3 demons at the capital of Yangwo. With many excellent peel cultivators in Seokyung City's 7 sects, I thought I might receive their teachings. I'll try some martial arts duels. But of course, I had no intention of messing with big sects like the 4 stars 3 demons. It's better not to touch such places until I become a peak master, as it would bring trouble. I went to a small sect on the outskirts of Seokyung City, Hall of 8 Respects. Hall of 8 Respects was a medium-sized sect in Seokyung City, and its leader was a top-notch first-rate expert. When I arrived at the Hall of 8 Respects, 2 gatekeepers blocked my way. What brings you to the Hall of 8 Respects? Dressed in fancy martial robes bought with money from selling herbs, the gatekeepers were polite to me. I returned their greeting and stated my purpose. I've come to request a martial arts duel at the Hall of 8 Respects. At my words, the gatekeeper's eyebrows twitched. Our hall isn't a place where just anyone can come. Whoosh! I swiftly unsheathed my sword and sliced through the gatekeeper's clothes without touching him. The sword energy cut through his front garment. Realizing I had used sword energy, the gatekeeper's faces turned pale. Sword energy. A first-rate master. Do I still look like just anyone to you? The 2 gatekeepers asked me to wait and went inside the Hall of 8 Respects. After a while, one of the guards, sweating profusely, returned to the gate. Please, come inside. The master awaits you. I followed the gatekeeper into the Hall of 8 Respects and towards the sparring ground inside the main building. There, a middle-aged man with a long beard was waiting with a 9-section whip in hand. Well, I wondered who the first-rate master was, but I didn't expect such a young hero. I am Seo Yoon-hyun, a humble and unknown warrior. I am honored to meet the master of the Hall of 8 Respects. Such a young hero, and yet your martial arts spirit is not ordinary. Your martial arts spirit is also extraordinary, master. Please bestow your teachings upon this humble warrior. After brief courtesies, we began our sparring match. Clang! The master of the Hall of 8 Respects initiated the first move. His 9-section whip struck like a serpent, movements full of discipline. It felt as if his martial arts had become one with him. I countered his attacks using the moves of the Severing Mountain swordsmanship. Simultaneously, the master of the Hall of 8 Respects launched a kick from behind his whip. Whoosh! I ducked his kick and attacked with a lower stance, breaking through his guard. Clang! His whip fell towards me, but I quickly stepped back and assumed a defensive stance. Your sword form and momentum are completely unified. Sword body unity. Late first rate. You two have completely melded your martial arts into your being, master. I am learning a lot from this. He sighed while looking at me. To reach such a stage at such a young age. You truly are a genius. Genius. I let out a bitter smile. Surely, to outsiders, I am an immense genius. Being in the late stage of first-rate mastery in my late 20s is indeed a miracle. If you consider that even first-rate mastery takes decades for ordinary people to reach, I must seem like a divine prodigy from the outside. A heaven-sent talent. But I knew the truth. I was not a genius bestowed by heaven. I was not a genius at all. Thank you for praising my inadequate talent. To me, being called a genius was not a compliment. While geniuses are rare in the world, mediocrity abounds. Being compared to a genius, despite being a mediocre who couldn't even reach the first rate in a lifetime without the advantage of regression, would be nothing short of deception. Thus, I decided to embrace the title of genius. I will now use sword energy. Go ahead. I will give it my all too. At the same time, we both lunged towards each other. Severing mountain swordsmanship. First move. Transcending peaks. I swung my sword from left to right at mid-level, creating a crescent moon-shaped sword energy that sliced towards the master of the Hall of Eight Respects. He dodged my attack by bending his waist but countered with a low stance using his whip. Severing mountain swordsmanship. Second move. Entering mountain. Swish. I quickly switched to a low stance, countering his whip at the same height. Our weapons clashed, sending off sparks. Boom. The master of the Hall of Eight Respects leaped into the air and struck down with his whip. Severing mountain swordsmanship. Third move. Ascending vein. I raised my sword from the low position, deflecting his whip and preparing to counterattack. Fourth move. Flowing ridge. I gently thrust my sword in a fluid motion. He tried to block with his whip, but my sword twisted and spiraled, piercing through his defenses. He narrowly dodged my thrust, but the spiraling sword energy grazed his garment. Seizing the opportunity, I continued with my next moves. Fifth move, bouldered cliff. Sixth move, strange stone. Twirling the sword like a dance, creating an impenetrable whirl of sword strokes, I gradually increased my sword speed. Whirling, whirling, whirling. Seventh move, deep mountain. Using the rotational force, I launched an attack. The master of the Hall of Eight Respects tried to strike me down with his 9-section whip, but thanks to the strange variations developed from the sixth move, I managed to infiltrate his guard. After breaching his defense, I twisted my body from lower right to upper left and made my strike. Whoosh! The master of the Hall of Eight Respects managed to avoid my sword strike by turning a full circle, but my sword energy sliced through the front of his garment. Simultaneously, he used his momentum from the turn to lash out his 9-section whip towards me. Eighth move, secluded valley. I swung my sword again, deflecting the master's whip, effectively neutralizing the force within it. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The master stepped back and swung his whip 3 times in succession. I countered by raising my sword to the upper left. Ninth move, landscape painting. Striking down to the lower right, then again using my internal energy to strike to the upper right and again to the lower left 3 times in a row. A total of 6 strikes successfully parried his whip. I raised my sword in a high stance, pulling up my internal energy. 10th move, dragon vein. The internal energy from the dragon vein chi method surged explosively. An enormous force filled my sword, slashing towards the master with a fierce momentum. Boom! The master countered with his whip, and our weapons collided, creating a sound like an exploding cannon. The master grimaced from the shock transmitted through his fingertips and spun around, lashing his whip towards me. 4 times. His whip attack came at me 4 times. 11th move, cliff edge. Crack! I applied the technique of a 1,000-pound weight to my sword filled with internal energy. The sword became incredibly heavy. Simultaneously, the sword energy embedded in the sword pierced through the sparring ground floor. I slashed upwards through the ground, striking the master. Arg! Swoosh! Even though my sword was stuck in the ground, it moved swiftly. As soon as it was freed, the speed was incomparably faster than before. The master, taken aback by the sudden increase in speed, was sliced by my sword across his garment again. It's time to finish this. 12th move, 7 lights emerging peak. As the sun rises behind the mountains, illuminating the world with its light, 7 streams of sword energy flowed beyond the 11th move. Clang! Finally, the master's whip was cut by my sword energy and fell outside the sparring ground. I am defeated. It was a good opportunity. I respectfully bowed to him and then left the Hall of Eight Respects. The Hall of Eight Respects, even in my past life, was known for its upright practices and not resorting to underhand tactics. My plan was to challenge honorable factions like the Hall of Eight Respects in future sparrings, gaining some renown before facing the more dubious factions. Continuing these duels, I was determined to reach the pinnacle realm in this lifetime. In this life, I will make it happen for sure. Chapter 14, Talent Abandoned by the Heavens, 2. I toured 4 more mid-sized factions in Seokyeong City. Among them, I lost the sparring matches at Yunryubo and Huiyongmun, but won at Gaejubang and Ugwolbo. Having gained some modest fame, I then visited mid-sized factions classified as part of the unorthodox sects, including the Huajin faction. Recently, I heard about a young elite swordsman challenging others to duels throughout Seokyeong City. It turns out to be you. The Huajin faction, known as an unorthodox sect in Xiaoqiang City, greeted me with a hearty laugh as soon as I arrived. The faction leader of Huajin, an old man with a long beard and wearing a grey robe, seemed like a hermit due to his unique aura. The elders of Huajin also carried a cultivator-like air. Unfortunately, I've injured my right arm in the past few days, so I will not be able to spar. Instead, the elders of our faction will take on this challenge. Following the faction leader's words, a robust-looking middle-aged man with a pleasant smile stood up. I am Take Geokiep, the first elder of the faction, and I will be your opponent. I, too, request a good match. Shortly after, we stood on the sparring stage and assumed our starting stances. Let the duel. Boom. Begin. Before the overseeing faction leader could even announce the start, Take Geokiep charged at me with his saber, initiating the attack. So, this is the nature of the unorthodox sects. Unperturbed, I infused my sword with energy and countered his attack. Severing mountain swordsmanship, second move, entering mountain. Swoosh. I ducked under his charging saber in a mid-stance and then, with a low stance, aimed a slash at his lower body. Whack. However, Geokiep nimbly leapt into the air, evading my sword, and plunged down with his saber. Facing it head-on is dangerous. But retreating would only put me under constant pressure. Severing mountain swordsmanship, 8th move, secluded valley. Whoosh. Clang. I countered his saber with my sword, diverting the direction of his forceful strike. The saber, narrowly missing me, made a thunderous noise as it shattered the ground of the sparring stage. I seized the brief moment right after Geokiep's strike to launch a counterattack. Severing mountain swordsmanship, 5th move, bouldered cliff. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. I twirled on the spot, like performing a sword dance, creating an impenetrable defense with my sword movements. Geokiep took a step back to avoid getting entangled and I didn't miss the chance to thrust forward again. Severing mountain swordsmanship, 4th move, flowing ridge. Boom. The undulating sword movements, like the ridges of a mountain, surged towards Geokiep. Geokiep swung his saber to fend off my attack, but the sword energy writhed and snaked its way into his guard. Now to finish this off. FFFT. At that moment, something tiny and sharp shot precisely towards my eye. I was startled and dodged, retracting my sword. A needle. It was a tiny needle. Geokiep had fired it from his mouth, a hidden needle mechanism at his disposal. This too is part of my martial arts, so I hope you won't take offense. Geokiep, with his amiable smile, came at me again with his saber. I felt refreshed. So, the unorthodox sects use many unusual tactics. Clearly, based on pure martial arts, Geokiep was several levels below the master of the Hall of 8 Respects. Had I pressed on with my sword a bit more, I could have disarmed him completely. But with such unexpected techniques like the hidden needle, his actual combat ability might be higher than that of a righteous martial artist. Such experiences, I couldn't have gained them by the side of young Hoon Hyung Nim. He was the best in the world, a noble and upright hero. Though he was called the extreme demon in my past life, it was because he defied cultivators, not because he was sinister. Thus, sparring with him always involved pure martial artistry, lacking in dealing regarding such unpredictable situations. Moving forward, my experience would grow through countless duels with unorthodox sects. While I wasn't without real combat experience in my past life, it was mostly large-scale battles, confrontations with cultivators, or following young Hoon Hyung Nim in raiding government offices. I hadn't had much experience in such direct confrontations with unorthodox sects, especially not with an elite from the unorthodox sects like this. Clang, clang, clang. Geokiep's saber slashed at me 3 times in quick succession. At the same time. Foot, foot, foot. He continuously shot those barely visible thin needles at me, which was quite distracting. All right, let's end this. I decided to play my trump card. In dealing with such troublesome types, it's best to crush them in one go. Severing mountain swordsmanship, 9th move, landscape painting. Severing mountain swordsmanship, 6th move, strange stone. Combining 6 diagonal slashes with variations, I accelerated the sword movements. Flash. 6 slashing attacks countered both the incoming needles and the saber, finding an opening amid the intermingled variations. Severing mountain swordsmanship, 7th move, deep mountain. I charged into the opening and twisted from lower right to upper left, slashing upwards at him. Swoosh. I only sliced his garment, as it was a sparring match, and thus emerged as the winner of the duel. Duel, challenger Seo Yoonhyun wins. A good duel indeed. Ha ha. I learned much from it. I respectfully bowed to Jeokyip and was about to leave the sparring stage when something happened. The faction leader of Huajin, stroking his beard, loudly announced. Then, let's proceed with a consecutive duel, right away. What? Surprised, I questioned him. What do you mean by a consecutive duel? I wasn't informed of this beforehand. Did I not mention it? I thought I clearly suggested a series of 3 consecutive duels and you agreed, didn't you? Everyone, you heard me say that, right? Yes, the leader is right. I heard it clearly too. The elders of Huajin unanimously nodded, and I couldn't hide my frustration. These people. Is this what being part of the unorthodox sects means? Did they never intend to let me win and leave? Do you not suppose if I win and leave, I plan to spread rumors about Huajin's dishwana? Don't worry, young one. The faction leader smiled benignly. You'll be slightly wounded in our faction's duel, develop gangrene from the wound, and eventually die. We'll take good care of you, but despite our best efforts, you'll unfortunately pass away. You're all mad. Their way of thinking was entirely different. Did you have no intention of letting me leave if I won? Did our Huajin faction ever appear to be a righteous sect to you? We are an illegal organization that has not been officially recognized by the authorities. Coming to an illegal organization and requesting a duel is akin to storming into a bandit's lair. Well, I just laughed wryly. I knew that. Though the martial world is said to be divided between the righteous and the unorthodox factions, it was actually overwhelmingly dominated by the righteous faction. Fundamentally, the term righteous faction refers to martial sects that have mastered the orthodox martial arts. However, in Yangguo, the righteous faction specifically means martial arts schools that have received official authorization from the government authorities. On the other hand, the unorthodox faction signifies groups of warriors who band together to engage in illegal activities. As such, the unorthodox faction could never operate openly, unlike the righteous faction, which always stood in the light. Most unorthodox organizations were not officially recognized or authorized by the government authorities. Obviously, by conventional standards, my act of requesting a duel with an illegal organization was insane. It was no different from storming into a bandit hideout to challenge them to a duel. Of course, the martial sects within the city, unlike bandit hideouts, did have some similarities with regular righteous sects, but essentially, they were no different, making my action a bizarre act. However, not all unorthodox factions are crazy illegal organizations. From what I know, some still have a sense of pride as martial artists. It seems Huajin is not one of them. My intrusion into the unorthodox faction to request a duel was not without thought. Based on information I gathered from my previous life, I sought out unorthodox organizations that maintained the pride of martial sects, and Huajin was one of them. Twitch. At my words, the eyebrows of Huajin's leader twitched. Pride doesn't put food on the table. Not doing despicable acts doesn't make a sect prosperous. What I think doesn't matter to you. But those who lack even the minimum pride will remain in the same place all their lives. Of course, I could say this because I knew that Huajin would transform into a righteous sect in a few years. Still, it changes nothing. As the dominant force in this area, we have a duty to take care of a fool who dared to request a duel with us. Click, 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 click. Excluding the first elder, 10 elders of Huajin surrounded me. Let's start the second continuous battle. You talk well. 10 against 1 in a duel? The thought process of these unorthodox people were ridiculous, but, after all, I came here for this. I smirked and extended my sword towards the 10 elders surrounding me. Come at me. I will accept it. Thus, the duel began. In Seokyang City, a young martial artist began to make a name for himself. He went to the unorthodox faction Huajin to request a duel and became the subject of ridicule. Requesting a duel with an illegal organization. It was no different from challenging a bandit hideout. Everyone expected the young martial artist to be found dead the next day. A day passed, and people speculated that the martial artist had been killed. 2 days passed, and rumors spread that Huajin had killed the martial artist and buried his body beneath their sect. On the 3rd day, people mourned the death of the young martial artist. However, on the evening of the 3rd day, the martial artist emerged from Huajin's stronghold, covered in blood. He then went to an inn, ordered noodles and dumplings, and immediately went to another sect to request another duel. Later, it was revealed that Huajin had engaged in endless continuous battles with the martial artist. Dozens of Huajin's fighters took turns battling the martial artist, day and night, without rest. The young martial artist fought all of them, defeating every one of them over 3 days and nights. Huajin, true to their unorthodox nature, even had those who had been defeated and recovered rejoin the battle, but the martial artist crippled anyone who tried to challenge him again. Finally, on the 3rd day, all the unorthodox masters of Huajin combined forces to face the young martial artist, but he overcame them all and escaped from Huajin. Immediately after eating noodles, the martial artist went on to challenge another sect. The young martial artist's insane actions became the talk of Seokyung City, and he was given a fitting nickname. The Infinite Fighting Spirit, Seo Yunhyun. That was me. Slurp. After roaming through 33 smaller sects in Seokyung City and eating noodles at an inn, I reflected on my experiences. Dueling with righteous factions doesn't exhaust me as much as those with unorthodox factions. During my last encounter at Huajin, I almost lost my life. Those shameless brutes. Even take Geokyip, who first lost to me, returned to the duel arena after regaining his strength when I became fatigued from continuous fighting. When their despicable tactics became blatant, I started using underhand methods too. Pretending to clean my sword, I secretly applied poison from toxic herbs onto the blade. In my past life, when I became chief strategist of the Wulin Alliance, I had studied medicine and reached the level of a top-class physician and also worked at the medical hall of Fighting Dragon Stronghold. But being a top-class physician also meant being a top-class poisoner. The line between healing and killing was indeed very thin. Fighting with poison made the battles much easier. As soon as my sword, smeared with poison, grazed any of Huajin's fighters, they immediately collapsed, foaming at the mouth. Eventually, Huajin started using poison against me too. However, I was a top-class physician. Their basic and cheap poisons couldn't affect me. The poisons used by Huajin could easily be neutralized by antidotes and medicinal herbs I had prepared in advance. The leader of Huajin, in his fury, gathered all their combatants to keep me captive for 3 days and nights. That mad old man. It felt like endless waves of underlings were being thrown at me, as if they had cloning technology. The fighters of Huajin, upon realizing their continuous losses, eventually resorted to openly attacking me with spears and arrows, forming battle formations. If I hadn't taken hostages, I would have really been killed. In the end, I had to rush at the leader of Huajin, overpower him, and take him hostage to save my life. But even that was not enough, as the elders of Huajin ignored their leader's plight and continued to order my death, forcing me to fight the entire sect on the last day. If I hadn't used poison, hostages, stimulants, and narcotics, I would have been dead. On the last day, I was so exhausted that I consumed stimulants like a madman. Even after escaping Huajin, I was still under the influence of stimulants, strong enough to request another duel at another righteous sect without any problem. Sigh. Thinking back on that day, I couldn't help but sigh. Apart from Huajin, other unorthodox sects were similarly ruthless. Initially, they seemed to agree to a fair duel, but as soon as I won, they forced continuous battles. If I continued to win, the surrounding disciples would draw their hidden weapons and attack me all at once. In such ways, many unorthodox underlings would drain my strength. I would then consume stimulants, spread poison, and fight back against the unorthodox attackers. When my strength was completely drained, I would flee with all my might. If I had enough strength left, I would fight against the entire unorthodox faction, defeat them, and then leave. After such a duel, I would take more stimulants and request another duel at a nearby righteous sect. There was no fear for my life in the righteous sects, so it didn't matter whether I won or lost. Afterward, whether I lost or won, I would ask to spend the night at the righteous sect. Inside their premises, I didn't have to worry about attacks from the unorthodox factions, so I could rest peacefully. In this manner, I roamed through numerous righteous and unorthodox sects in Seokyung City, dueling like a madman. While I was called the crazy lunatic, infinite fighting spirit, by the public, I didn't care. I lacked talent. The path to the pinnacle I seek to reach is impossibly distant for my talent. Therefore, I must constantly fight, crossing the boundaries of life and death. That's how I must reach that realm. What must one do to overcome a wall without talent? Go mad. If one lacks talent, one must possess madness. That's the only way for a dullard to behold the same world as a genius. And so, I ransacked not just Seokyung City but all over Yangguo, visiting numerous righteous and unorthodox sects, dueling relentlessly. 2 years passed in this manner. It's been a while. I arrived at our first house in the mountain where I had promised to meet Kim Young-hoon. Over the past 2 years, my reputation has spread throughout Yangguo, especially after causing a stir in various sects of Seokyung City. Consequently, the 4 stars 3 demons of Seokyung City even attempted to recruit me, which I neatly declined. Taking on organizational responsibilities inevitably eats into personal time, and with my limited talent, that could prevent me from overcoming the pinnacle barrier in this lifetime. During these 2 years of causing chaos, I engaged in duels with the righteous factions and accumulated real combat experience under the guise of duels with the unorthodox factions. There were even times when I narrowly escaped death after being ambushed by bounty hunters in inns set upon me by the unorthodox factions. My real combat experience has grown tremendously, to the point where I can confidently claim at least a 10% chance of winning against any late first-rate expert, regardless of their strength. However, I still can't even see the wall of the pinnacle realm, let alone reach it. How much more do I need to achieve to attain this pinnacle realm? Sighing, I entered the house to keep my appointment with Kim Young-hoon. Ha ha, who do we have here if not the famous infinite fighting spirit, Seo Yoon-hyun? He greeted me in martial world jargon. I'm also honored to meet the renowned Young-hoon. I replied with a salute. This Young-hoon title never sits right with me. What's wrong with this world that there's no Kim clan? Well, if you dislike Young-hoon, you might have to be called Jeom-hoon instead, I suggested jokingly. Ugh, not to my liking. He grumbled. What's there not to like? Young-hoon, one of the 3 great warriors, the absolute mountain saber. Indeed, Kim Young-hoon, who had mastered the record of gazing cultivation and exceeding martial arts, had reached the status of one of the 3 great warriors in just 2 years in this life. He's grown even faster than his previous self. Could this life's Kim Young-hoon defeat a cultivator? His martial arts, inheriting the enlightenment that the previous Kim Young-hoon had wrung out of his entire life, were strengthening much faster than before. Maybe. Yes, maybe he could become even stronger. Enough small talk, let's have a duel after a long time. Ha ha, I am honored to face the blade of one of the 3 great warriors. We entered the indoor duel arena and began our duel. Ordinary techniques are useless against Kim Young-hoon. I began with full sincerity from the start. Severing Mountain Swordsmanship, first move, Transcending Peaks. Severing Mountain Swordsmanship, 12th move, 7 lights emerging from the peak. I charged at him, performing a horizontal slash, followed by 7 streaks of sword energy beyond the slash. Your skills have improved compared to 2 years ago, he noted. Whoosh! Kim Young-hoon, without even drawing his saber, casually swung the sheathed blade and dispersed all my sword energy into thin air. But still, it's clumsy. I'll have to show you something new. Severing Mountain Swordsmanship. 13th move. Joy of Mountains and Peaks. I spun rapidly on the spot, slashing thrice, then raised my sword high and brought it down thrice. The cross-directional slashes rained down on Kim Young-hoon. From the 13th move of Severing Mountain Swordsmanship, each one was a technique worthy of being called a decisive move. He can't dodge this. But Kim Young-hoon, without attempting to evade, extended his sheathed saber and, with a slow, smooth motion, diagonally swept his blade twice from below to above, effortlessly neutralizing my sword energy. Then, a strike that cannot be neutralized. Severing Mountain Swordsmanship. 14th move. Chi Mountain, Heart Heaven. Whoosh! My whole body's energy greatly intensified. Majestic internal energy flowed through my meridians and into my sword. Energy as vast as a mountain, and the heart as vast as heaven. The originally formless sword energy started to condense, faintly taking shape. A form of sword silk, which should only be possible at the pinnacle realm, was forcibly manifested. I executed the move, slashing diagonally upwards from right to left. Kyuguang. Formidable sword energy flew towards Kim Young-hoon. He raised his sheathed saber and precisely targeted a spot in my sword energy. In an instant. Chang! The intensified sword energy scattered in all directions, dissipating into nothingness. I stared at him in disbelief for a moment. Chi Mountain, Heart Heaven had always been my signature decisive technique, capable of splitting any opponent or technique in half with its terrifying power. I believed it would be effective even against peak-level masters. However, seeing it neutralized in an instant by his move brought a wave of frustration I couldn't help but feel. Your power is too dispersed. Concentrate your sword energy more intensely into a single intent, he advised. Thank you for the advice. Now, it's my turn. Without giving me a chance to react, he assumed his stance and softly announced his technique. Severing Vein Saber, 4th move, Mountain Wind. Swoosh. It's coming. I quickly executed a technique to counter Mountain Wind. Severing Mountain Swordsmanship. 15th move. Lead Mountain. I swung my sword. The sword energy emitted in one stroke split into 3. Swinging again, the 3 split into 9. Swinging yet again, the 9 split into 27. Continuing to perform the sword dance, I further split my sword energy. Soon, the space in front of me became densely filled with sword energy, like a thicket of thorns. Bang! The thrust of the mountain wind, nearly invisible, couldn't penetrate the wall of sword energy formed by lead mountains and dissipated. Ha! Ha! But after executing lead mountains, I was drenched in cold sweat, barely managing to stay upright. The mental strain was immense. Splitting sword energy requires significant concentration. Turning the energy into hundreds of pieces, forming a wall like a thicket of thorns with lead mountains, brought an exhaustion like my brain was melting. Decisive moves are not named lightly. They are the culmination of a martial art master's extreme concentration and lifelong determination. Ordinary martial arts might contain 1 or 2 such terrifying decisive moves. But Severing Mountain Swordsmanship, improved by my previous life's Younghoon Hyungnim, had 12 more. Insane talent, indeed. But this meant that every time I executed a move beyond the 12th of Severing Mountain Swordsmanship, I felt overwhelming fatigue. Effective, yes, but exhausting. With this momentum, I launched into the next technique, charging at Kim Young-hoon. Severing Mountain Swordsmanship. 16th move. Mountain Tiger. From lower left to upper right. From lower right to upper left. 4 times each. A total of 8 slashes rained down towards him. Though similar to the 9th move, Landscape Painting, where slashes are scattered in all directions, the move Mountain Tiger concentrated the power of slashes into one pinpoint spot. Each of the 8 slashes had to converge precisely on one point, requiring significant concentration. Your lower body is exposed. However, Kim Young-hoon targeted my legs with a lower stance, completely breaking through the Mountain Tiger. Woom! Ka! Struck by his sheathed saber, I fell to the ground. It seems I've won. Yes, congratulations. I sheathed my sword and stood up, thanking him. His critique seemed to reveal some flaws in my techniques. For a while, he pointed out my weaknesses and areas for improvement, which I took to heart. After guiding me in duels for 10 nights, he promised to meet again and left. I, too, set off for my next series of duels. And so, time flowed like a river, and 3 years passed. It's been 5 years since my return. Not on the day we planned to meet, but after a duel with a mid-size sect in Shinju City, Kim Young-hoon found me. It's been a while, infinite fighting madman, Seo Yoonhyun. Kim Young-hoon, is that you? Ha ha, it might be a bit awkward. That's the way it is. Over 3 years, my nickname changed from Fighting Spirit to Fighting Madman. My real combat experience increased even more, and my reputation grew. I also increased my underhand skills like poison and hidden weapons while dealing with the unorthodox factions. Scars from the past years dotted my body, proving my experiences. But my martial arts level remained the same, still a late first rate. The wall of the pinnacle realm was nowhere in sight. Yet, the Kim Young-hoon I met again had completely changed. His appearance was that of a man in his 20s. Rejuvenation. This means he had already reached the realm of 5 energies converging to the origin, a state of youthful rejuvenation. I felt a tinge of emptiness. While some barely improve their skills after years of relentless real combat, others advance to the next level just by activating their inherent talent. Ha, reaching the 5 energies realm rejuvenated my body. I've reached a realm completely different from the 3 flowers gather at the summit stage. That's how it turned out. What brings you here? Didn't we meet just a year ago? We were supposed to meet every 2 years. 2 years after parting, and then 2 years again. We met each time, and it had been only a year since our last meeting. Well, after reaching 5 energies, I traveled around Yangguo, challenging various major sects to duels, and realized something. What is it? It turns out that I've reached the absolute of martial arts in Yangguo. No one could match even a fraction of my power. So, I thought. He made a subtle suggestion. Now, as the top martial artist, I plan to run a sect or organization. I'll offer you a position if you're interested. I'm fine as I am now. He seemed to be caught in the throes of the Wulin Alliance leader's syndrome. Accepting his offer would likely land me in a role like an advisor or division head, busy with organizational work. With my reputation and skills being unparalleled compared to my past lives, taking on such roles would make organization management easier. But I can't afford to have my time taken away for organizational duties. While a genius reaches 5 energies converging to the origin in 5 years, a dullard like me barely makes any progress. Every minute, every second is precious for me to reach the pinnacle realm. Therefore, I cannot allow my time to be taken away. Facing my curt refusal, Kim Young-hoon sighed and left, a bit downcast. He mentioned that it might be difficult to meet as often once he starts his organization, and added that if I joined him, he could always spar and guide me. No matter how good the conditions are, I won't join this time. I had already received countless guidance and sparring sessions from him in past lives. Now, what I need more is a wealth of real combat experience. Even Young-hoon, my Hyungnim in a past life, advised me to undergo numerous real battles once I reached the late first rate. Joining him now would actually be a loss. I decided to observe his journey from afar in this life and continued my endless series of duels. Chapter 15, Talent Abandoned by the Heavens, 3. Audiobook by the Nut Lord. All text belongs to the original author. Please support them online. This fan project is non-profit. Join the Discord for more audiobooks, and comment any mispronunciations so I can fix them. SSSSHHH. I listened to the sound of the rain while taking shelter in a cave. 15 years. 15 years have passed in a blink of an eye. It's been 15 years since Kim Young-hoon established the Wulin Alliance and became its first leader. Within 3 years, he had brought all of Yangguo's martial world under his control with the title of the strongest under heaven. The chaotic righteous sect stabilized, and numerous martial artists praised his achievements. However, for a few years after that, he seemed to seclude himself from the affairs of the Wulin Alliance, engrossed in something else. Probably the cultivators came for him. Shocked by the power of cultivators, he must have been busy dealing with them using record of gazing cultivation and exceeding martial arts. In the 5th year of his reign as the Alliance leader, he suddenly retired and disappeared, announcing his retreat to a remote mountain. I roughly understood the situation. He must have left to confront the cultivators hiding in the mountains and those scheming in the shadows of the entire martial world. In the 10th year, there was no news of Young-hoon, the first Wulin Alliance leader, anywhere. Is he dead? Or, like in my previous lives, is he still alive, relentlessly pursued by cultivators? Oddly, I thought I wouldn't be too sad even if he were dead. Why is that? After 15 years of relentless dueling, just as scars have marked my face, scars might have also etched into my heart. Within those scars, he might have become a faint existence in my life. During these 15 years, as my body and heart changed, so did my nickname. Infinite Fighting Madman to Infinite Fighting Monster. But nothing else had changed. I was still a late first-rate martial artist, and the pinnacle realm was still out of sight. Still. How long more? I yelled at the murky sky, pouring rain, feeling inexplicable suffocation. How long must I keep swinging my sword? When will it be enough? Why is it that some gain enlightenment by swinging their sword, while others only gain scars? The sky offered no answer. For 20 years since my return, I've been fighting, killing, and training non-stop for 20 years. I've never let go of my sword, not even for a moment. But when will you acknowledge me? Why don't I get even a single moment of enlightenment? Ah! I screamed madly at the sky. But still, the sky only poured rain. After a while, my own screams echoed back to me. I know. It's my fault. Yes, everything is. On the first day of my return. Because I couldn't overcome the fear of facing the fox and dropped my sword. If I had continued back then, perhaps I could have reached the pinnacle realm that very day. Because I failed to grasp that enlightenment, I'm still like the sword chasing the leaves. Still stuck in this realm. To learn the way in the morning and to be content with death in the evening. It's because I failed to cherish that sentiment. Crack. I clenched my teeth, drew my sword in the cave, and practiced severing mountain swordsmanship again. Over and over. The sword strokes I had executed countless times flowed from my hands. The moves and secret techniques from the 1st to the 24th all came out. Improving the flaws that had been shown for 15 years. Striving to perfect the sword strokes. Yet, nothing has changed. And it seems nothing will change. What more do you want from me? I couldn't bear the torment and sat down after performing the sword strokes. Now, there were no more weaknesses in my sword strokes. No more room for improvement was visible. But still, the pinnacle realm was nowhere in sight. Why must I still remain in this state? With these questions and anger, I just sat there, wailing in pain. The rain stopped. I left the cave and went to the originally planned destination, the Bangnip sect in Soil County, completed my spar, and came out. The sect leader and elders of Bangnip and I had 3 rounds of spars. And I defeated all of them within 5 moves. They were all late first-rate masters like me, but now no one of my level could block or break through my sword moves. My reputation had spread across Yangwo's martial world over the years, and studies on my swordsmanship were conducted everywhere. As a result, countermeasures to my swordsmanship were spread far and wide. I sought out numerous martial artists who had discovered these countermeasures, and dueled with them. Only to develop countermeasures in response. Thus, the flaws in my swordsmanship gradually disappeared, and today, my severing mountain swordsmanship has almost reached flawlessness. Even peak masters of the major sects praised my evolved swordsmanship. But still, I could not measure up to peak masters. I have dueled with peak masters. Yet, even with my near-flawless swordsmanship, I could not defeat them. Even deploying poison and hidden weapons was in vain. Despite having developed countermeasures, the peak masters effortlessly dismantled my sword moves as soon as I executed them. Without a chance to deploy the countermeasures, they overpowered me, and I was inevitably defeated in duels against them. What exactly is the barrier that separates first-rate from peak masters? Despite numerous defeats, I still couldn't grasp what it takes to reach the pinnacle realm. I tried everything I had read about in old martial arts novels, from circulating my internal energy through every tiny blood vessel in my body to practicing external skills. I even fought non-human beasts. Yet, I remained a first-rate martial artist. I had no idea what the pinnacle realm even was. My internal energy strength deepened, my array of tricks grew, my swordsmanship became more powerful, and my fame increased slightly. Still, I remained unchanged. Sigh. Feeling utterly despondent, I went to an inn to order some drinks. That's when it happened. A man wearing a bamboo hat joined me at my table uninvited. You seem troubled, sir. I'm just frustrated because I can't see a way forward. I understand that feeling all too well. Doing everything you need to, but there's no path in front of you. It feels suffocating, a massive pressure choking you. But just staying like that won't make a path appear. No matter how much you rage and scream, a non-existent path won't just emerge. So, what can you do but try everything under the sun to find a different way? I soon realized who he was. How about it, does this describe your current state of mind? Yes, great master. I'm not sure why the first leader of the Wulin Alliance would empathize with someone like me. It was Kim Young-hoon, whom I hadn't seen in 15 years. He took off his bamboo hat, showing a faint smile. His face looked somewhat haggard. It's been a long time, Yoon-hyun. Indeed, it has. We shared a small laugh and ordered drinks. What have you been doing all these years? In this world, there are beings called cultivators, just like the monsters we saw flying in the sky when we first arrived in this world. He shared with me his experiences of fighting against cultivators. I could handle up to the chi building stage cultivators with my martial arts. But those at the core formation were akin to disasters. I barely managed to escape from a core formation cultivator by severing his hand. I noticed something different from my past lives. He'd escaped from a core formation cultivator. In my past lives, he simply lost to them. But this time, the outcome was different. He had successfully escaped from a core formation cultivator. Through record of gazing cultivation and exceeding martial arts, he surpassed his previous life's limits. And much earlier, at least 20 years sooner. My heart started to race. Maybe in this life, martial artists could indeed defeat cultivators. I encouraged him with a faint excitement. You will surely defeat the core formation cultivators, great master. Ha ha, we shall see. He seemed a bit pessimistic, but I thought it was entirely possible from my perspective. After all, his martial talent was truly a gift from heaven. Different from me. A talent given by heaven. A talent abandoned by heaven. That's the difference between him and me. I might not reach the pinnacle realm, but he will surely discover a higher realm in this life. Your words are like gold plating my face, Yoonhyun. Maybe you believe this because you haven't witnessed the power of a core formation cultivator. Anyway, that's not why I'm here today. Why did you come? Well, to leave a will with you. What? His expression was serious. In the future, I will seek out core formation cultivators and challenge them. Through these challenges, I will hone my talents to the extreme and discover a way for martial artists to confront these cultivators. I will prove that the martial arts of our world can ascend even higher. Due to this, my life will become incredibly unstable. If I am still alive, I will visit you every 5 years and entrust you with the insights I gain each time I survive these challenges. Thump. He handed me a book with no title. This contains the insights I gained while escaping a battle with a core formation cultivator. I've added some content to the record of gazing cultivation and exceeding martial arts based on these insights. Please keep this book safe and pass it on to future generations, so that someday, our descendants can stand against the cultivators who roam the skies with human bodies. Prepare the way for them. This is the will I entrust to you. I will keep it safe. Thank you. He smiled faintly, took a sip of his drink, and stood up. It seems you are also frustrated, unable to cross the barrier from late first rate to the peak. Direct training might be meaningless at this point. Let me give you a task. Try to maintain your sword energy all day. It might help. Thank you. I bowed to him with a fist and palm salute. Shortly after, Kim Young-hoon completely disappeared from my sight. Not by flying or using any extraordinary methods, but as if vanishing like a mirage. Just like the last image I saw of Young-hoon Hyungnim in my past life. He had already reached the realm I saw in my past life. Maybe, in this life, he can truly surpass the limits of martial artists. I looked up at the sky. Although it was still cloudy from the rain, the clouds had lightened, and patches of blue sky peeked through. Yes, I too shall continue to persevere. 6 months had passed since Kim Young-hoon and I parted ways again. Whoosh. Ah. I had been attempting the task he left me with. To maintain sword energy all day, but eventually I had to release it due to the exhaustion of my concentration. How on earth can I maintain sword energy all day? It wasn't just an issue of depleting my internal energy. Sword energy had a fundamental requirement for reaching a state of unity with the sword. In other words, maintaining sword energy all day meant maintaining this unity all day. Even compared to fighting against unorthodox sect members all day long, maintaining this state is difficult. Of course, it was theoretically possible. Being one with the sword means completely internalizing the swordsmanship you are practicing. If you can embody the principles of that swordsmanship in your actions all day, then it's possible. In theory. But maintaining it while eating, relieving oneself, and even talking. That's hardly something a normal person's mental strength can handle. Even peak masters don't do this as far as I know. Honestly, maintaining unity with the sword all day is madness. Even peak masters would protest and tell you to stop immediately if they heard of such a thing. But if you don't go mad, you can't reach it. Yes. It's something even peak masters don't do. They probably didn't do such things to become peak masters either. But I have to. Because I lack talent. For a slow learner to catch up with a genius, I have to be more insane than the genius. Vroom. I steadied my breath and infused my sword with energy again. I have to be much, much crazier than a genius. I felt my brain almost burning up. I could feel my energy channels twisting. Maybe I'll die from overexertion before Kim Young-hoon, doing this insane training. But so be it. If only I can gain enlightenment in the morning. As I maintained my sword energy longer, my breath quickened, and my energy channel surged. My head started to feel empty, and my thoughts became unclear. I had been infusing sword energy since lunch, maintaining it until evening. I'd gladly die in the evening. I kept maintaining my sword energy and went to a small sect to challenge them to a duel. It's been a long time. The same for you. Another 5 years had passed. Kim Young-hoon visited me again. You look pale. Aren't you pushing yourself too hard? Your vital energy seems to be depleting. If this is what it takes to reach the pinnacle realm. Indeed. Even after practicing maintaining sword energy all day for 5 years and experiencing endless duels and real battles, I was still a late first-rate martial artist. The barrier to the next realm simply did not appear. I still couldn't grasp it. Kim Young-hoon looked a bit incredulous at my words. With a small wrinkle forming on his rejuvenated, taut forehead, he asked, "You haven't stopped training, yet you haven't ascended to the next level." "Yes. Well, thanks to that, my understanding of sword energy is now far superior to that of my peers. Now, I could infuse sword energy into not just swords but also into chopsticks, branches, paper, and cloth, using them like a sword. Against first-rate martial artists of the same realm, my combat experience and understanding of sword energy alone gave me a winning chance of 30%, regardless of their martial arts. Yet, I still couldn't last more than 3 seconds against peak masters. His gaze shifted to my hand holding the sword. "How strange. You've become one with your sword more than ever before, yet you haven't reached the pinnacle realm. I thought the task I gave you would be sufficient for someone with your practical experience to reach the next stage." I smiled bitterly. "Yes, this is my talent. A talent discarded by the heavens." Sigh. "Don't be too disheartened. With your determination, you'll surely reach the pinnacle realm someday. Honestly, I didn't expect you to actually accomplish such a crazy task." "Thank you." I softly smiled, infusing my sword with energy. Now, I could maintain sword energy without a break for half a day. After that, though, my head would start to hurt, and my energy channels would surge chaotically. I could still push it for another half a day in that state. As I did so, my energy channels would begin to twist, and I'd start to bleed from my nose about once every hour. Yet, I could still endure it with my willpower. But knowing that pushing beyond that might lead to death, I didn't force myself further. I don't want to die pointlessly without even a glimmer of enlightenment. I stopped maintaining sword energy and took a rest at that point. If I can really maintain sword energy all day without strain, maybe a path will appear then. Yes. I hope you succeed. And here. After chatting, Kim Young-hoon handed me another untitled book. This contains the insights I gained while battling and escaping from a core formation cultivator. I have managed to gauge my abilities precisely and endured the cultivator's techniques as long as possible before escaping. Insights from just escaping is this much. I was slightly surprised, looking at the thickness of the book, comparable to the complete volume of Record of Gazing Cultivation and Exceeding Martial Arts. A core formation cultivator is akin to a natural disaster. These insights are natural. Wow. I was amazed as I received the insights. I'll keep it safe for future generations. Thank you, Yoon-hyun. He laughed heartily, drank his liquor, and then stood up. Then I'll go and search for core formation cultivators again. I hope we can meet again next time. And, for your next task, try to always keep in mind all of the surrounding scenery you pass by. All the surrounding scenery. Yes, in battle or martial arts spars, you always keep the surrounding terrain and features in mind to utilize them. Now, try to do that all the time, not just during battles. That's what. The task he set this time, like the previous one about maintaining sword energy, seemed insane. He was essentially asking me to become a human CCTV, keeping constant spatial awareness. I hope my head doesn't explode. I shook my head, clearing these foreboding thoughts. All right. Kim Young-hoon, who reached a realm never before attained by any martial artist, has a reason for setting such tasks. From that day forward, I began to memorize everything I saw and the location of every object and feature in my surroundings. 30 years since my return. And 5 years of constantly keeping spatial awareness. Now, I can proudly say that my understanding of sword energy is higher than anyone else's. Maintaining sword energy all the time, an insane feat, has become second nature to me, except when sleeping. Spatial awareness, though initially painful, has become a habit. At first, my head felt like it would split, but it became manageable as I adapted. I can guarantee a 40% winning rate against other first-rate martial artists of the same realm relying on my spatial awareness, combat experience, and understanding of sword energy alone. And the most encouraging thing, I successfully lasted 4 seconds against a peak master. It was an encouraging achievement. It meant that I could exchange at least one more move with peak masters. Yes. I am growing, albeit slowly. Someday, I will surely reach the pinnacle realm. I met Kim Young-hoon again. Seeing Kim Young-hoon after a long time, I noticed he had acquired a scar or two on his face. Those scars. They are from battling a core formation cultivator. It was astonishing. Until now, across several lifetimes, he had never sustained scars. He had never been injured while mastering martial arts. Even when fighting against cultivators, he never bore a scar from any near-fatal wounds. Such a scarred appearance was a rare sight to see on him. This time. But contrary to the scars, his face was full of life. I managed to cut off the hands of a core formation cultivator twice in a row. And I still managed to escape. Ha! Ha ha ha! Ha ha ha, you should have seen it. The dignified cultivator enraged and losing his mind after being bested by a mere mortal. I was genuinely astonished. He was gradually surpassing the limits of martial artists. Little by little, it's being passed down. Not only I, but also a genius of the millennium, benefits from my return. Bit by bit. Slowly overcoming their limits and paving a path beyond. Clack! I accepted the insights he handed me, insights gained while he repeatedly cut off the hands of a core formation cultivator. If I pass these insights on to Kim Young-hoon in the next life, maybe he'll break his limits again? Given his heaven-sent martial talent, continuously exploring new paths might someday possibly bring martial artists to dominate the world of cultivators. My primary goal has always been to reach the state of 5 energies converging to the origin, become a cultivator, elevate my realm, and return to the previous world to live a life without the ability to return. So, defeating cultivators as a martial artist wasn't my life's sole purpose. But watching his feats made me wonder. Martial arts. How far can such martial prowess, achievable by the human body and not cultivators, really go? Such questions and expectations welled up in me. I'll take care of these insights as well. I accepted his insights, and Kim Young-hoon smiled wryly as he raised his glass. But you? There was a hint of sympathy in his gaze as he looked at me. You still haven't reached the pinnacle realm. Can you tell just by looking? Yes. I can tell just by your gaze. You'll understand once you reach the peak. In fact, constantly maintaining sword energy or keeping spatial awareness active is merely an attempt to mimic the vision one gains in the pinnacle realm using your physical senses. But despite mimicking the pinnacle realm to that extent, I don't understand why your vision hasn't progressed beyond mere imitation. He sighed softly. I knew your talent was dull, but this is almost as if you're inherently unsuited for martial arts. Kim Young-hoon took another drink as he saw my downcast expression. I, too, drank silently. All right, then. I have no choice but to keep trying to make you mimic the vision of the peak. As you've been doing. You remember the space. So now remember the sounds, the temperature and touch on your skin, even the taste. Activate all your senses continuously, training them to their limits, constantly absorbing information. In that state, keep maintaining sword energy and continue to experience real battles. This is the only way for someone without talent like you to enter the realm of the peak. The vision of peak masters. Why are you telling me these things? Until now, martial artists at the pinnacle realm have never spoken about it to those below first rate. Because explaining it would be incomprehensible to them, potentially leading to delusions. There's only one case where they impart information about the pinnacle realm to first-rate masters. Is it because I can reach the pinnacle realm? At the top of first rate. For those who are looking to the realm of the pinnacle, the super first-rate martial artists. Honestly, I don't understand why you're still a late first-rate looking at your hands. Kim Young-hoon looked at my hand holding the sword. You wouldn't know, but martial artists in the pinnacle realm have a completely different vision from those below. It's the same with 3 flowers gather at the summit and 5 energies converging to the origin. And, from my perspective, at the extreme of 5 energies. Your sword and hand are half melted into each other. Usually, a first-rate martial artist reaches the peak at this point, but I don't understand why your vision hasn't opened yet. That's why I'm giving you this fragmented information. My sword and hand are half melted into each other. I looked at my hand. It just seemed to be resting on the sword scabbard. It wasn't actually so. But what he mentioned was something I had recently started to feel. As if the sword and my hand had melted into one. But can a master at the level of 5 energies read my thoughts? It's far. How far do I have to go to reach that realm? No. Don't think about that. Thank you. I will continue to train tirelessly based on your valuable advice. Nod. He softly smiled and nodded, then vanished like a phantom right before my eyes. After finishing the meal I ordered at the inn, I stood up. Remember the space, and next. Yes, let's remember the sounds. I began to absorb every bit of miscellaneous noise around me into my mind. It felt like my brain would explode, but this too would become familiar. As the sounds became more familiar, next, I would remember information about temperature, humidity, touch. Then, information about taste. Absorbing and reabsorbing countless pieces of information, while continuously experiencing real battles. I will definitely reach the pinnacle realm. Chapter 16, Talent Abandoned by the Heavens. 4. Absorbing and comprehending information about every space I traversed was not an ordinary task. It was dizzying, especially when combined with the practice of maintaining constant sword energy. Now, this task included perceiving auditory information from every moment I passed through. It wasn't just about perceiving auditory information from noisy streets. Rustle, rustle. The sound of clothes brushing against each other. Thud, thud. The sound of footsteps. Huff, huff, huff. The sound of breathing. I had to consciously perceive all these sounds continuously. Dizzying. Doing all this simultaneously, I felt not just a headache but dizziness to the point of near collapse. I wondered if I could even engage in martial duels in this state. Especially now, when there are hardly any sects left to duel with. For about 30 years, I traveled all over Yangguo, challenging almost every small and medium sect to duels. Occasionally, I even visited major sects for duels. As a result, there was hardly a place in Yangguo I hadn't been to. I now resorted to battling bandits and water bandits rampaging through Yangguo, capturing them. The problem was these evil men never fought fairly, especially when chased down. The most desperate ones even resorted to throwing explosive pellets they somehow acquired. In this dizzy state, I had to fight such men. Can I even preserve my life? Sigh. I sighed and firmly gripped my sword. After all, this was the path I chose. Even if I die, I will walk this path. I looked at the 6 books piled up in front of me. You survived again this time. Yes, this time as well. 15 years had passed. 45 years since my return. In the meantime, I met Kim Young-hoon 3 more times and received 3 more sets of insights, making a total of 6 volumes of insights from Kim Young-hoon. During this time, I mastered processing not only visual and auditory information but also touch, taste, and smell continuously and adept. Now, when I met a martial artist of late first rate, my understanding of the 5 senses, sword energy, and immense practical experience allowed me to start with a 70% chance of winning against martial artists of the same level. Of course, this was without considering the power of my martial arts. Including that, my winning probability reached 99%. If it was a real fight allowing the use of toxins and hidden weapons, I could guarantee victory against any late first-rate martial artist. Moreover, with the ability to process information using the 5 senses and my understanding of constantly using sword energy, I could now face a peak master for about 10 to 20 exchanges. Of course, it was difficult to continue beyond that. That was the end. I still hadn't become a peak master. Still, my existence has spread among the core formation cultivators. It seems I'm wanted. 2 core formation cultivators laid a trap and waited for me. I barely escaped. Still, I managed to inflict a small wound on the cheek of one of them. You've gained even more insights. What insights? Despite all this, I still can't properly confront core formation cultivators. Assuming I don't run away, I can't even last 100 exchanges against them. It's impossible to inflict any meaningful damage. He gazed at the sky with a sense of futility and mused. Honestly, I sometimes wonder whether the extreme of 5 energies converging to the origin I've reached is the end for martial artists. Perhaps the martial artist who created record of gazing cultivation and exceeding martial arts had similar thoughts. No matter how hard we try, it's impossible to defeat cultivators with martial arts. I quietly looked at Kim Young-hoon. Despite writing 6 books full of astonishing insights, he held a small teacup, his face etched with a hollow smile. Clearly, he possessed talent given by the heavens. And I, talent abandoned by the heavens. Clearly, he and I were in starkly opposite situations. Yet, somehow, I saw my reflection in Kim Young-hoon. Myself, who could not grasp even a hint of the pinnacle realm despite numerous lifetimes of effort. His situation, where no possibility of defeating cultivators appeared despite repeated lifetimes. Clearly, a genius given by the heavens and a dullard abandoned by the heavens. Why then, did we seem so similar? By the way, I still don't understand why I haven't reached the pinnacle realm. It's frustrating for me too. Kim Young-hoon looked at me with a slightly bitter expression. Why can't you reach that realm despite mimicking the world of peak masters, including sword energy? I can't grasp what's missing. He let out a hollow laugh and stood up. Let's have a sparring session after a long time. That sounds like good news. Kim Young-hoon and I left the guest house and headed towards a nearby forest. Upon reaching a suitable clearing, I unsheathed my sword without a word. The sword energy, which I had been maintaining continuously for 7 days and nights, flickered on my sword. Your understanding of sword energy is considerable. You'd quickly reach the stage of sword silk once you attain the pinnacle realm, Kim Young-hoon observed, noticing the aura of my sword. I smiled bitterly. The hypothesis after reaching the pinnacle realm was meaningless. It was already the 45th year since my return. I only had about 5 years of life left, and the likelihood of becoming a peak master within that time was slim. A realm that I couldn't reach despite dedicating my entire life. Would any special enlightenment come within these 5 years? Then, let's begin. I took up a fighting stance, my expression intense. Severing mountain swordsmanship. 16th move. Mountain tiger. Swoosh. 6 sword energies from the upper left to the lower right. 6 from the upper right to the lower left. A total of 12 sword energies converged towards Kim Young-hoon's heart. Ting! Kim Young-hoon didn't even draw his saber. He simply flicked his finger, and my technique dissipated instantly. However, I didn't panic and immediately launched another move. Severing mountain swordsmanship. 12th move. 9 lights emerging peak. A more evolved sword technique that sent 9 sword energies his way. You've significantly reduced your vulnerabilities. Swoosh. Kim Young-hoon quickly deployed his movement technique, dodging all my sword energies and quietly commended me. I didn't respond but quickly took another fighting stance. Severing mountain swordsmanship. 17th move. Mountain and valley transformation. Boom, bang, bang. I sent sword energies in all directions, absorbing them into the earth with the principle of infiltration and then detonating them after a delay, a decisive move of the severing mountain swordsmanship. Boom, bang. The surrounding terrain transformed under my will. Sword energies emerging from the ground surged towards Kim Young-hoon. Whoosh! But when he swiped his finger horizontally, the sword energies I launched lost their power and scattered into the air. Severing vein saber method, 8th move, mountain scream. Whoosh! He extended his finger towards me again. Boom! The saber energy emanating from his finger overturned the ground as it surged towards me. Severing mountain swordsmanship. 18th move. Echoing valley. Whoosh! I infused sword energy into my sword, and simultaneously, I withdrew all force from it. Though it sounded absurd, echoing valley required just that. I filled my sword with energy while maintaining its form, removing all intent and miscellaneous forces, leaving only a hollow form of energy. Ha! With all my concentration, I maintained the emptiness in my sword and faced the incoming saber energy. Grr! Immense pressure traveled up my arm, but simultaneously, the saber energy that surged towards me was absorbed into my sword. I emptied my intent from the sword and filled it with the opponent's intent. Then, with a swift turn, I exerted all my strength to fling the energy in another direction. Boom! The mountain scream Kim Young-hoon launched destroyed several trees and shattered a huge rock. Hew, hew. I sweat profusely and trembling. Echoing Valley was originally a counterattack technique that absorbed the opponent's energy and intent, returning it back to them. However, I could only manage to deflect the attack. Still far off. Gritting my teeth, I took up my stance again and charged. Severing mountain swordsmanship. 19th move. Mountain echoes, valley responds. Whoosh! My sword vibrated, and my sword energy morphed into waves, spreading in all directions before suddenly converging towards Kim Young-hoon. An inescapable decisive technique. But he just smiled, lifting his hand, and saber energy burst from his fingertips. Whoosh, bang, bang, bang. Spinning and dancing, he flicked his hand each time, deflecting the converging sword energies. Whoosh, thump, thump, thump. He deflected countless sword energies and then extended his finger towards me again. Severing Vein Saber Method, 9th move, Dragon's Mound. Rumble. The fearsome saber energy, twisting like a dragon, flew towards me. Can I withstand it? No, even trying to deflect it with my sword would tear me apart due to the intricate changes in his technique. I need to take a risk. I confront it head-on. Severing Mountain Swordsmanship. 20th move. 9 mountains, 8 seas. I spun in place with my sword, once, twice, thrice, then again. With each spin, the speed and power of my sword grew exponentially. After 9 spins, the power within my sword had become terrifyingly immense. With every bit of my being, I slashed at the oncoming saber energy in all directions. Boom! A massive explosion sounded, and I witnessed my sword shatter. Flung backward by the shockwave, I crashed into a large tree, spitting blood and kneeling. My defeat was evident. Damn it! What seems to be the problem? Kim Young-hoon sighed softly. I don't know. I can't fathom why you're still in this realm. You should have become a peak master long ago. What do you mean? I asked, catching my breath. It was absurd. I had never even come close to enlightenment, let alone reach the pinnacle realm. Intriguing. Why is this happening? After pondering, Kim Young-hoon looked at me thoughtfully and suggested. Perhaps you lack a catalyst. A catalyst? Yes, a catalyst. Like desperation or a driving force. Something that would push your talent beyond its limits with extreme concentration. What kind of catalyst are you talking about? I cut him off, yelling furiously with veins bulging in my eyes. I've wielded a sword for over 50 years. My entire life. I've longed to transcend to the next realm. You're telling me I need to be more desperate? How much more? I screamed as if in agony, disregarding the pain in my entire body. I've struggled my whole life to break free from being first-rate. What am I lacking? What more do I need to do? I've unblocked all my meridians. I even sleep with my hand on my sword, flowing sword energy. I've reached a point where I even collect and process information in my dreams. But why? Why? Why won't the heavens show me the next realm? Why? I thrashed about, screaming at the sky. I knew it was undignified for someone nearly 70. But, having pursued the sword and yearned for the pinnacle realm all my life, yet never even grasping what that realm might be, how could I not be in anguish? Why? Just why? Sobbing, I looked up at the sky. Kim Young-hoon watched me with a heavy heart, then flicked his finger towards the tree I had crashed into. Splat. Immediately, a significant volume of martial arts techniques filled the tree. I've created martial arts to supplement your weaknesses during our spar. It's hardly a consolation, but I hope you'll master them and find some peace. After speaking, Kim Young-hoon disappeared like a phantom again. I gazed at the sky for a while before turning my attention to the martial art techniques he left. There were 2 Mountain Lord martial arts and Transcending Peak Step. In just a short sparring session, he had effortlessly created 2 martial arts. I marveled at his incredible talent for martial arts and slowly studied the 2 techniques. Mountain Lord martial arts was a body technique. It dealt with pressuring the enemy with the presence of a Mountain Lord, creating movements like a tiger. Transcending Peak Step was a footwork technique. Uniquely, it allowed one to take any step and assume the stance of the first move of Severing Mountain Swordsmanship, Transcending Peaks. Given the nature of Severing Mountain Swordsmanship, any subsequent move could follow, allowing for endless combinations. Using Mountain Lord martial arts and Transcending Peak Step together, it would be possible to pressure the enemy with the presence of a Mountain Lord and relentlessly attack with Transcending Peak Step. A technique to dry up and kill the opponent. These 2 perfectly complement the Severing Mountain Swordsmanship. As so, they were also relatively easy to learn. I suddenly reflected on my martial prowess. Now, against a first-rate martial artist, I can guarantee a 100% win rate without resorting to tricks. I had completely surpassed the first-rate level. Yet, I still hadn't reached the pinnacle realm. Somewhere between first-rate and the pinnacle. That was my current level of skill. How long must I remain in this realm? Catalyst. I mulled over Kim Young-hoon's words. What am I lacking? I couldn't figure it out. Time flowed on like a river. Once again. 50 years have passed since my return. My days were numbered. I had surpassed the first-rate level but was still not at the pinnacle realm. I was tired of wielding the sword. In my past life, I swung my sword until my dying breath. But in this life, despite being more skilled than before, swinging the sword felt burdensome. I guessed the reason. There's no meaning to it, that's why. For 50 years, I wielded the sword. Yet, I never became a peak master. What's the point of swinging the sword when death is near? It would all be the same anyway. Is he dead? That day, I swung my sword and looked up at the sky. Kim Young-hoon hadn't appeared for almost 5 years. The last time we met, he was being pursued by core formation cultivators. Perhaps he was caught and killed by one or two of them. This must be our fate, his and mine. When was my death due? Perhaps in a few days, my vital energy would be exhausted, and I would die. Even now, swinging the sword was an act of willpower. To overcome. Whoosh. The limits. Whoosh. As a human. Whoosh. There's only so far you can go. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. I sighed and gazed aimlessly at the sky. With my talent, struggling all this time was my limit. And his talent too had its limits. Yes. Starting from the next life, I should try a different approach. Knowing that I couldn't become a peak in a lifetime, I might as well beg cultivators for some elixir to attain spiritual quality. That would be the best I could do. Even if mortals struggle, they can't escape the destiny set by the heavens. Cough. Ah. Suddenly, Kim Young-hoon appeared beside me like a phantom. Coughing up blood. Cough, cough. What nonsense are you spouting, Seo Yoon-hyun? No, it's not that. Cough. Gagging. Despite coughing up blood, he was laughing. Both his arms were severed, and one eye was missing, scarred by a cut. Damn it, what happened? You're in bad shape. I was startled by his sudden appearance and hurried to check his pulse and fetch medical tools. Then, something grabbed my nape. Hey. What is this? Weren't his arms severed? Something invisible was holding my nape. And Kim Young-hoon, despite coughing up blood, was laughing hysterically. Look. The price for blowing off one of the core formation cultivator's arms. I have inflicted significant damage on a core formation cultivator. What? I have seen the realm beyond the 5 energies converging to the origin with my own 2 eyes. He continued speaking while spewing blood. I reached it by risking my life, burning my life. Look, Yoon-hyun, I traveled hundreds of miles to show you. I decided to entrust my last words to you. Whoosh. Above Kim Young-hoon's head, a concentration of saber energy formed. I wasn't particularly surprised. Projecting internal energy into the air was a feat he'd shown several times after reaching the pinnacle realm. Gradually, the sword energy began to shine and change. It was Gang Chi. This is something he's done even in the 5 energies realm. But then, the Gang Chi began to change again. The Gang Chi started compressing into a sphere. It was a change I'd never seen before in my several lifetimes following Kim Young-hoon. Like the day he first entered the 5 energies realm. 5 small spheres hovered above his head. The Gang Chi morphed into a small spherical shape. With this, I could blow off a core formation cultivator's arm. Before, I could only fight chi-building cultivators using ambushes or surprise attacks, but with this, I can face them head-on in a battle of strength. Look, Yoon-hyun. This is the result of surpassing the martial arts of the martial world I've pursued my whole life. Whoosh! Kim Young-hoon launched the spherical mass of Gang Chi towards the back of my house. Boom! An enormous explosion sounded, and the house I had built with all the money I had gathered over 50 years was destroyed in a second. My house! For a moment, I felt a mix of numbness and rage, but I managed to suppress it and examine the power of the martial art he displayed. The 3-story building exploded completely. There's hardly any debris left. Luckily, there were no servants around, otherwise, it could have killed hundreds in one blow. Most importantly, the hundreds, thousands, even tens of thousands of saber marks in the remaining debris. That Gang Chi sphere contained tens of thousands of saber energies. The power is unimaginable. It's stronger than any martial art Kim Young-hoon has shown since reaching the 5 energies realm. His claim about being able to confront cultivators in a head-on battle of strength seemed plausible. Moreover, his martial arts, which began with record of transcending cultivation and exhausting martial arts, were primarily designed for ambush and escape, so ambushing a core formation cultivator with this could have easily blown off an arm. I came to show you. Yoon-hyun. He whispered faintly, reciting some martial formulas. Remember, these formulas. They are the essence of my realizations, compressed. Please, pass on my martial arts to future generations. Don't speak. I'll treat you. I applied pressure points to stop his bleeding and was about to take him to a nearby doctor. Whoosh! A middle-aged man in blue robes appeared in the sky above my house. I found you. Extreme monster. So, you've been hiding here. Listen, mortal. This man has committed grave crimes against the celestial clan of cultivators. Leave him and go. You've come to punish him. Yes. Don't tell me you're an associate of this extreme monster? Planning to protect him? Useless. Thud. Before the man could finish speaking, I hoisted Kim Young-hoon on my back and dashed towards a nearby mountain range. Ugh, he seems to be an associate of the extreme monster. Didn't he hear from the extreme monster about us cultivators? The middle-aged man's voice seemed to echo everywhere. Well. Let's enjoy this last bit of entertainment. Run, if you can. Swoosh. From the direction where the middle-aged man was, light burst, and several black masses fell to the ground. Thud, thud, thud. The masses that fell to the ground rose up and started chasing after me. Are those corpses? Moving corpses. Jiangzai Chinese zombies. Grr. Warg. The Jiangzai chased after me. Unlike old me, these dead things didn't tire and kept charging. By the way, Extreme Monster, is that a nickname given by the cultivators? Unique. I kept talking to keep the barely conscious Kim Young-hoon awake while fleeing. Two monsters being chased by Jiangzai in their old age, what a peculiar sight. Damn it, I knew this would happen when you started picking fights with those cultivators. But if you were going to do that, you should have won outright. Why just blow off an arm? What's the point? A Jiangzai that had gotten close extended its claws at me. Damn it, corpses are immune to poison. Thwack. I threw a hidden weapon, hitting the Jiangzai's ankle joint precisely. The Jiangzai stumbled and fell, and I took the opportunity to flee even farther. Damn it. Shouldn't you be carrying me and running, given you've reverted to a younger body? I'm out of breath. Why are your arms cut off anyway? The Jiangzai relentlessly pursued me. I gritted my teeth and kept running. Morning passed, noon passed, and night fell. How many times had the sun risen and set? Huff, huff. I ended up cornered in a dead end. A large cliff behind me blocked the way, and Jiangzai surrounded me in front. Amazing. A mere mortal withstanding my Jiangzai for 3 days and nights. Huff, huff. I looked up at the middle-aged man floating in the sky, gasping for breath. Now you have nowhere to run, and there's no need. The extreme monster is already dead, isn't he? Mortal. Huff, huff. Sweat poured down like rain. My legs trembled. But with the last of my willpower from 50 years of training, I spoke to the cultivator. I know, any first-rate doctor can recognize a corpse. That Kim Young-hoon, this madman, died of excessive bleeding. I know that. Then why did you run? Mortal, I'm only interested in the extreme monster's head. Your insignificant life means nothing to me. You should have just left the body and fled. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. I laughed crazily and slowly laid down Kim Young-hoon's body. This man was my martial arts master. Is it right to hand over my master's body to an outsider, even if you are a cultivator? Severing mountain swordsmanship. Dragon vein chi method. Mountain lord martial arts and transcending peak step. And everything else that helped me reach this level. It was all thanks to Kim Young-hoon's teachings. He was a fellow countryman and also my martial arts master. If you want my master's head, you'll have to take mine first. How dare you speak so boldly to a practitioner of the Tao? You've got some nerve. It seems like your vital energy is depleting, and you don't have much time left. Are you being brave because you're about to die? My shout seemed to irk the middle-aged man in blue robes. These mortals, ignorant of what it means to be a Taoist cultivator. It seems they don't understand what we are capable of. Are you not afraid of death? Or do you not value your life? In that case, I'll show you. Cultivators of the Tao have the power to inflict suffering worse than death. The man in blue robes began muttering some incantation, extending his hand towards me. I hastily dodged, anticipating an attack, but his spell targeted not me, but something else. What is this? The cultivator's spell had settled into Kim Young-hoon's corpse, and the dead man began to rise again. The surrounding Jiangzai each detached an arm and threw it towards the reanimating corpse of Kim Young-hoon. the arms of the Jiangzai attached to the shoulders of Kim Young-hoon's corpse. A Jiangzai. The cultivator had turned Kim Young-hoon into a Jiangzai with his spell. You wretched mortal, how dare you scream in the presence of a Taoist cultivator? Now pay the price. Go on, extreme monster, kill this disciple of yours with your own hands. Grr. Ah. The corpse of Kim Young-hoon staggered and then lunged at me. I quickly drew my sword to block his strike and retreated. This vile cultivator. To dishonor the spirit of the deceased in such a way. I gritted my teeth, blocking each attack from the transformed Jiangzai. Fortunately, he can't use his martial arts from his lifetime. He was only pushing me with the strength and speed of a Jiangzai. Naturally, the strength infused by the cultivator seemed formidable, imposing a tremendous burden on my aged body with its sheer power and speed. Damn it, damn it. With each strike of my sword, my eyes reddened in rage. Every slash I made at Kim Young-hoon's body felt like a tremendous insult. I'm sorry. But I steeled my heart and took my fighting stance. If this is how it is, let's end it quickly. Severing Mountain Swordsmanship. 21st move. Heavenly Lake. Old memories rushed in. Why is the 21st move of Severing Mountain Swordsmanship called Heavenly Lake? All other stances have names related to valleys, peaks, or mountains, but why this one? Early in this life, I had asked Kim Young-hoon, wondering if he knew since the revised Severing Mountain Swordsmanship included this stance by his previous cycle self. Heavenly Lake? It reminds me of Baekdu Mountain's Heavenly Lake. Baekdu Mountain? Haha, yes. Does this world also have a heavenly lake like Baekdu Mountain? Or maybe someone from Korea like us named this move. Ha ha ha. I guess so. Heavenly Lake. A vast lake reflecting the sky. A vast pool located at the highest mountain peak. The spirit of that terrain naturally emanated from me. Imagery of Heavenly Lake, along with the countless memories of being taught martial arts by Kim Young-hoon, came to mind. The essence of Severing Mountain Swordsmanship flowed through my memory. The Heavenly Lake holds the myriad forms of the heavens, yet it itself never changes. In essence, the symbolized heaven represents the object I contend with. The lake that contains it signifies my single strike. Crash! Sword energy swept over Kim Young-hoon's entire body, and my sword was sheathed back into its scabbard. In an instant, his movements froze. The 21st move of Severing Mountain Swordsmanship, Heavenly Lake, is a technique that momentarily suppresses the opponent's movements by drawing in all the power flowing through their meridians into my sword energy, trapping it within my sword. A skill that could only be executed by someone who is both a first-rate doctor and an expert in the 8 extraordinary meridians. A martial art exclusively tailored for me, an extraordinary move that no one but I could perform. Rumble. Within the sheathed sword, the briefly stolen power surged. Left alone, it would eventually dissipate, but I chose to preserve this energy and resumed the stance for the next move. Severing Mountain Swordsmanship, 22nd move. Excluding the 23rd and 24th moves, which are more conceptual and theoretical. The true secret technique of Severing Mountain Swordsmanship. If the corpse is intact, it could be used by the cultivator as a zombie. Therefore, I have to leave no corpse behind. Rest in peace. Severing Mountain Swordsmanship. The secret technique. Severing Mountain. The content of the Severing Mountain Swordsmanship secret technique was not grandiose. True to its purpose of cutting through mountains, it was simply about making brute sword cuts. Starting from the first move, transcending peaks, all the way to the 21st move, Heavenly Lake, pouring all the moves at once on the opponent. That was the secret technique of Severing Mountain Swordsmanship, Severing Mountain. The first move, transcending peaks. With the unsheathing of the sword, I rode the flow of power stolen from Kim Young-hoon's body, cutting him horizontally. The second move, entering mountain. Quickly switching to a lower stance to strike his legs. The third move, ascending vein. Cutting upward while holding the sword from the lower stance. The fourth move, flowing ridge. Sending winding sword energy to stab. The fifth move, bouldered cliff. Rotating and delivering several slashing strikes. The sixth move, strange stone. Changing the grip and adding a deceptive move. The seventh move, deep mountain. Returning into a defensive posture and cutting diagonally upward. The eighth move, secluded valley. Twisting and nullifying the opponent's force aimed at me. The ninth move, landscape painting. Delivering diagonal sword energy strikes from left and right, totaling 6 slashes. The 10th move, dragon vein. drawing up energy to make a large cut. The 11th move, cliff edge, cutting again from below upward. The 12th move, 9 lights emerging peak, sending 9 streams of sword energy beyond. By this point, Kim Young-hoon's body was completely tattered. To completely obliterate it, so that the cultivator could not revive any part and desecrate the spirit. Even in its tattered state, it writhed and attacked me again. Tremendous power and speed. I must avoid it. No, what's the point of avoiding? My life is already at its end. A life already destined for death. At this moment, to ensure that my master's legacy is no longer insulted, burn everything. Ugh. The 13th move, Joy of Mountains and Peaks. Striking down 5 slashes and then another 5. 10 slashes in total, enveloping him from all directions. Kia! The Jenshi's hand broke through the barrage of slashes, attacking me. I'm going to die. I can't die yet. More, just a bit more. Draw more energy. My brain processed and input information faster. The surrounding space, sound, smell, the humidity and temperature, the taste of blood on my tongue. It felt like my brain would explode. Let it burst. More and more. Until my brain burns completely. The 14th move, Chi Mountain Heart Heaven. The Dragon Vein Chi method surged, and my momentum grew immense. Simultaneously, sword energy condensed, taking the form of sword silk. In this situation, a direct strike was inevitable. And then, crackle. My brain, under the pressure of impending death, burst through something. Ah! Is this my imagination? Red. And blue. All the colors of the world vanished, leaving only these two. Red. And blue. Ah! Is this? A red line extended from Kim Young-hoon's fingertips to my head. Instinctively, I sensed it was the next attack. Whoosh! I avoided the attack with minimal movement and raised my sword. A blue line stretched from my sword to his ribs. Instinctively, I sensed it was the optimal path for me. Entranced, I followed the blue line with my sword. Slash! My sword cut through his upper body. Somehow, Kim Young-hoon's face seemed to be smiling faintly. Seeing that faint smile, I repeated a thought I had before. A genius bestowed by heaven. And a dunce abandoned by heaven. Poles apart, yet we seemed alike. The reason was, because in the fate given by the heavens, we both struggled desperately. Here, there are neither geniuses nor dunces. Only those who spent their lives resisting fate and those who will die doing the same. Yes. As long as we live in the fate given by the heavens, talent is irrelevant. We are similar humans. Is this how you're ending it? On his corpse, it seemed Kim Young-hoon's face from his living days was reflected. Of course not. As if bewitched, I continued to unleash my sword. The 15th move, Layered Mountains. Thousands of sword energies thinly split, becoming a storm that enveloped his entire body. A defensive move originally used to nullify the opponent's energy evolved into a lethal strike, optimized for the situation. The 16th move, Mountain Tiger. The claws and fangs of the tiger living in the layered mountains concentrated at a single point, tearing through his body. The 17th move, Mountain and Valley Transformation. Sword energy sent to the ground changed the terrain, shaking his foundation. The 18th move, Echoing Valley. Emptying my intent in the sword energy to counter and strike back. The 19th move, Mountains Echoes, Valleys Respond. Sword energy transformed into a wave, delivering a strike that he couldn't avoid, shredding his body. The 20th move, 9 Mountains, 8 Seas. Rotating several times on the spot and delivering cuts in all directions, tearing apart his form. The 21st move, Heavenly Lake. Swinging the sword again, gathering all the waves, flows, and power I had unleashed into the sword. Rumble. The power of all the waves, flows, and power from the 20 moves of Severing Mountain swordsmanship were gathered. This vast energy was suppressed inside the sheathed sword. I unsheathed my sword again, just like at the beginning. Concentrating all this power into a single slashing strike. Severing Mountain swordsmanship. My 22nd move. The secret technique. Severing Mountain. The essence of Severing Mountain swordsmanship in a single strike. Releasing this final strike, I saw the passing of my life before my eyes. Ah, yes. This is the end. Flash. With my strike, Kim Young-hoon's body completely shattered, scattering in all directions. Now, even if a cultivator comes, his body cannot be further desecrated. Thus, I ascended to the new realm I had longed for, and concluded this tenacious life. That was my fourth return. Chapter 17, Fourth Cycle's First Day. I opened my eyes. A familiar feeling. Another regression, it seems. I recalled the last moments of my past life. Resisting until the very end. Finally, I have ascended. Yes, I'm fully conscious now. In that last moment, I reached the peak. Overwhelmed with excitement, I looked up at the sky, oblivious to my surroundings, and shouted. Finally. At last. I had reached the long-coveted peak. Buzz. A familiar sound echoes. Jian Myung-hoon, a face I haven't seen in a while, is there. But I didn't even glance in his direction, just closed my eyes again. Swoosh. Jian Myung-hoon's hand cuts through the air towards me. Feeling his movement, I awakened that sensation I had reached just before dying. I can see it. Even with my eyes closed, it's vivid. A red trajectory was aimed at my cheek. With my eyes still shut, I dodged Jian Myung-hoon's slap with the optimum movement. This guy dodged it. Whoosh, whoosh. Jian Myung-hoon swung his hand several more times, but I, still with closed eyes, dodged every one of his strikes with minimal movement. I can see it. Jian Myung-hoon's next move. The direction of his hand. It's surely visible. In the past, I could dodge someone like Jian Myung-hoon without even looking, but that was all based on decades of martial arts training and predicting where he'll strike. But now, it's different. The red thread lines reveal his path. Whether my eyes are open or closed, these thread lines are vividly present. This is not prediction, but more like premonition. Is this the vision of a peak master? I finally understood why a first-rate master, even when outnumbering the enemy, could never defeat a peak master. It's visible. The direction and trajectory of attacks by inferior first-rate warriors are clearly visible. How could they win if their attacks can't even touch a peak master? To confront a peak master, a first-rate warrior would need to attack with dozens of people in a swarm strategy. Setting aside the direction and trajectory of the attack, I set my determination and faced Jian Myung-hoon, who was rushing towards me. At the same time, the red lines indicating his trajectory disappeared, and my vision was filled with blue lines. Face, shoulders, chest, arms, flanks, stomach, lower abdomen, pelvis, legs, knees, feet. Blue lines densely targeted dozens of spots. Instinctively, I knew. These blue lines indicate the opponent's vulnerabilities and the optimal path for my attack. The gap in combat skills between me and Jian Myung-hoon must be so vast that so many vulnerabilities are exposed. So that's it. The red and blue back then. A master of 3 flowers. The first I've seen in this city besides myself. 3 flowers aren't common. Most live their lives only in red and blue. I, too, haven't met a master like you in a long time. A conversation between Kim Young-hoon and Paljik-tae, Supreme Elder of the Chia River sect, during my second regression. Paljik-tae indeed mentioned red and blue back then. At the time, I didn't understand a word, but now I do. He was talking about this vision that peak masters see. The red line to read the opponent's attack. The blue line for the optimal attack. This dual-colored world, where one can exchange gaps, was the world of peak masters, the red and blue world he mentioned. When I reached this conclusion, drip. What? I suddenly felt a nosebleed. At the same time, I felt pain. It hurts. As if my brain is burning. Damn, does using this vision overload the brain? I quickly sealed the acupoints of Jian Myung-hoon, who was rushing at me, quickly deactivated vision, and put him to sleep with sleep-inducing herbs. There was pain the moment I activated vision, but I ignored it. However, as the usage time extended, the pain intensified, eventually feeling like my brain was burning. The time I used vision in the scuffle with Jian Myung-hoon was mere moments, and yet the pain is this intense. What's the problem? After pondering for a while, I calmed my still confused colleagues, took them to a cave, lit a fire, cooked fruits and grilled mushrooms, and put them to sleep. After the sun set and all my colleagues were asleep, I sat outside the cave and organized my thoughts. Let's sort out what Pinnacle Realm is all about. The Pinnacle Realm essentially overloads the brain to visualize and read the opponent's path of combat. Even for a blind person, if they can read the opponent's path, 2 colors vividly appear in their mind, as if experiencing it. It's more than visualization, it's like my brain arbitrarily colors the paths I foresee in blue and red. Using this vision, I can read every movement of my opponent and target their vulnerabilities with the optimal path. This is why, in my past life, Kim Young-hoon's constant application of maximized senses to me seemed like an imitation of the pinnacle realm. I indirectly calculated the opponent's path by maximizing the senses. But due to my lack of talent, I only awakened to this pinnacle realm at the very end, despite having imitated it. Amazing. Once again, I looked at the world through the vision of the pinnacle realm. Watching the leaves fall at night, I envisioned the blue lines. Hundreds, thousands of blue threads appeared, directed at the leaves. I grabbed a nearby branch and swung it towards the leaves. The branch was blunt, not even shaped like a sword. Even the leaves, fresh and fluttering in the night breeze, were not easy targets. Yet, the moment I struck the leaves with the branch, following the optimal path the blue line showed, they were sliced. Crack! The leaves were cut cleanly in half by the blunt branch, not imbued with any internal energy. On the first day of my regression in my previous life, I had briefly reached this state. I was unconscious then, but now my consciousness is clear. I stood up, holding the branch, and danced with it as if it were a sword. As I danced amidst the fluttering leaves, they all were cut by the branch. Swish, swish. Countless sword strokes pierced the leaves. Thousands of optimal paths extended before my eyes. I closed my eyes, imagining the fluttering leaves as first-rate masters. With no internal energy and only a slightly thick branch in hand, could I defeat so many first-rate masters? I can win. First-rate masters, each armed with their weapons, charged at me. Spears, swords, hidden weapons, maces, polearms, fists, lances, broadswords, and countless other weapons assaulted me. But I wasn't afraid. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Continuously dancing with my sword, I dodged the first-rate master's weapons and linked the optimal sword paths. With my single sword stroke, their techniques were dismantled, their balance destroyed, and all were defeated. Ha! When I opened my eyes, there were numerous split leaves around me. Drip. Despite the nosebleed and the burning sensation in my brain from using the vision, I felt exhilarated. I am now a peak master. I stopped the nosebleed with a medicinal herb, then wandered around digging up centuries-old yellow bamboo roots. Perhaps the inability to maintain the vision for long is due to the lack of internal energy. A certain level of internal energy is necessary to endure and extend the duration of the vision. After digging up the roots, I chewed and swallowed them right there, leaving only a few for Kim Young-hoon. Now that I had ascended to a peak master, there was no need to sell them. Yellow bamboo roots. I'll leave just a couple for Kim Young-hoon and consume the rest. There were about 10 roots around my vicinity in Ascension Path, and probably more if I expanded my search, but it wasn't necessary. I consumed 8 yellow bamboo roots, excluding the 2 for Kim Young-hoon. Gurgling. Guided by the Dragon Vein Chi method, the immense spiritual power of the yellow bamboo roots surged through my meridians. Phew! An immense reserve of internal energy accumulated in an instant. I had more internal energy now than in my previous life, where I had practiced for 50 years. Shall I try again? Aided massive internal energy, I activated the Peak Master's vision again. I practiced with the vision for about an hour with no significant issues. The burning discomfort started after about a meal's time. That's my limit, about an hour and a half. No matter how much internal power I had, it only delayed the onset of pain, it didn't eliminate it. The only way is to repeatedly train using the Peak Master's vision. To reduce the burning pain and gradually acclimate my brain to the vision. Endless training is the answer. I might not be a genius, but this is the best way for someone not born with talent. This life's goal is to first overcome the burning pain when using the Peak Master's vision and ultimately, 3 flowers gather at the summit. To reach the 3 flowers gather at the summit, also known as the pinnacle of pinnacle, I won't aim for the 5 energies converging to the origin realm in this life. The 3 flowers gather at the summit is already challenging enough. The realm of 3 flowers was somewhat graspable. As the Supreme Elder of Chia River Sect said, the 3rd. Red symbolizes the enemy's intent, blue, my intent. Besides these, there is a 3rd color, the line that separates the 3 flowers gather at the summit from the rest of the pinnacle realm. The 3rd. Though I can't quite grasp what it is. The leap from first rate to peak felt insurmountable, but reaching the 3 flowers gather at the summit from the peak seemed slightly easier. Smiling, I looked at Kim Young-hoon, sleeping in the cave. Surely, I'll be able to learn much more from him now. Having reached the peak, the level of teaching I could receive from Kim Young-hoon would be incomparable to when I was just a first-rate master. Moreover, I possessed the 6 volumes of insights and the final formula left by the previous Kim Young-hoon. This life's Kim Young-hoon will certainly surpass the one from before. I, too, in this life, will achieve the 3 flowers gather at the summit and get closer to being a true cultivator. With that resolution, I peacefully watched the rising morning sun in front of the cave. Chapter 18, Peak Master 1. The morning dawned. As in previous regressions, the 3-tailed fox as large as a house, the supposed ruler of this forest, came to visit us. I bowed simply to the fox and offered my arm, proposing as tribute. During this, a curiosity struck me. Would I see red lines on the fox? As the fox drooled over my arm, I activated the vision of a peak master. I then witnessed a terrifying sight. Red everywhere. The whole world around me was covered in red. Gasp. If humans had shown me trajectories in the shape of lines, the fox was different. From the center of its forehead, a crimson light engulfed everything around. It wasn't just lines. It was more than a surface, it was a 3-dimensional form, with the red light devouring the surrounding space. I can't win. Acknowledging the fox's red light, its domain, I could only extend my arm in awe. Crunch, crunch. Even as the fox chewed off my arm, I could only groan in astonishment, observing its domain. What is this? How can space be filled with red light like this? I couldn't understand. What kind of creature was this? And then, a few days later, the arrival of cultivators made me wear an astonished expression again. Red. The 3 monsters who came to retrieve Jeon Myung-hoon, Oh Hyun-seok, and Kang Min-hee were similar to the fox, with red light emanating from them, engulfing the space around. That's when I understood the difference between cultivators and martial artists. In martial arts, at best, their paths and intents form lines. But with cultivators, for some reason, their intents take over the entire space. I imagine fighting those cultivators in a space dominated by their red light. I can't win. I understood why even the lowest cultivators were on par with a peak master. Even without actual combat experience, if they can dominate space with their intents like that, it's impossible for a peak master to read a cultivator's intentions. Conversely, within their dominated space, a cultivator would know everything like the back of their hand. It was a complete mismatch in terms of compatibility. The next day, after they took my colleagues, I seized the opportunity to ask Sea Dragon King Seo Hwil, who came for Deputy Manager Oh Hai Seo. I have a question for Lord Sea Dragon King. What is it? After briefly explaining what I saw, I asked about the cultivator's red territory. Seo Hwil laughed and explained to me. Cultivators all possess something called divine consciousness. Ordinary mortals' consciousness doesn't extend beyond their brain, but cultivators can extend it to cover the surrounding space, allowing them to know anything they wish. I, as a spiritual creature, have the same ability. Is this answer sufficient? Thank you. Since our conversation was in the language of Yangguo, Kim Young-hoon and others seemed to not understand. Shortly after Seo Hwil left, a hunchbacked grotesque figure appeared to take Manager Kim away, pushing me and Kim Young-hoon into a spatial rift. I lost consciousness again. Splash. Gurgling, bubbling. I suddenly found myself engulfed in a current, snapped to my senses, and struggled. What's this? This is. It was underwater. Gulp, gulp. Regaining my senses, I swam towards the light above. Having learned to swim decently in my past life while hunting water bandits, I had no problem swimming. Puff, damn it. Last time it was a tree, now it's underwater. What variety? It was likely Yangguo again, but the problem was I was randomly dropped somewhere in Yangguo. Looking around, it was a large lake. Wait, where's Kim Young-hoon? While scanning the surroundings, I suddenly looked down into the lake. I saw Kim Young-hoon with bubbles escaping his mouth, sinking below. Damn, he'll die if I leave him. I quickly swam down, lifted Kim Young-hoon, and swam back to the surface. On the shore, I laid Kim Young-hoon down and used acupressor to force the water out of his lungs and stomach. Sploosh! Kim Young-hoon spat out water from his mouth and nose and seemed to regain consciousness after a while. Gasp. Where is this? We're completely somewhere else. After briefly explaining the situation to him, we surveyed our surroundings. Judging by the location, this must be Chicken Head Lake, I mused. The lake was named so because, from above, it resembled the head of a chicken. After 4 lifetimes, there was no place in Yangguo I didn't know. Nearby should be Changho City. What do we do? If we've fallen completely somewhere else? Are there any people around? It seems so. Look, there's a building over there. Oh, really? I pointed to a waterborne building erected at the corner of Chicken Head Lake. I can swim, so I'll go to that building and borrow some clothes, money, and food. Wait, will they understand you? Actually, I've learned Chinese, and it seems to work well enough. I'll teach you later. After making an excuse, I swam towards the building. If my memory serves me right, this building was the den of Chicken Waterway Fort, a place I had raided in my past life. The head of Chicken Waterway Fort was a late first-rate master, and the vice leader was mid-first-rate. The other 4 major bandits seemed to be barely first-rate. The rest were insignificant, mostly between third and second-rate. Still, I had to previously use poison due to their numbers. Splash, splash. A few second-rate water bandits, keeping watch at the den, shouted upon seeing me. Hey! Who are you, man? Ha ha, who's this crazy guy? Swimming to Chicken Waterway Fort. Ha ha ha, is he trying to join the fort or what? Looks like a newbie. Ha ha ha. I ignored their remarks and slowly approached the building. Then, one of the bandits started to lower his trousers. Ha ha ha, hey newbie. If you want to enter the main house, you have to undergo hazing. Drip, drip. A yellow stream accompanied by a foul smell came towards me. Droplets of the yellow liquid splashed on my head. The guy aimed directly at my head, trying to hit me with it. Splat, splat. Calmly taking the hit, I climbed up Chicken Waterway Fort. But, thump, thump. How dare you come up here? Won't you go back down? Man, hurry up and take the holy water baptism from the brother. Ha ha ha. The low-ranked bandits pushed me with wooden sticks, trying to push me back into the water. I ignored their attacks and eventually made it up to the fort. Damn it, I told you not to come up. A bandit with a wooden stick charged at me. Whack. Krr. Arag. I kicked his ankle at an invisible speed, knocking him down. Decent enough. I picked up the wooden stick he dropped, weighed it in my hand, and held on to it. First, you. How many have you killed in Chicken Waterway Fort? You damn bastard. I've killed more than 50 with my own hands. Thwack. I didn't wait for his full response and swung the stick, beheading him. Next, you guys. How many have you killed so far? What the hell is he doing? Swoosh, swoosh. The remaining bandits drew their swords without hesitation and charged at me. Seeing no hesitation in your stabs, you must have killed a lot. Swoosh, swoosh. I swung the stick again, cleanly slicing the charging bandits and dropping them into the water. Wait a minute. The last one left was the bandit who had urinated on me. I'm a newbie in Chicken Waterway Fort. I haven't killed anyone yet. The others called you brother. Please, spare. Whoosh. Swoosh. I cleanly cut him from his lower parts to his head. Splat. After washing off the dirty urine with the blood of the bandits, I entered deeper into fort. Bandits were wildly smoking cigarettes and drugs, drinking, and playing with women. The women, mostly captured, were tied up and bruised. Ha ha, what's that? A bandit noticed me covered in blood and rubbed his eyes. What's this? What kind of guy is this? Hey, grab your weapons. Looks like we have a guest. Though drunk, they were used to killing people and naturally took positions with their weapons. There's no need to ask about those inside. Whoosh. I infused the wooden stick with sword energy. Die, all of you. What are you doing? Welcome the guest. Yeah. He. From the front, above, and both sides, the water bandits each holding a weapon, rushed towards me. I entered the vision of a peak master. Red lines were prevalent all around. Those lines were the trajectories of attacks aimed at me. So this is what it feels to be at the peak. It felt somewhat ludicrous. Knowing in advance that none of them could touch me, I closed my eyes. For facing such people, sight was unnecessary. With my eyes closed, not listening to any sound, not paying attention to touch, focusing only on the red lines, I raised the stick in my hand. First move, transcending peaks. Swoosh. Bending my waist, I dodged the weapons of the first 3, then swung my sword horizontally, bisecting them. Second move, entering mountain. Switching to a lower stance, I cut off the legs of 5 bandits charging from around. Third move, ascending vein. In the lower stance, I adjusted my grip on the sword and swung upwards. Then, using the transcending peak step, I leaped into the middle of the bandits and swung my sword again. Transcending peaks, entering mountain, ascending vein. Continuously using these 3 basic techniques, I avoided the red lines and extended my sword energy in the direction the blue lines indicated, cutting them all down. Transcending peaks, entering mountain, ascending vein. Ascending vein, entering mountain, ascending vein. Transcending peaks, ascending vein, entering mountain. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. With minimal movement, I cut down all the bandits. When no more red lines aimed at me were visible, I opened my eyes to find a sea of blood around me. Arg, arg, arg. Looking to one side, the leader of Chicken Waterway Fort was writhing, trying to crawl out. From my memory, he was a late first-rate master. Among those I had recklessly cut down, he was one of them. Hey! I approached the nearly dead leader and spoke to him. Peak Master. Spare me. Hey, I have one question for you. How long have I been fighting in this place? About 1 moment. All right. Thanks. Die. Wait. The money, where I hid it. Swoosh. I didn't wait for his answer and beheaded him. I already knew where you hid your private funds from my last visit. Leaving the leader's head, I freed the tied women and went to the prison, releasing those who seemed to be captives. Thank you, great hero. Thank you for avenging us against those damn water bandits. I nodded to the captives and women thanking me and went to the leader's room to take out 2 of the most decent-looking sets of clothes. Then, I broke the wall of the leader's room and took out a small wooden chest containing his hidden funds. When I opened the chest, there were 3 silver ingots inside. He was a thrifty bandit. I changed out of my blood-stained clothes into the leader's clothes and boarded a rowboat attached to the fort. Great hero. If you could tell me your name or title, I will surely repay you. Name or title? When one of the freed captives asked, I pondered, scratching my head. I haven't regressed for long, so I didn't spend much time yet. After a moment of thought, I brought up the title I used in my past life. My title is Infinite Fighting Monster. That's all you need to know. Thank you, great hero. I will surely repay you someday. I understand Tilda, I'm off then, so make sure you all get out safely. To avoid any further hassle, I rowed the boat back to the lakeshore. Kim Young-hoon was waiting for me there. Oh, you changed your clothes? Yes, the owner was kind enough to give them to me. I told him our situation, and he even lent us money. Such a simple and kind person, it's refreshing to see such countryside generosity. We should thank the owner. I couldn't see the house well from afar, but what kind of place was it? As far as I heard, it's like something made by local fishermen. A place made for easier fishing, something like that. Is that so? That's quite interesting. I half listened to Kim Young-hoon, and together we headed towards the nearby Changho city. In my past life, it took about a day to raid Chicken Waterway Fort and annihilate them. That too involved pre-poisoning them and setting fire to Chicken Waterway Fort to kill as many possible with carbon monoxide poisoning. Even with all that, it took a day to annihilate them. But now, fighting in the Pinnacle realm, I wiped them all out in just a moment. All that with just a wooden stick. That was the difference between peak and first rate. In my previous life, as a first-rate warrior, I obtained things suitable for first rate. Now as a peak master, I can obtain things befitting a peak master. It hadn't been long since I regressed. But this life seems more promising than any previous one. Chapter 19, Peak Master 2. Together with Kim Young-hoon, I headed to Changho City and used the money looted from the bandits to create identity plaques and buy a manor. There, I taught him literacy and martial arts. About 2 months later. He's growing faster. Slightly bemused, I watched Kim Young-hoon consuming yellow bamboo roots and entering the realm of 3 flowers gather at the summit. It seemed that my ascension to a peak master and earnestly imparting a first-rate martial art, severing vein saber method, had spurred such rapid growth. It's a bit anticlimactic. But it was always like this. While some spent a lifetime reaching the pinnacle realm, others, with the guidance of a peak master and first-rate martial arts, leapfrogged the pinnacle realm and directly entered 3 flowers. Soon, 3 flower-like energies were absorbed through his nose and mouth, and Kim Young-hoon half opened his eyes. His eyes gleamed with wisdom. Congratulations on reaching 3 flowers gather at the summit. To think you achieved it before even fully learning literacy. I find it astonishing, myself. Who knew I had such martial talent? I looked at Kim Young-hoon impassively. A hint of competitive spirit arose in me. Up until now, after Kim Young-hoon reached 3 flowers, I never really sparred with him. It was always him guiding me in practice spars. What about now? Me, having ascended to peak master, and Kim Young-hoon, who has just reached 3 flowers. Firstly, congratulations. How about a sparring match? Haha, sparring sounds good. Somehow, I feel I might win this time. He drew his saber, igniting his competitive spirit. I drew my sword as well. In the manners practice yard, 2 peak masters began their duel. Ping! I launched my killing intent at Kim Young-hoon. Dozens of blue lines attached themselves to him. Dozens of optimal paths targeted him. Then, Kim Young-hoon readjusted his stance. Dozens of blue lines disappeared. His weaknesses vanished, rendering all my potential attacks useless. Woom! Simultaneously, hundreds of red thread lines targeted me. I shifted my stance to eliminate my vulnerabilities and prepared to counterattack Kim Young-hoon's moves. As I did, the red lines extending from him receded. How intertwined our red and blue lines must have been. Kim Young-hoon initiated the attack. Severing Vein Saber, Mountain Wind. Ping! A piercing attack with astonishing speed. Yet, from that pierce, hundreds more red lines branched out. A sign of numerous follow-up moves. Severing Mountain Swordsmanship, Strange Stone. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. I spun in place, taking a defensive and offensive posture, blocking his thrust. Severing Vein Saber, Grand White. His thrust twisted in mid-air, slashing from my upper right to lower left. Severing Mountain Swordsmanship, Transcending Peaks. I countered his saber with a horizontal slash, then recalculated dozens of paths. My blue lines targeted his head, waist, and legs. Severing Mountain Swordsmanship, Entering Mountain. Woom! I switched to a lower stance and aimed for his leg. In that brief moment, dozens of blue and red lines exchanged between us. Severing Vein Saber, Dragon's Mound. Similar to Severing Mountain Swordsmanship's Flowing Ridge, but with more intricate variations, the technique descended upon me. In that brief moment, dozens more thread lines exchanged in the air between us. We had already exchanged dozens of moves in this imaginary realm. Dodge? No, dodging would keep pushing me back. That would lead to defeat. It doesn't matter. It's just a sparring match. But a surge of competitiveness rose within me. Why? Right. In this life, this might be my only chance to beat Kim Young-hoon. From now on, he will grow exponentially like a fish in water or a runaway train. Next time we spar, he'll be beyond my reach. This time, when he's just ascended to 3 flowers, is my last chance in this life to defeat him. Yes, let's win. Even if it means using everything I have. I quickly moved my hand, grabbing a hidden weapon from my sleeve. Infinite Fighting Hidden Weapon Technique, Direct Snake. Pivot. The small weapon I launched from my hand flew towards Kim Young-hoon's face. He dodged quickly, his face showing surprise. But that gave me an opening in his stance. Ting! I deflected his saber and went on the offensive. Severing Mountain Swordsmanship, Flowing Ridge. Fwit! The serpentine sword energy shot towards him. It's blocked. A red line is drawn at an angle that could deflect my sword. At the same time, a new branch extends from that line aiming for my shoulder. After deflecting, counterattack. Swish! Simultaneously, I pull out another weapon from my sleeve. Holding the weapon, the number of blue lines I can use doubles. His red lines changes. The red branch that stretched from his saber to my shoulder now shifts towards my weapon. Only after deflecting my weapon does the red branch stretch back towards me. Good. But it's still not enough. I have more real combat experience. Dragon Vein, Chi Mountain, Heart Heaven, Cliff Edge. I incorporate 3 techniques into one movement. With Dragon Vein, I rapidly circulate my internal energy to strengthen my sword energy. Simultaneously, I open all the meridians in my body with Chi Mountain, Heart Heaven to further strengthen the energy. With Cliff Edge, I vary the speed of my sword to make it difficult to react. Swish! Sword silk forms at the tip of my sword, materializing the internal energy. However, despite unleashing my enhanced sword energy, Kim Young-hoon swiftly retreated using a stepping technique, avoiding a direct hit. My sword only grazed his chest, causing a small scratch. That's it. I've got the momentum. Mountain Lord's Martial Arts, Transcending Peak Step. I charge with the momentum of a mountain lord, approaching with transcending peak step, then using mountain tiger to feign multiple strikes while actually using a diversion tactic to engage in a melee. At the same time, ping, ping, I launch the weapon in my other hand while clashing blades with him. Though I'm pushing him back, Kim Young-hoon finds an opportunity to counterattack, extending several red lines. Treating it as real combat, I seize every opportunity. From throwing sand from the ground, spitting hidden needles, and persisting with tricky attacks. Kim Young-hoon, gradually cornered, infuses more energy into his saber with frustration. Woom. The momentum shifts. Dangerous. Something big is coming. I'll show you the realm of three flowers gather at the summit. Woom. The energy in his saber begins to transform. The intangible saber energy condenses, forming tangible threads like silk, evolving once again. That's. The energy enveloping his saber fully materializes, emitting a bright white light. Saber silk. Tar. The bright white light engulfs everything in front of me. If I clash with it, my sword will likely be cut in two. Any peak master would face the same fate. But my severing mountain swordsmanship was created by a genius of the era, who had reached the absolute of martial arts. Severing mountain swordsmanship, echoing valley. A technique that shook off even Kim Young-hoon's energy in the previous life. If it's his energy at this early stage of three flowers gather at the summit, it's possible. Woom. Remove intent from the sword, make it empty, and then accept the opponent's force. Reversed. Kwang. I receive Kim Young-hoon's energy and counter it back at him. A loud explosion follows, and Kim Young-hoon steps back 3 paces. Impressive. Fwang. Kim Young-hoon's saber splits in two. Inside, I'm shocked. He countered my reversal with his energy in that short time. By my calculations, when I countered with Echoing Valley, he should have been thrown back, his saber shattered. But in that moment, he recaptured his saber energy and countered with it. I admit defeat. My weapon is broken, a disgrace for any warrior. You're quite skilled, aren't you? Don't worry. From now on, I will never be able to beat you again. I sheathe my sword and speak calmly. After today's duel, I won't be able to beat Kim Young-hoon in my next life either. He grew in real time during the fight and will become stronger after consolidating his insights. Fighting me, he gained near-real combat experience and will soon become one of the top 3 great warriors. Actually, I've prepared a congratulatory gift for you reaching the pinnacle realm. Oh, wasn't this duel the gift? Is there more? Yes, here. I entered the house and gave him 6 books I had prepared. This is Gazing Cultivation and Exceeding Martial Arts Scripture. I bought it from an old man. The minimum requirement is 3 flowers gathering at the summit. I read it but couldn't understand, so I'm giving it to you. Oh, what a fortunate encounter. I'll read it gratefully. The insights gained from the record of Gazing Cultivation and Exceeding Martial Arts were maximized by Kim Young-hoon of the previous cycle and organized into various profound realizations. I handed him the books, not as records, but as scriptures. Now, with the Gazing Cultivation and Exceeding Martial Arts Scripture, he will become so strong that I can't even dare to face him. After teaching him more literacy and language for about a month, I went on to earn a living by slaughtering bandit groups and unorthodox sects near Changho City and capturing wanted criminals. Once Young-hoon had learned all the characters, he spent about 4 months training crazily while looking at the 6 volumes of Gazing Cultivation and Exceeding Martial Arts Scripture, his expression half dazed. 4 months passed like this. Young-hoon Hyung, I've earned some money. I returned home with a bounty from capturing a famous late-stage master bandit near Changho City. But Kim Young-hoon was not at home. What? Did he go out? He had been reading the scripture and training martial arts as if possessed, but today, he was nowhere to be found in the house. It seems like he has left the house entirely. That's when it happened. Swoosh. Ah. Suddenly, Kim Young-hoon appeared out of thin air, like a ghost. What the? Haha, I tried using one of the techniques written in the scripture, and you really couldn't find me. This book is indeed an incredible martial arts text. Young-hoon Hyung, that's. I asked him with a trembling voice. This strange technique was one that Kim Young-hoon of previous cycles only managed to use after reaching the absolute of martial arts. But now, the current Kim Young-hoon, who had not even been training for a year, was using it. This? It's one of the techniques written in Gazing Cultivation and Exceeding Martial Arts Scripture. Normally, it would be much easier to use upon reaching 5 energies converging to the origin, but I've been focusing solely on this technique for the past few days. Even though I'm only in the realm of 3 flowers, I somehow managed to use this technique. Ah. So you haven't reached the 5 energies state yet. Ha ha ha, do you think reaching the 5 energies is a joke? Just following the insights written in the scripture will take at least 5 years. By the way, this technique is really fearsome. Even you, a peak master, couldn't notice it. If I wanted, I could assassinate anyone. I was speechless at his talent and just stared at him for a moment. By the way, I'm planning to go out and gain real combat experience in the martial world. Will you come with me? Ah, the martial world, you say? After pondering for a moment, I shook my head. No, I'm fine, Young Hoon Hyang. Huh? What do you mean? I want to stabilize my realm a bit more. Well, that makes sense. You're still at the early pinnacle realm and can't even use the sword silk, yet. Yes, it seems you'll have to go alone, Young Hoon Hyang. I said so, deciding to part ways with him for a while. The reason was just as I said. Being at the early stage of the pinnacle realm, I needed time to stabilize my skills. Following him and watching duels between great masters would be good, but it wasn't what I needed at the moment. At least until I reached the mid-stage of the pinnacle realm, training through trial and error and repetition was the answer. First, I need to get used to entering the vision of a peak master all day long. While Kim Young-hoon went out to challenge various sects, I practiced becoming accustomed to the vision of a peak master. My practice opponents were the unorthodox sect groups near Chang-ho City. They were numerous, tenacious, and most importantly, it didn't matter if they were killed, making them perfect practice targets. The one in front is about to shoot a poison dart. There's one attacking with a spear from behind. There's someone trying to entangle my ankle with a whip from the diagonal right rear. Numerous red lines rushed towards me. I dodged all sorts of attacks from the approaching unorthodox sect members, annihilating them with minimal movement. When fighting unorthodox sect martial artists, I always blindfolded myself and plugged my ears before seeking them out. After all, I could kill all of them in the vision of a peak master without any senses. For about 3 years, I trained by capturing gangs of evil martial artists, bandits, and robbers near Chang-ho City. Finally, I was able to enter the world of the pinnacle realm all day without feeling my brain burning. My brain had completely adapted to this world. I even learned how to maintain the vision of a peak master all day without using internal energy. After 3 years of practice fighting unorthodox sect martial artists, I finally succeeded in fully entering the world of a peak master. At the same time, my financial situation improved significantly with the bounties collected in Chang-ho City, and my nickname Infinite Fighting Spirit started to spread again. There were even those who wanted to become my disciples or follow me as martial artists. Of course, this was nothing compared to Kim Young-hoon. Nearly 3 years. Kim Young-hoon received the title of the strongest blade in Yangguo and ascended to the position of the #1 person in Yangguo martial arts. The strongest in the martial world. It was a realm reached by someone who had only been practicing martial arts for 3 to 4 years. The number of Kim Young-hoon's followers and those who wanted to become his disciples was incomparably greater than mine. Probably by now, it was time for Kim Young-hoon to be hit with the Wulin Alliance leader illness. It was always the position that came with becoming the #1 person in the world. Sure enough, Kim Young-hoon came to me again and proposed the position of deputy leader of the Wulin Alliance. Of course, knowing the future of working like a cow, I flatly refused and made an appropriate excuse. Young Hoon Hyang, I'm now going to try entering the Imperial Court. What? The Imperial Court? Yes. The reason I'm refusing your offer is to help you from the position of an official by joining the Imperial Court. Please understand. Younger brother Seo. I'm truly grateful. Of course, there was a different ulterior motive for my decision to join the Imperial Court. If I join the Imperial Court, I'll have more contact with the Cultivator clan. I was the chief strategist of the Wulin Alliance and the head of the intelligence organization Gyeonggik in my previous lives. According to the information I had learned at that time, the Imperial Court was more deeply entwined with the Cultivator clan than any other group in Yangguo. There were even rumors that the Yangguo imperial family was a collateral branch of the Cultivator clan. I first applied to the Yangguo military. The military gladly accepted my application as a famous peak master in the martial world, and I quickly gained recognition, rising to the position of a general. From that position, I applied to the Imperial Guard and passed without any problems. It was the result I achieved in 5 years after returning. Your mission is to secretly guard His Majesty the Emperor and protect him with your life. As a peak master, you should be able to do that much, right? Yes, I will keep that in mind. I joined the Shadow Guards and, after 4 months of training in stealth and listening techniques, was deployed to guard the Emperor. There, I discovered a surprising fact. The Emperor is a cultivator. Womb. I could see the red aura surrounding the Emperor, centered around his forehead. It's the cultivator's divine consciousness. The Emperor was originally a cultivator. This fact became even more certain after meeting several princes and princesses of the imperial family. The majority of the members of the imperial family were cultivators with divine consciousness. But it seems they are not high-ranking cultivators. They are all nowhere near that fox. They seem to be, at best, cultivators of the chi refining level. I don't understand why I, a peak master, have to guard them. The Emperor's aura, casually revealed, was definitely not just first star of chi refining. With that level of skill, the Emperor might be stronger than the entire Shadow Guards combined. Maybe the Shadow Guard exists because he's too lazy to deal with assassins himself. Unfortunately, the Emperor was the person in the imperial family most at risk of assassination. Almost every night, assassins came, and I had to fight them off every night. Is it good that I'm gaining real combat experience almost every day? Thus, I accumulated real combat experience as the Emperor's Guard, spending 5 years as a member of the Shadow Guard. Are you managing well as the Wulin Alliance leader? In a small secret room, I was playing Go with Kim Young-hoon and asked. As the Emperor's Guard, I was officially forbidden from meeting him, the Wulin Alliance leader, so we had to meet secretly like this. Isn't it a headache? Haha, it would have been less painful if you had joined me. You're about to become younger than me, aren't you? What's the problem? Haha, well. He smiled meaningfully in response to my question. It was about time for him to undergo rejuvenation. In fact, considering the timing, it was somewhat late. The 3 flowers are just around the corner for you. It seems your internal energy has improved remarkably. Congratulations. Haha. Cutting down assassins beside the Emperor, how could my skills not improve? The assassins coming to kill the Emperor ranged from low peak masters to those at the realm of 3 flowers. Most of the time, the assassins were of a similar realm to mine, allowing me to freely engage in real battles with them. So you seem to be doing well as the Emperor's Guard. Don't even mention it. Every time I gauge the Emperor's skill, I feel a sense of doubt. Ha ha ha, the Emperor being a cultivator? That's really something, hardly seems worth guarding. Over the past few years, Kim Young-hoon had become aware of the existence of cultivators and seemed eager to face them. By the way, Young-hoon Hyung, what do you think of these cultivators? Normally, at this point, Kim Young-hoon would have been eager to find and confront them. However, the current Kim Young-hoon didn't seem to show such intentions. To my question, he drank from his cup and said, what to say? Of course, I'd like to fight them. But, I haven't yet fully comprehended all 6 volumes of Gazing Cultivation and Exceeding Martial Arts scripture. Especially the final phrases written in it. The final phrases written in the scripture were the realizations that Kim Young-hoon had gained at the end of the previous life. The realizations written in the scripture are such that I can't even attempt confronting them before I fully mastered it. That's why I plan to delve into those phrases and then seek out cultivators. By then, I should be able to step down from being the Wulin Alliance leader. I see. By the way, your skills seem to have improved a bit. Kim Young-hoon smiled and poured more liquor into his cup. He's infusing his internal energy into the liquor along with the alcohol. This man is unbelievable. I drew my sword from my waist. Let's see you handle this. Whoosh! He threw the liquor cup. Strangely, not a single drop of liquor spilled from the cup. It looked like a light liquor cup, but I gathered all my internal energy and focused on the cup. Over the past 5 years, having fought continuously, I successfully transitioned from the early stage to the mid-stage peak. If the early stage of the pinnacle realm was about seeing one line upon entering that world, from the mid-stage onwards, it became possible to see both red and blue lines simultaneously. Until now, I had to give up seeing the blue line in order to see the red line, and vice versa. However, as I further entered into the pinnacle realm, it became possible to see both the red and blue lines at the same time. Swish! With the vision of a peak master, I could see countless red lines extending from the cup. At the same time, the optimal paths I could take to counter it appeared as blue lines. Through this liquor cup, Kim Young-hoon was revealing his intent and engaging in dozens of exchanges with me. When I tried to strike with transcending peaks, the trajectory of the red lines changed vertically. When I tried to strike upwards with ascending vein, the red line's trajectory became elusive, changing erratically. And when I tried to create chaos with landscape painting, the red lines precisely targeted the gaps in my chaos and aimed for my weaknesses. In that instant, after a fight of exchanging blows with Kim Young-hoon, I managed to create a single path that penetrated his defense. Severing mountain swordsmanship, flowing ridge. Zing! Although the sword tip collided with the liquor cup, a storm blew, shaking the room. Realizing the internal energy in the cup was dissolved by flowing ridge, I quickly sheathed my sword and stretched out my hand to catch the falling cup. Luckily, not a drop of liquor was spilled. Phew, should you be playing with food? What? Besides, you've improved significantly. The realm of sword silk is just around the corner. Sword silk. Sword energy compresses akin to a silk thread, the first step where the originally formless sword energy materializes. In his past life, Kim Young-hoon thought that, given my high understanding of sword energy, I would quickly reach the level of sword silk once I ascended to the pinnacle realm. He overestimated my talent. Even now, 10 years after my return, I have yet to realize the state of sword silk. Thankfully, after reaching the mid-stage of the pinnacle realm, I can see a glimmer of hope. It was fortunate that it wasn't as difficult as the transition from the late first rate to the pinnacle realm. Well, anyway, didn't I say I was on the verge of reaching the 5 energies state? Yes, you did. In fact, I am at a level where I can challenge the 5 energies realm at any time. However, if someone attacks me while I'm challenging the 5 energies realm, I would be helpless, so I need to call someone trustworthy to guard me. So you're asking me to guard you? Haha, yes. I went with Kim Young-hoon to his secluded training room. There's no one as trustworthy as someone from the same hometown. Of course. Let's get started. All right. Kim Young-hoon sat in the middle of the training room and began his deep meditation. A change began to occur in his energy. I entered the vision of peak masters and observed the red lines around him. I felt like it was something I needed to do. The red lines of peak masters usually connect their arms to their weapons. However, the red line between Kim Young-hoon's hand and his saber began to change. That is, dozens of branches extended from the red line. Simultaneously, his red line seemed to cover everything around him. If I were to enter that space, I felt like I would be sliced by Kim Young-hoon's attack immediately. Any peak master, unless insane, would not dare enter that space. No, that's not it. I noticed a familiar change and my pupils constricted. The red line covering all around Kim Young-hoon began to fill in the gaps. His surroundings gradually became a red domain. It looks like the divine consciousness of the cultivators. The red domain centered around the cultivators' foreheads. It looked just like their consciousness. Whoosh! Kim Young-hoon's domain became clear, with not a single gap remaining. When the form of the domain stabilized into a sphere about half a jang, approximate 1.67 m, in radius centered around his forehead. Whoom! The energy around him seemed to be sucked in, forming a certain flow within his domains. These flows slowly merged, forming 5 spheres above his head. The phenomenon that occurs when transitioning to the 5 energies converging to the origin. I had never observed the transition to the 5 energies state so closely before. In fact, during my first-rate days, it was impossible to observe such subtle flows of energy. It was only after becoming a peak master, my ability to read others' energy dramatically improved, allowing me to observe this phenomenon. Ah, what a pity. I suddenly felt a sense of regret. If I had reached the realm of 3 flowers, I might have been able to see much more. For now, let's closely observe his current state. I intensely focused on the 5 spheres. The flow within them. The principle of how these 5 spheres revolve around each other. The principle behind the spheres floating above Kim Young-hoon's head. Although I didn't understand everything, these fragments of realization seemed enough to give me a sense of the sword silk. Then, it happened. SSSRR. The 5 spheres crumbled, transforming into 5-colored energy. The 5-colored energy entered Kim Young-hoon's nose and mouth, and his body began to change. Crack, creak. His body twisted. Kim Young-hoon's bones and flesh changed, and the wrinkles on his skin disappeared. Simultaneously, lush hair grew on his previously bald head. Creak, crack, whoosh. All the energy in the training room seemed to be sucked into him, and he half opened his eyes. I've safely reached the 5 origins converging to the origin. Congratulations. You've undergone rejuvenation. He looked younger than me, in his 20s. I had seen this scene in my past life, but this time I gained much from it. It's a pity for you. If you had reached 3 flowers, you could have seen much more. I was just thinking that. What can I do? It's my fault for having limited skills. But it must have been somewhat helpful, so think it over once you return. He seemed to like his now lush hair, touching it. Suddenly, I asked him a question. You must have encountered 1 or 2 cultivators, right, Young-hoon Hyung? Yes. Right now, to my eyes, the consciousness they possess and the domain you formed seem very similar. Do you think there's a connection? After pondering for a moment, he spoke. It seems likely. Within this domain, I think I can fight equally with those chi refining stage cultivators. Using the martial arts from the gazing cultivation and exceeding martial arts scripture, I might even be able to fight against higher level cultivators. Perhaps, those who have reached the 5 energies state might share a similar field of vision with cultivators. I see. Through his answer, I could roughly imagine why those who have reached the 5 energies state in martial arts obtain the same kind of consciousness as cultivators. Obtaining the same consciousness as the cultivators, it might be possible to train like them. The world seen by the first rate is different from the peak realm. The world seen by the pinnacle realm and 3 flowers is also different. The world seen by 3 flowers gather at the summit and the 5 energies converging to the origin is entirely different. The reason why those who have reached the 5 energies state can train in cultivators' techniques might be because they can see areas invisible to ordinary people. This experience will help when I reach the 5 energies realm in the future. After receiving some martial arts guidance from Kim Young-hoon that day and chatting for a bit, I returned to the Imperial Palace. I mulled over the situation he showed me when he ascended to the 5 energies and gathered my realizations. A few days passed. That day too, I was guarding the Emperor's bedroom in the darkness. SSSRR. Someone approached from the darkness, writhing in the distance. It was an assassin again. A peak master. Judging by their energy, he had just reached the pinnacle realm. However, I didn't let my guard down. Although I was slightly stronger, the difference between the mid and early stages of the pinnacle realm was not as significant as between first rate and peak. Moreover, the opponent was a master of assassination, daring enough to attempt assassinating the Emperor. Swoosh! A red line appeared from the darkness and lunged at me, guarding the Emperor's bedroom. Clang! I deflected the dagger with my sword and threw a hidden weapon at the assassin's ankle. The assassin hastily dodged my hidden weapon and stabbed at me again with his dagger. Our exchanges intertwined. My blue line and his red line crossed in the air. Strange. I should be focused on the fight, yet I couldn't stop thinking about the situation when Kim Young-hoon ascended to 5 energies. At the same time, I began to ponder about sword energy. Sword energy indicates the beginning of achieving unification with the sword. In the mid-stage of the first rate, one manifests sword energy and begins to reach the threshold of unification with the sword. In the late stage of the first rate, one achieves complete unification with the sword and can use proper sword energy. Why, in a life or death situation, am I thinking about sword energy and the image of Kim Young-hoon ascending to 5 energies? As one ascends to the pinnacle realm and constantly sees the optimal path, as long as you follow that path, sword energy never extinguishes. That's why Kim Young-hoon in my past life advised me to train to maintain sword energy all day long. My optimal path is ultimately the limit my swordsmanship points to. Sword energy is the extreme manifestation of my swordsmanship's characteristics through unification with the sword. Swordsmanship is sword energy. These were my feelings during my martial arts training. Wait, no, something's off. But suddenly, I felt something was wrong with my thinking. The assassin stabbed at me 3 times in a row, and I deflected their dagger with landscape painting before destabilizing their balance with the entering mountain. His red line stretched towards me and then split. After stabbing, he will change his move. I blocked his intention with my blue line and engaged in a struggle. If swordsmanship is sword energy, then what's the significance of a martial artist? Couldn't cultivators just create moving puppets or zombies, teach them swordsmanship, and have them use sword energy? Why haven't I heard about inanimate objects using sword energy in my several lifetimes? Sword energy is not just swordsmanship. Then what is sword energy? While exchanging blows with the assassin, his red line pierced through my blue line. His dagger aimed precisely at my forehead. Sword energy is. I remembered the scene when Kim Young-hoon entered 5 energies, a red domain forming around his forehead. Ah, that's it. Though sword energy is created by swordsmanship, at its core, it's ultimately about the human. The intent of the martial artist wielding the sword. Simultaneously, I fully understood the true nature of the red and blue lines I had seen. Not just the optimal path or the opponent's intention of attack. It's the intent of martial artist unfolding their martial arts. The direction of their intent. Realizing this, I felt a strange sensation in my hand holding the sword. As if veins were growing from the sword into my skin, entering my hand. Not just a simple unification with the sword, but a stickier, more profound unification. Instinctively, I pushed more intent into the sword, deepening the unification. Until now, I thought sword energy was the same as swordsmanship. But I realized that swordsmanship is completed together with the martial artist who unfolds it. Therefore, wherever the intent of the martial artist goes, even if it deviates from the swordsmanship, it will still be swordsmanship. Whoosh! I swung my sword wildly at the assassin. Before, if I deviated from the severing mountain swordsmanship, the power of my sword energy would significantly weaken. But now, even when I swing my sword randomly, the power of my sword energy doesn't decrease at all. No, this isn't the end. I knew that my recent realization was not just this. I continued to focus on sword energy. Until recently, to evolve sword energy, I had to momentarily strengthen the energy with techniques like Chi Mountain, Heart Heaven. It's different now. Continue to infuse the sword energy with intent. In the world of the peak, I saw my sword gradually enveloped in blue light. At some point, reaching a critical moment, my blue light-enveloped sword transformed into the blue thread of the pinnacle realm. In reality, I was holding a sword, but in the vision of peaks, I was holding a blue thread. Ah, this is sword silk. The proof of maturity in the mid-stage of the pinnacle realm. Keening. In reality, my intangible sword energy became thin like a silk thread, subtly materializing. After about 10 years in the pinnacle realm, I reached the mid-peak stage and could freely use sword silk. Chapter 20, Peak Master 3. I looked at the sword silk I had awakened. The realm of sword silk, also known as sword aura. The materialization of sword aura was a realm every swordsman dreamed of. Of course, there was the overwhelmingly superior sword gang, but since sword gang was a realm only reachable by masters who had reached 3 flowers gather at the summit, it was half legendary in the martial world. The realm of sword aura, much more accessible than sword gang, was the object of envy for many. Seeing my sword aura, the assassins seemed daunted, their energy diminishing. I took advantage of this and engaged them again in combat. Blue and red lines crossed in the air. Our intents tested each other. The assassin's dagger lunged at me. Simultaneously, 5 red lines extended from the tip of their dagger. It meant that there could be at least 5 follow-up moves derived from this attack. However, I held sword silk. In the world of peak masters, my sword had transformed, resembling a thread. To the assassin's eyes, my sword must have appeared like a red thread. The transformation of sword energy into sword silk is not just about increased power. Swoosh! From the tip of the sword, now a blue thread, several blue threads extended, creating paths. There were far more than the paths I had created before. As I slightly twisted my wrist, adjusting the tip of the sword, the position of the blue threads moved in unison. The predetermined blue thread lines moved. Seeing this, the assassin's eyes widened in shock. Last time, when I fought with Kim Young-hoon, it was fortunate he had only recently reached 3 flowers and that too by directly skipping over the pinnacle realm. If he had fought me in the same manner, I would have been defeated instantly. I could project far more paths, more freely. Though they seemed to fend off my sword for a while, eventually, the paths extending from my side were far more numerous, and they began to be pushed back as Tehi tried to calculate my moves. Mountain Lord Martial Arts. Pressing forward with the momentum of a Mountain Lord. Transcending peak step. Starting again from the first move, continuously linking techniques. To drain and kill the opponent. Clang, 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 clang. For a while, our sword and dagger collided. The assassin seemed to fight to the end. However, having become much more skilled in handling sword aura and intent, I eventually defeated them in our struggle, allowing me to land a strike. Thud! My leg struck the assassin's waist. The assassin fell to the side, dropping the dagger, and their mask came off. Ho, a familiar face. The assassin was one of the recently appointed female attendants of the emperor. Seeing the roughly 20-year-old's face, I marveled quietly. Such talent to be a peak master at that age. You could have reached 3 flowers gather at the summit if you had lived longer. My brother was more talented. But, because of the emperor. Oh, are you trying to appeal to emotion? You are the infinite fighting monster, correct? You're making a mistake. People are dying because of the emperor's orders. Swoosh. I didn't listen further and cut off the assassin's head. Sorry, but this position doesn't allow for much listening. I felt a slight regret for having to eliminate such talent and, with the help of others, cleaned up the scene. Despite the noise outside until a moment ago, the emperor in the bedroom seemed not to stir. I heard that a cultivator had installed a soundproofing spell in the emperor's bedroom for the light-sleeping emperor. Thanks to that, the shadow guards could fight assassins without being reprimanded for the noise. Though, it seems the emperor himself set up that spell, not a random cultivator. In fact, no one in the shadow guard was unaware that the emperor was a cultivator. In the eyes of a peak master, the consciousness of a cultivator was visible. But everyone just silently guarded the emperor as it was their given duty. However, were there always so many assassination attempts on the emperor? Establishing a shadow guard like us was also a recent event. I heard that the frequency of sending assassins to the emperor had also increased recently. As chief strategist of the Wulin Alliance and leader of an information organization in my past lives, I had never heard of such things. After all, the imperial court had no reason to advertise the increase in assassination attempts. Why have there been more recent assassination attempts on the emperor? Yangguo had been enjoying an unprecedented peace recently. Of course, the poor are still poor, but at least ordinary people weren't turning into bandits or anything of that sort. Considering the level of civilization akin to medieval China, that's quite decent. Moreover, in the state of Yangguo, the nobles humbly bow and obey in front of the powerful royal authority of the cultivator clan, leading to a very strong centralized power. If there was an insane organization bold enough to attempt the assassination of the emperor, could it be the martial arts factions? Given the poor relations between the government and certain martial arts factions, this was the only assumption I could make. But strangely, during my past lives as the chief strategist of the Wulin Alliance and leader of an intelligence group, I never heard of such incidents. If not the martial arts factions, then who could be sending assassins so persistently and frequently to threaten the emperor? Especially someone like the assassin just now, someone who knew my alias. Furthermore, their command of the Yangguo's language was quite proficient. From this, I could infer that they were neither assassins from the neighboring countries of Biakra or Shengzi. They are people of Yangguo. People from Yangguo are sending assassins to kill the emperor on a regular basis. Although I wanted to interrogate the assassins, they were to be executed immediately before they could say anything, as per the protocol. Well, I can slowly figure it out. By staying in the royal palace and gradually gaining the emperor's trust, I would be able to gather the necessary information over time. I hid in the darkness again, organizing my thoughts. After guarding the emperor for 10 years, I constantly guarded him and earned his trust. With that authority, I was able to learn information from various parts of the royal palace. Of course, I couldn't learn core information, but I was able to learn a lot that could only be known from the government offices. For example, in the 33rd year of Heian calendar, thanks to His Majesty the Emperor's grace, the number of orphans and beggars greatly decreased, eliminating the influx of bandits. Consequently, praises for His Majesty never ceased throughout Yangguo. Census conducted by the government offices. The census was a matter directly related to taxation and was controlled only by the government offices. I couldn't properly access such information even with my status in past lives. Only now that I had become part of the Emperor's Guard, I was granted the authority to view the census records. Not only beggars but also the number of poor peasants decreased. In my past lives, I never looked into the numbers of orphans, beggars, or poor peasants. However, upon seeing the census records in the royal palace, I realized something was amiss. How could the number of orphans, beggars, and poor peasants decrease like this? It wasn't simply about helping the poor and creating livelihoods for them. Many of these people simply disappeared, just vanished. Did they starve to death? But the numbers recorded in the ledgers were far too large for mass starvation. If such a large number had died of starvation, I would have known about it in my past lives. It's not starvation. They were simply erased. There were no records of bandit attacks either, and during my time leading the intelligence group, I had never heard of bandit gangs specifically targeting and killing the poor. If such cruel bandits were rampant, I would have known. I looked into a few more pieces of information and methodically compiled them with my past lives knowledge. As a strategist in the Wulin Alliance, Kim Young-hoon and I eradicated the unorthodox factions throughout Yangguo and established a just world. Furthermore, when I founded the intelligence organization, Guyonggik, it was strangely easy to quickly defeat other dark intelligence organizations in secret battles. The common point in both lives was that, as life went on, it became easier to eradicate unorthodox factions. And towards the latter part of life, many factions, like the Huajin faction group that mass-attacked MC when he challenged them to a spar, suddenly transformed from unorthodox factions to righteous ones. Unorthodox factions are fundamentally illegal organizations. Like bandits and pirates. These factions often start with beggars, orphans, and poor peasants turning to robbery out of hunger. As bandit gangs and pirate groups gradually gather experience, power, and funds, they grow in size, sneak into cities, and start engaging in illegal activities, becoming proper unorthodox factions. Perhaps, the ease of eradicating unorthodox factions in my past lives was because, if the content of this census is accurate, the new blood that would have been part of the unorthodox factions, the poor, suddenly disappeared, leading to reduced size of the factions and their subsequent suppression. If that's the case, where did all these erased poor people go? As I compiled the information, a foreboding feeling came over me. The Cultivator clan. This case seemed to be related to the Cultivator clan. The recent increase in assassination attempts on the Emperor and the establishment of the Shadow Guard. It all seemed to have some connection with the disappearance of the poor people. A few years ago, like the assassin with the dagger I met, there were assassins who, due to their lack of proper education, spilled their guts before dying. Most of these assassins said the same thing before dying. Do you know how many commoners have died because of the Emperor? It was strange. The current Emperor, while not a sage king, was decent enough to rule the country. His reign did not worsen Yangguo nor lead to numerous deaths. In a peaceful country like this, why would assassins say such things? The Cultivator clan. This is related to the Cultivator clan. The only thing I couldn't find out, even after digging this deep, was regarding the Cultivator clan. It seems I will have to leave the investigation beyond this point. To Kim Young-hoon. The retirement ceremony of Kim Young-hoon, the first Wulin Alliance leader, was held. He stepped down from the position of leader amidst the congratulations and regrets of many. Many lamented his retirement, but his eyes were full of refreshment. Naturally, as his stepping down from the position of Wulin Alliance leader meant he had fully understood the 6th volume of Gazing Cultivation and Exceeding Martial Arts scripture. Especially the final realizations. Feeling refreshed, I see. I was waiting in Kim Young-hoon's room and asked him when I saw him. Wow. Someone sneaked in, so I thought it was an assassin, but it was you. The Shadow Guard is becoming more and more like an assassin. Well, we're becoming more like those assassins we face. But now that you've retired from the Wulin Alliance, what will you do? You know, and still ask. Having fully understood the scriptures, I will now seek out the Cultivator clan to fight and gather combat experience. I will move beyond the 5 energies converging at the origin. Have you completely achieved the accomplishments written in the scripture? At my question, Kim Young-hoon shook his head and spoke. No, not yet. Gazing Cultivation and Exceeding Martial Arts scripture is not so much a martial art as it is a kind of martial arts system. You know, we don't call third-rate, second-rate, first-rate, peak as martial arts. They are the standards and stages of martial arts. The scripture describes the next stage after 5 energies. It tells you how to reach that next stage, what kind of training is correct at 5 energies stage, and so on. While I have understood all of the scripture, I haven't internalized it to move beyond 5 energies. From now on, I plan to fight against the Cultivator clan to gain combat experience and reach the beyond. I see. I nodded and then told him. Actually, working in the royal palace recently, I've noticed something very suspicious. I explained to him about the information and conclusions I had gathered. Hence, I believe the Cultivator clan behind the royal palace is using the royal family and government offices to kidnap or slaughter the poor. But since I am a member of the Shadow Guards, unless I apply for leave like this, it's difficult to leave the capital. Even if I do, I can't freely investigate the Cultivator clan. Therefore, I would like you, young Hoon, to go and gather information regarding the Cultivator clan. That's definitely worth looking into. But even I honestly don't know where to find cultivators. Don't worry about that. I will provide you with the information. Having worked in the royal palace, I had learned the locations of several places where cultivators lived, which I did not know in my past lives. I'll give you the information, and I'd like you, young Hoon, to go and extract information from them. All right, I'll do that. I'll go and see what they are up to. I decided to thoroughly unravel the schemes of the Cultivator clan through Kim Young-hoon. Recently, the number of assassins has decreased a bit. For nearly 10 years, assassins came almost incessantly, but recently, their frequency has been gradually decreasing. Moreover, the skills of the assassins who came had greatly diminished from the peak level to about the first rate. First-rate masters are now just practice targets for the new recruits. Well, thinking about it, it was impossible for the assassin side to infinitely produce peak masters. As they kept sending them and getting killed, they would eventually run out of high-quality assassins to send. Having worked in the Shadow Guard for 15 years, my rank has risen, and I've been promoted to deputy leader. If the leader retires due to aging, I'm set to become the next leader. But if we keep getting only low-grade assassins like this, our Shadow Guard becomes redundant. That's when I notice something stirring in the distance. An assassin? What level of mastery might this assassin have? If it's around first rate, the new recruits should handle it. Thinking so, I entered the world of peak martial artists to gauge the assassin's level of skill. A red glow filled the space, stable and circular. The round form of the assassin's consciousness was slowly approaching. Cultivator. These madmen, seeing the decline in peak martial artists, directly sent a cultivator to assassinate. Suddenly, the entire secret Shadow Guard assembled in front of the Emperor's chamber, having recognized the domain of the cultivator. It's a cultivator, everyone get ready. The leader of the secret Shadow Guard raised his halberd with a tense voice. Despite being called assassin, the cultivator's stealth techniques and perception methods were a mess by the standards of martial artists. Clearly, they had only roughly learned these techniques. However, I grew more tense seeing this. How did they infiltrate the Imperial Palace with such sloppy skills? They must be hiding something. Noticing us, the cultivator who was approaching stopped. Are you all peak martial artists? Annoying. Peak masters all seem immune to stealth techniques. Is it because of that irritating vision of theirs? Without a second thought of hiding, the cultivator dropped his invisibility and blatantly walked out. With your eyes, you should recognize I'm a cultivator. If you value your lives, get lost. No one reacted or responded to his words. Ugh, do you think you can take me on? Relying on numbers? You'll only meet a dog's death. One last warning, the limit of you peak martial artists is, at best, against a chi-refining first-star cultivator. I am a great second-star cultivator. The air around him stirred as he pulled out a talisman. Just as there's a significant difference between first-rate and peak, there's a huge gap between chi-refining first-star and second-star cultivators. If you don't leave now. We didn't let him talk further and quickly charged towards him. My thrown weapon hit an invisible barrier in front of the cultivator, indicating he was casting defensive spells. As peak martial artists attacked him, he scattered talismans into the air, which transformed into bright white flying daggers heading towards us. You fools! I have several talismans to support my assassination today. When the cultivator scattered several talismans, a strong repulsion was felt. The leader and I, excluding the others, cut through the repulsion with our energy-infused weapons and held our ground, while the rest were thrown back. Are you the strongest of the pack? Again, the cultivator took out a talisman. Flames appeared above his hand. If it hits, it'll turn us to ash. I couldn't ignore my survival instincts and retreated, escaping the cultivator's area of influence. I couldn't predict his attacks from within his domain, as it was impossible to read his intent due to the overlapping red color. Conversely, if I retreat too far, I'd be at a disadvantage against a cultivator adept at long-range attacks. He's forcing a fight that's advantageous to him. The compatibility between martial artists and cultivators is extremely bad. The fireball hit a pillar behind me but didn't spread much and was quickly extinguished, indicating the cultivator didn't want the situation to escalate. I signaled a few of the faster members of the Shadow Guard to escape the cultivator's vicinity and call for reinforcements. Where do you think you're going? You can't escape. A dark shadow burst out as the cultivator waved another glowing talisman, forming a barrier that enclosed us. Even sound will not escape this barrier. After I kill all of you, I'll take care of the McLee clan's branch family. The cultivator took out dozens of talismans. Damn it. What a shit situation. If it weren't for the talismans he brought, we might have been able to kill him with a combined attack from the leader and me. But with those talismans, he was demonstrating far more power than his actual skill level. If only I had reached the 3 flowers stage. With the strength of 3 flowers, I could shatter the cultivator's defensive spells and split him in 2. But I was only at the mid-peak and hadn't yet grasped the 3 flowers. But maybe. Leader, I have a plan. What is it? Create a moment for me to approach the cultivator. Just one, single moment. I'll try to inflict a fatal wound on the cultivator. I'll trust you. The leader nodded and charged at the cultivator with his halberd, creating an opportunity for me. I took poison from a bottle at my waist and applied it to my sword. If I can break through his defense and graze him with this sword, we would win. I joined the attack on the cultivator. The cultivator scattered talismans in the air, which turned into bright white flying daggers aimed at us. I rushed towards the cultivator. The white daggers targeted my forehead. The leader's halberd spun and deflected the daggers aimed at me. The cultivator then hurled a fire spell at me. Ah! A recruit, a dual sword user, crossed his swords and sent energy to intercept the fire spell, altering its course. I was now within 3 yards of the cultivator. Entering the cultivator's domain now. I couldn't guarantee my life inside there. I couldn't see his intent due to the red surroundings. Humph! Intense wind blew, pushing me away. Using the initial forms of Severing Mountain swordsmanship, I cut through the wind's weak points and entered the cultivator's area of consciousness. I couldn't see the enemy's intent. Then, my last life's experience, maximizing all senses like spatial form, hearing, touch, and smell, helped me indirectly calculate the enemy's attacks. Left and right. I felt vibrations in the air on both sides. Something was coming. Leader, go now. Capture him. One of the guards tackled the spell on the right while the leader shattered the one on the left with his halberd. And front. I sensed a change directly in front. The temperature and humidity were different. In the cultivator's domain, white ice materialized in the air, forming an arrow. Severing Mountain swordsmanship, entering mountain. I quickly switched to a lower stance to narrowly avoid it, then launched an attack. But right in front of me was the cultivator's defensive spell. As expected, even as I launched a surprise attack, the cultivator looked bored. Absolute leisure. I'll wipe that languid expression off your face. I smirked, infusing different moves into my attack. Severing Mountain swordsmanship, Chi Mountain, Heaven Sky. The flow of the sword silk quickened and strengthened. My entire body's energy pathways momentarily opened, further amplifying the sword silk. And then, I'll squeeze out all the energy in my body. Focusing on the energy pathways, I drained all my energy into my sword. The absurd energy of yellow bamboo roots of hundreds of years infused into my sword. The sword silk evolved in an instant. Flash. Sword gang. For a brief moment, less than a second, the light on my sword pierced through the cultivator's defensive spell like tofu. Audiobook by the Nut Lord. All text belongs to the original author. Please support them online. This fan project is non-profit. Join the Discord for more audiobooks, and comment any mispronunciations so I can fix them.